Hello guys, and welcome to my channel and to my new video series, which is the Project Gotham Racing 2 walkthrough, platinum walkthrough obviously. My name is Alex and this is the first time I'm doing voiceover over my videos. And English is not my native language, as many of you have already noticed probably. So yeah, cut me some slack and bear with me. I will mess up a lot of the pronunciations and will look for words, etc, etc. So yeah, it's the first time I'm doing it. I do not have any script. I'm just doing it like in a very spontaneous manner. Like, yeah, this is basically how it's going to go down. So yeah, PGR2, this is the menu. These are the general options, controller, TV, etc, etc. I just wanted to do a quick walkthrough over those menus. Nothing special. It's in German. I believe I couldn't even change the language setting, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, these are the records in the game. I was thinking about showing them at the end of the playthrough, but thought that I could incorporate it right at the beginning. So to play through this game on Platinum, I played almost 153 hours, have driven over 4,700 kilometers, and my most used car was the Convertible GT. And I got almost 8,000 kudos points on average per race or per challenge. So this is the car battle and street battle type of mode in the game. This is the arcade mode here with the street races, 20 street races, 20 time trials and 20 slaloms, which I did, at least the slaloms. And this right here, what you see, is the main mode of the game, the Kudos Championship, which I did play through and platinumed every single challenge. And the text on the left are the car classes, you know. The cars are sorted by class, like sports car and American car, muscle car, etc, etc. So this is the first race. A quick entrance into the race with the Seat. Wow, I even forgot how it's called. Is it the Leon? I'm not sure. It's a good car, I like it. The first race is in Italy, Florence, and isn't too hard as you can imagine, like it's the first race in the game. But again, on Platinum, which is the hardest mode you can choose for any race. I believe there are 7 difficulty levels in this game, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even more. Like, you have a lot of choice, and Platinum is generally pretty hard. Less so in the street races, like here, because, like, you can, like, being honest, you can push the cars to the side, and they are not, like, they are really quick, but they're not like super professional quick, like some super AI that extracts 99 or 100% out of the car, but they are still fairly quick, really. I had to get used to the controls anyway, and I was new to the game. Yeah, that basically was the first race already. The second is a so-called driver's duel, or Fahrerduell in German. The first race, which it was a street race, would be called Straßenrennen in German. Yeah, you can also learn a little bit of German on my channel, have fun. And our opponent here in the driver's duel is the Lancia HF Integrale, I believe it's called, right? Like a legendary car. I like it a lot. Like a boxy, very boxy design. Pretty much very 80s, if you think about it. Or was it introduced in the 99? Must have still been an 80s car. But yeah, I think it looks great, and considering its age and HP or HP to weight ratio, it does drive pretty well. It does have pretty impressive specs and lap times. It's a great car. And I don't know, I believe I did need some 5 tries. Like I needed multiple tries to beat him. It looks fairly easy from the outside, like when you watch this replay, and it looks, I mean, not even that great. My driving was never really perfect, like in my Gran Turismo runs on my channel. But it's and yeah, just for enjoyment. The next one, as you have seen, is the Renault Clio in Australia, Sydney. And this is the first cone challenge. I know it's called in English, in German slalom. Slalom, I believe this word does exist in English too. And the slalom, the cone challenges in the game are by far the hardest challenges. Basically, the idea is that you need to drive quickly and perfectly in a way, like you are not allowed to hit the cones, obviously. And you need to drive between the cones, and you need to drive between each cone pair rather quickly, because if you're not quick enough up until this point, but if you just are too slow between the cone pairs, the cone would just stops. Like you get the points yeah, now I'm looking for a word. Well, basically, you don't lose as many kudos as when you hit a cone. So this is how this mode works, and it's very, very challenging, very frustrating, but at the same time very fun and rewarding when you win it, obviously. But yeah, very, very, very hard. This next race is in Australia, Sydney again. This is a driver's duel yet again. I'm still using the Seat because I don't have enough kudos to buy any other car. I believe I didn't get them yet, and this is why I'm using it. The Golf itself, this is the Golf R32 all-wheel drive, good speed, you know, good acceleration, great handling, far superior to my Seat. So I was a little dirty there, a little bit unfair, I admit. Yeah, I possibly had to use these dirty tactics in order to win at all. The Seat, by the way, is one of the 2 cars at the beginning of the game you get in order to play through the Kudos Championship mode, and is, as far as I remember, definitely the better of the 2 cars to use. Like it's much faster. And this is why I'm using it still. The kudos system itself, how it works, as you can see through kudos. Oh, next race is the R32. Ah, here I obviously gained enough kudos to buy a new car. Kudo tokens, you're getting like tokens. After acquiring a certain amount of kudo points during the races and throughout the kudo career. And basically it's like a leveling system. Like the first level is reached when you have acquired 5,000 kudo points, then the next level would be at 8,000, and the next level after that at 13,000 or something like that. And at the end of the game, in order to reach the next level, you would have to acquire more than 100,000 kudos points. So this is like an increasing thing. And now I won my first, I don't know how many kudo tokens, I don't remember exactly. It was enough for the R32, which was, if I'm not mistaken, basically the class leading car, although it shared this class leading status with the Ford Focus, if I'm not mistaken. Here right now we're driving the first time through Stockholm in Sweden, which is the capital of Sweden. Great track and a great city. I would absolutely love to visit one day, haven't yet. Like a great culture as well. I very much respect the Swedish culture. It's such a small country with really little people living in it. Like I'm not so sure, but it might be even less than 10 million. Like it's tiny going by population, and yet they still have so many known famous people and musicians. It's pretty amazing, I think. Well, yeah, the race is going rather well, I would say. In first place, obviously. Yeah, that was that race, and the next race is in the Ford Focus, which I have bought with my newly acquired Kudo tokens, and used in this new type of game mode, which is in German called Blitzgerät. Translated, that would directly mean lightning machine. Well, it means it's a speed trap. It's about driving through a speed trap at a certain minimum speed, and here I had to do it with the Ford Focus because it was the fastest car of the class for this type of challenge, and I even had to use manual gear shifting in this particular challenge, because when you would leave it in automatic, the car simply wouldn't be fast enough, wouldn't be quick enough. Also, really unique and creative, cool challenge in the game. I really enjoyed, and some of those were even really hard, to be honest. Regarding the replays or my playthrough in general, you have certainly noticed already that all the important data is missing, like speed especially, or like a map of the track, etc. This is simply for the fact that the game developers thought it would be a good idea to leave all of this out during a saved replay. These are all saved replays I recorded, and I didn't know that they did this, because like, who does something like that? Honestly, I have never seen a game to do that, and you cannot enable it. It's just not there. It's not like it's disabled and you would be able to enable it again in the menus. No, you can't. It's I don't know, it's like completely senseless, and certainly takes away some of the enjoyment for the replays, because you cannot like check how fast were you going there and there, especially in the type of game modes like the cone challenges, and certainly especially the speed trap mode. It would be definitely helpful, like, to see how fast you were going, or for you viewers who may even play through the game yourselves. You would definitely like to see what type of speed you would need to take for this corner, or which gear you would need to take. So yeah, it's kind of stupid. I mean, it's pretty lame, but I couldn't change it afterwards, and I certainly wouldn't play through the game again completely and platinum all races and record it at the same time, while I would need like some 3 or 4 hours for a single challenge later in the game, and the cone challenges, because they are so hard, you know, they are really difficult. So yeah, this was the only opportunity for me to record my playthrough. Here again we're using the Ford Focus again. It is quicker than the Golf, I remember it is, and we're driving through Stockholm yet again. Hello guys, and welcome back to my new video series, the Project Gotham Racing 2 Platinum walkthrough, and welcome to part 2. We are starting, as you can see, in a new location with a new car, which is the Porsche Boxster S, and this time we are in Moscow, the capital of Russia. The new car series is called Sports Convertible Series, and well, as the name already says and shows, it's about sports convertibles, one of which is the Porsche Boxster S. So not only is this a new car class and Kudos Championship Series and new location. This is also a new type of race. This type of race is called, in English, it was possibly overtake. I guess this is what they call it, because it's about overtaking. It's about overtaking as many cars as possible in a limited time frame. Mostly anything between 1.5 and 4 minutes or so. And in this challenge, I didn't count now. I'm not quite sure. I forgot, but it was 7 cars, I believe, you need to overtake, and well, we will see. Roughly 2.5 minutes, I believe. It looks rather easy again, but this particular challenge is actually pretty tough. I needed certainly almost 10 tries or something to accomplish the platinum, because you have to drive here, well, not super perfectly, but still rather quick and with as little mistakes as possible. This turn here, very technical, you need to hit it with a very high speed in just the right angle. And this here too, it's like a long stretched right-hander where you need to hit this apex very accurately in order to have enough speed for the straight here before you brake here again. But all in all, it's pretty quick track, like a very quick track configuration through the streets of Moscow. And as far as I know, this should be the Renault Clio in front of us is the last opponent, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. I've got only... You can't see it now because, again, the game developers thought it would be a good idea to leave out all the important data during the saved replays, but here are only a few seconds left, so it was a pretty close. And that was it for the first race of the series. We earned 914 kudos, as you have seen. The next race is a normal street race, again with the Boxster S, again in Moscow. Excuse me. And the Porsche is the class-leading car here again. Mostly I do drive the class-leading cars because mostly, especially in the first car classes, like this is the second car class of the game, the class-leading cars are just so much better than the rest of the field. The second fastest car of this class would be the Honda S2000, which is already considerably slower than the Porsche, and the third fastest would be the BMW Z4, which again is a little bit slower than the S2000, so that one also has realistically no chance against the Porsche. So yeah, you're basically forced often to use the best car in class in order to gain the platinums. As you can see, the leading car before I took over the lead was also a Porsche Boxster S, obviously. Again, because yeah, it's so super advantaged, so much better than the rest of the field, and the cars under them are almost laughably slow compared to them, especially the Mazda MX-5. I believe it's the 2001 version. It's the slowest car of the class, and as far as I remember right, the slowest car of the game. I will have a video about that at the end of my video series where I test the top speed of every single car in the game of all 102 cars, except the DLSs, the 2 DLSs that have been released, which I do not have because it's such an old game and I couldn't really get a hold of them. There are some certain ways, I believe, to still acquire them, but they are probably less legals, and a lot of hustle and a lot of money spending and time spending in order to make that work. And quite honestly, I couldn't be. So the next race is in Florence in Italy, and again with the Porsche Boxster S as the class leading car. This time it's a street race again against only those 3 opponents, and as I have explained a minute ago, you can see the aforementioned other class-leading cars, which were the Honda S2000 and the BMW Z4, and I'll just look how far behind they were already at the beginning of the race. So yeah, the Porsche Boxster S is one of the class-leading cars in the game in general. Like, there are very little number of other car classes where the class-leading car is just so much better than the rest of the field, except possibly the SUV class, and in that class another Porsche is the class-leading car, which was the Panamera at this point. Yeah, I believe. Well, now I'm not sure again, but we will see anyway in a few parts. In the future parts, you will see that. So this track is used rather often in this configuration, or very similar. So the next race is set again in Florence, Italy, and again, obviously, we're driving the Roadster S. This time around it's a head-to-head, which I called in the first part of my video series duel. Yeah, but it's more common in English-speaking countries to say head-to-head, and this is how this mode is called in the English version of the game. We are, as the class-leading car, racing obviously also the class-leading car, which is also the Porsche Boxster S, through the streets of Florence, and it's I mean, I did need a few tries here too, as in some other races. It wasn't really super difficult, but also not that easy. You did need a certain speed to beat him. The AI in general in this game is pretty quick. On some tracks very fast, like where you need to be very close at the limit. On other tracks relatively slowly for such a high difficulty level set, which is the highest platinum. But all in all, they are pretty quick and very advanced. It's a very advanced, very intelligent AI compared to, I would say, every racing game out there. At least, definitely any other racing game I have ever played, and I played a lot, you know, like the Colin McRae's, the Tokas, DTM Championship, also called in other countries, DTM Racing, the Gran Turismos, the Forzas, and more, you know, the everything. I played almost all major racing games, and I have never experienced such advanced AI. They are really ruthless, really quick. They really do take advantage of your mistakes, like immediately, you know, and they use like the typical spots to overtake, where a human would try to overtake, where you as a player would try to overtake, and it really impressed me. I mean, it's such an old game. Release date was 2003. The next race is set again in Moscow. Lenin is the track called. Nice name. And obviously, no surprise, we're using the Porsche Boxster S again. This time though, we're doing again the slalom. It's the second slalom of the Kudos Championship, and the only slalom in this car class of the sports convertibles. Weirdly enough, I found this Kudos challenge, well, more challenging, more difficult than the first one, which was really small, like it didn't take long. It was a relatively easy track in Sydney, or actually a very easy track, but I don't know why. Maybe because I got used, probably because I got used more to the controls of the game, but here I found it a lot easier, although it's a much faster challenge, and it is longer, it takes longer to go through it, and the track itself and the position of the cones is more difficult in general. I needed roughly. Next challenge is set yet again in Moscow, and yet again we're using the Porsche, obviously. This time though, it's the speed trap, the lightning machine, as I've explained in the first part. No, it's the speed trap challenge. Important is here to take this corner very tidily, but obviously with a lot of speed as you can take on this straight in order to beat it. As you have seen, I have taken a slightly weird angle so that I hit the barrier at the end. And by doing this, you just have a little bit more track to use in order to accelerate to hit the acquired limited minimum speed. Just a little trick you can use for this 1 extra kilometer or 2 you need. That's that. I won a whopping 75 kudos for this challenge. Next race is a street race, and again in Moscow, and again with the Porsche, and this is the last challenge and the last race for the Sports Convertible Series. A little bit more opponents this time around. Far behind was the Toyota MR2, which is the second slowest car of this class, and well, obviously it would be in last place, no wonder. I'll just look up which speed we needed in this speed trap challenge. I recorded it somewhere else. Alright, it was 170 kilometers per hour, and this is again, as in the first challenge, the exact speed I hit, because these challenges really are mostly really tough to beat, and you rarely go, when you beat the challenge, you rarely go above the required minimum speed to beat. Basically, mostly you don't even go even 1 single kilometer above it, and in that case, it wasn't different. So a lot of dirty driving from me again, but sometimes you really need to be aggressive against this, well, rather aggressive AI and very advanced AI, as I have explained a minute or two ago. And well, sometimes you just need to be a little harsher to them, because they will use every opportunity to be also not only harsh and aggressive, but sometimes pretty unfair. Like they would bump you from behind, shoot you in the wall, and just drive past and, well, take the lead and take the win. And so, yeah, no mercy for them. Very cool track configuration with the jump, as you have just seen. Well, also, I believe it is the exact track which will be later used in the game in the arcade mode, in the cone challenges of the arcade mode, which there are 20 of. And yeah, it is, I believe, the exact same track, but there, only there you have to drive in the rain, and not with the Porsche Boxster S, but with a Jaguar XJ220. So look forward to that. This was definitely one of the hardest challenges, not only cone challenges, but one of the hardest challenges in the entire game, and I needed definitely about 4 hours to beat it. Yeah, there was something, so yeah, look forward to that. There the jump again, probably the last lap, I don't know, or second to last. Again, nice drift. Already over 1,000 kudos, which is okay for a race this low. Hello people and welcome back to my Project Gotham Racing 2 Platinum Run Part 3. This time it's the new series again, and the new series is called Coupe Series. The first two were the Compact Sports Series, the second was the Sports Convertible Series. So now the third one is called the Coupe Series, and thus it is part 3. Each part of my video series represents the car classes, e.g. the Kudos Championship classes of the game. And yeah, that's basically it. So welcome back to part 3 again in the Coupe series, and as you can see, the first car we're racing is a wonder, a Coupe, in that case a BMW M3 2003 model, and yet again we are racing in a new location. I'm pretty sure, oh no, not entirely, now I remember, in the first part we did race in Sydney already. So yeah, that's Sydney, but which we have already seen, but it's a new track configuration, and at night, and as far as I know, we haven't raced in Sydney at night yet. Maybe even not at night at all, I don't remember exactly. Anyway, it's a new track. Nothing too exciting about it, except it's a new game mode again, which in German is called Rennen mit Zeitvorgabe, which translated would mean something like a race with a set time limit. So that was the first race, and the next one is in Sydney again, at night again, a different track layout. But we are driving the M3 again, of course, this time in white color. It's a street race this time. Quite a few opponents: Audi TT, Honda Integra Type R, 2003 model if I'm not mistaken, Mazda RX-8, and at the front, obviously, again the class leading cars, which is also my car, BMW M3, and the Audi RS6 if I'm not mistaken. They are both pretty equally quick, while the M3 still has a slight acceleration top speed advantage. In the corners it's also a little bit quicker than the Audi, I would say, but it's more difficult to control, being rear-wheel drive, front engine rear-wheel drive, while the Audi has all-wheel drive. Well, it was, after all, they were who invented it basically with the Audi Quattro 82 model, 1982 model. Yeah, a little bit of automotive history right there. So, I haven't paid attention myself too much, so this was 2 or 3 laps race, I believe 3 laps, yeah, pretty sure. It was a rather tough one. Yet again, I needed a few tries. It's not like I did most of the races first try. It's the other way around. In most cases, I needed several tries. Everything ranged from 2 to 10, 15 tries. Depends. Mostly it were 3 to 6 tries or something like that. There were some rare instances where I did it from the first time of but with the first try, and in some other rare instances I needed more than 10 tries because, well, I don't know, because it sucked, that's why. So, racing the other BMW here, the Audi fell a little bit much to the back, and well, that was close. That was very close. So yeah, the RM3, I even remember vaguely this race. It was a pain in the A. Like, this guy was quick. Look at him go. Oh, that corner was just nice. Did you see that? And just like that, I did overtake him. And I believe that must be for this race. He's in my draft now, in my slipstream. Yep, there it is, and we earned ourselves 1,090. The next challenge is a lightning machine challenge again. Let's make it an insider joke on this video series. Lightning machine, because for those who have not watched my previous parts of the series, is basically the German word for a speed trap, like if you would translate it word for word. Blitzgerät, lightning machine, well, that's a speed trap in German. And we Germans like to name our things that way because we are weird and pragmatic like that, you know. Like an airplane would be a Flugzeug, fly stuff. A car can be named as a Fahrzeug, drive stuff, because we like to name our stuff by its name. Or name our stuff as it is. Okay, anyway, the next race is a head-to-head in Sydney again, at the night again, and we ourselves are using the BMW again, obviously, and are racing another M3 as the class leading car yet again. It's no wonder it is used by the game in a head-to-head, because, yeah, quite surely it is the fastest car of its class. Slightly behind it would be the Audi RS6, and after that, well, difficult to say. All the cars, besides those two of this Sports Coupe series, are quite a bit slower than them. I like this section a lot. You can do it completely full throttle, pedal to the metal. He's being aggressive there. I have talked about that in the second part of my video series, about the aggressive, very good, very advanced and human-like AI in this game, by which I was very impressed. This little S-turn section. Here you can actually use the left or right lane, like it splits into two parts, and he chose the right lane. Both have their advantage and or disadvantage. Depends how you drive the section before it, which one you would take. So again, this quick part of the track. Well, here you can need to go full throttle in order to have enough speed. And that should be it. Yeah, there we go. So the next challenge is a cone challenge again, this time in Stockholm. And for the first time we're doing 2 laps in a row, which will remain the same for the remainder of the game. Now look. Between those two pairs, the points got collected because I was too slow. Did you see that? If not, well, rewind back. It's weird because they have designed this challenge so that you cannot link the first 2 cone pairs together. This is why I chose the Audi, because it has the best acceleration of the class we're driving in the Sports Coupe. The Coupe class, even better than the M3, and like I was sure it would be enough, like it's because of the car that those 2 cannot be chained together, but apparently not. They've just designed it to be that way, although you can avoid it by doing a little drift between those between the 2 first cone pairs, so that the combo would not break and you would have at the end a longer combo, kudos, chain combo, and have a higher chance of actually winning this challenge. But as I am demonstrating here, you don't necessarily need those 2 first cone pairs. You can still win it by not chaining them for a little drift. You just need to drive quickly enough and do enough slides like here, which are quick and prolonged, so you would collect more kudos points in order to win the challenge. Tricky challenge. I needed over 4 hours. This part is very tricky. You need to basically drift almost everywhere where I drifted as well, because if you don't, you would would be just too slow in the combo chain. You brake in most cases. Like if you're absolutely on the limit, if you are driving really perfectly and have a super ideal racing line, then it's actually rare that you need to slide, because if you do drive perfectly with a very ideal racing line, you are in the most cases really quick enough between those cone pairs without the cone chain braking. That was that. 14,921 points. Okay, so that was the cone challenge, and the next one is the second overtake challenge in the game. This time in Stockholm, not in Moscow, and this time in the third series of the game, in the Coupe Series in Stockholm. I'm using again the BMW M3 because outside of the cone challenge it's the best car, although it might even be the best car in the cone challenge too. Actually, it depends on your driving style. If you like a very stable car like the Audi R6, then it's the better car for, I mean, pretty much any challenge in the series. And if you just like just a tad more speed and a little bit of tail happiness, then the BMW is the car to go. It's a little bit more fun, for sure. So, if I counted right, we overtook 2 cars by now. This overtake challenge is slightly longer, should be slightly longer than the first one from the last series in Moscow with the Porsche Boxster S. So there's the third car we overtaking, Toyota MR2. Before that we overtook the Mazda MX-5 and also the Toyota? I haven't seen it now. Maybe the Audi TT. Probably the Audi TT. So yeah, this track isn't as easy as it looks though. In general it looks, in the replays, like, or for a viewer it looks always much easier than it is, because this whole part in the last like 30 seconds is a very bumpy part of the track, where you need to counter steer all the time. Alright, fourth car, the BMW Z4 we've overtaken now. And there's already the next one, the fifth car. Which we will definitely get on this straight, very long straightaway, where we can play our muscles. The Z4 again, in black. Yeah, there was some nice cornering. I've done that pretty well. It was almost ideal, basically. Pretty much perfect. So here, this is the part which is very bumpy. I mean, you can see it a little bit, but the car is really jumping around and you need to do a lot of counter steer. And here too. Yeah, there you can see it. It gets very easily very unstable. The angle and the speed and the throttle and braking input must be just right. So this should be the sixth car, if I did count right. I'm not sure though. There was the Honda S2000 in beautiful yellow. Also very good car, just a great car, very good looking, good sounding, and revs up to 8,500 RPM. Yeah, what a car. Okay, the long straightaway again, where we have the big advantage, and this should be the last car. And of course it's the fastest one, the Porsche Boxster S, in which we did the first overtaking challenge in the streets of Moscow. Nice detail with the tram in the background, and that was it for this race. So the next round is in Stockholm again, only one lap this time because it's the hot lap, the mode I was talking about earlier. in the beginning of the video. Well, yeah, just as the name suggests, it's just a hot lap, and regularly a hot lap is one lap around the track. This is what you do. Took the BMW obviously again. Again, it's the best car. On the track itself, I was pleasantly surprised. It isn't too hard. This track layout was rather forgiving in a way, if you want so, and not too difficult to drive. I believe I did this challenge the first try or the second try, so yeah, not too hard. Okay, so the next race is yet again in Stockholm, and yet again we're taking the BMW M3 as our car of choice. And this time is a street race against 6 opponents, if I counted correctly. Yes, Mazda RX-8, Honda S2000, Audi TT. What was there again? 6 or 7 opponents. Here's the 350Z or Z. What was English? What was American? Z or Z? Comment below. Then the Audi RS6 overtook this, and now is the nemesis of the race. Obviously, our brother, the second BMW M3. There I lost my clean race bonus, because if the game does this sound and the K on the right upper hand corner of the screen, which stands for kudo points, turns red, then that means that you have, well, quite severely bumped into a wall or an opponent, and if you do this once in a race, you'll lose your clean race bonus of 250 points. And there it was the second time. Not too bad though. Oh, a new track layout in Sweden. Very beautiful. Enjoyed it in general rather a lot, the tracks in Sweden. Really cool tracks, like beautiful architecture, good flow. Not too hard, but certainly also not too easy. Good challenge. Great track design, definitely. There are other cities in the game you will see later, which well, they definitely do not have such a good flow as the tracks in Sweden. Especially Shanghai it was. I believe it was Shanghai in China. Yeah, I didn't like those tracks too much, honestly. And the tracks in Chicago, they were cool. I like Chicago as a city. I don't know why I like its flair. I always liked it in the movies and stuff. I can tell you why. I have never been to the US. I have never been in the USA, so I don't know why. But yeah, it always appealed to me. But from the driving flow itself, Chicago wasn't as bad as Shanghai, but possibly the second worst city in terms of driving flow. Gained already 1,222 kudos points, which isn't bad. But getting back to the clean race bonus, while 250 points isn't huge, it is quite a considerable amount for a single race. Like if you realize that you do over 100 races in the entire Kudos Championship, and if you would really put effort into it, then you could do roughly 100 clean races. That would be 25,000 extra kudos points, which is a lot. So yeah, it's from time to time it's definitely worth it to not be too dirty in the driving, as I am too often, I think, and just get that extra bonus of 250 points. Although there are races like this one where it's certainly not impossible. Oh, cool camera. But still very difficult to get the clean race bonus because the tracks are pretty bumpy. By the way, this track is, at least in German, called Insel. Hello guys and welcome to part 4 of my PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. We're starting the new series, which is the SUV series in Edinburgh with a hot lap, and we're using a Porsche Cayenne, not Panamera, as I stupidly proclaimed in the last part. So yeah, a hot lap, it's quite difficult. I needed definitely more than 10 tries. Tricky track, new location, Edinburgh. Yeah, well, very twisty. It's a little bit of jumpiness in the two, so you really need to pay attention here. We are already almost through. In this corner it's important to take a lot of speed, you know, as much as you can. That was okay, not that speedy, but it's important because you have this long straightaway until the finish line, and we're through. Alright, the next challenge is the Lightning Machine Speed Trap Challenge / Speed Trap Challenge, again with the Cayenne, again in Edinburgh, and in the rain this time. So in this challenge it's very important to use manual gearing because it's very tough. I actually believe it is the hardest speed trap challenge in the game. So what's important is that you take the corners just absolutely perfect, like as quick as you can, not too much sliding, you know, being very exact, having, well, basically the exact same line I used. And if I, like, this is the shade, you can't see it, but I believe it was important to go into the third or fourth gear before the last corner you just saw here, so that you would have enough speed. And I barely made it, like barely achieved the speed that was needed. Okay, alright, so the next challenge is a street race, and I'm just checking which speed was needed in the speed trap challenge. Just let me take a look. Alright, 185 kilometers per hour, and I barely made it. Okay, so next race, again, it's in Edinburgh. It's a street race. Oh yeah, my dark red Cayenne Brava did a mistake. And now we're hunting down the white one through the narrow streets of Edinburgh. Not too difficult though, this race. Admittedly, it was one of the easier races. The opponents tend to do quite a bit of mistakes during the race, especially in the corner you just saw where the other red Cayenne did a mistake. They like to do that, so if you don't repeat their mistake, it's easy to pass them. Alright, what a nice head-to-head on the straightaway, and we're through. There we go. He did that well, but I believe he will crash now in a second in the next corner. This is the corner they always crash out. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this part is really tricky. The car gets quite jumpy, you know. You need to counter-steer a lot. This section I always liked. And now the tough corner. This is the exact spot we just saw in the speed trap, except it went to the left one corner before this one. The S-curves here, you drive for them I mean, almost in every single Edinburgh challenge, weirdly enough, one spot that you drive very often, and this straight is used also quite often. I once saw a video where someone was comparing this track with this long straightaway you just saw with Forza Horizon 4, which is set in the UK or in Great Britain too, and there is like this pseudo replica of Edinburgh, and weirdly enough this guy was able to recreate this track or a similar track from this game in Forza Horizon 4, and they were very similar, and at parts they were identical. I found it to be pretty cool. Also a place, by the way, I would like to visit one day. This is definitely on my wish list. And we're through and got us some 1,265. So, the next race is set in Edinburgh, yet again, quite overused, this location in the SUV series. It seems, obviously we would be using the Cayenne again, and because it's a head-to-head in the game, obviously will give you the class-leading car in a head-to-head challenge to fight against, to drive against. We are obviously fighting and driving against another Cayenne, as the Cayenne is very much the class-leading car here, just as the Porsche Boxer S in the second series was in the Sports Convertible series. All in all, you could say that in this series and the SUV one, in the fourth series, the German automakers are dominating quite a lot, with here obviously the Cayenne and also with the BMW X4 or 5, I don't know what it was called, and the Mercedes-Benz AMG something. The models from 2002, 2003 and 2004 time frame, somewhere around that time, because the game released in, I believe it must have been 2004. At the earliest 2003, but I'm pretty sure it was 2004. Basically around the year before the Xbox was dropped for the 360, which released 2005. So yeah, the Porsche, as many Americans say, which I really don't like. Like, let's make something clear. This automaker is called Porsche. This is the only way to say it. Like if you want to say it like a true German, you would say Porsche. Very easy. Some say Porsche. They pronounce the R rather hard, like a Latino or like a Eastern European. Some would say Porsche. This there you could say, or it pronounced the R like a typical French. Basically, you're getting some education here. The R mostly by most Germans is pronounced like it is in French. Like the French word would be travailler, and a Russian would say travailler. Okay, so the next challenge is the beloved and hated and feared at the same time cone challenge, and this time and finally in a new location, not completely new, but for the series, in Florence. This time it's 2 laps again, as all slalom cone challenges are from the second or third championship series, because they started with 1 lap and they heightened it to 2 laps, and this is what it stays for the rest of the game, the 2-lap challenge. Okay, very obviously again using the Cayenne as it's the fastest car, and drifts rather well, accelerates greatly, brakes well, handles great. This drift was rather needed in that lap, otherwise your combo with brake, here possibly too. You're never like wrong in sliding and drifting at these challenges as long as you do not lose too much speed, because the slide and drift will prolong your combo and give you more points, and thus heighten the chance of well, achieving the target. By the way, the target for this challenge is 13,000 kudos. So this is a very fast, tricky section. Not that tricky, but rather fast, rather quick. Now here, hard braking, a little drift as to not to break the combo, and full throttle. Pedal to the metal the entire section here. Nice scenery. Nice. And this corner coming up right here, the left-hander here at the cathedral, this is very tricky. Did you see that? I had to brake a little bit more not to hit the cone. If you brake too much, you're definitely breaking the combo because you're too slow. If you brake too little, you're going into the wall or in the cone. And on to the next challenge in Florence with the Cayenne. This time it's a overtake challenge again. The first in this series, I believe. Yeah, it is. One car down, the Mazda MX-5, the slowest car of the game. The second car is the VW Beetle, which I have driven for the first time in GT3, back then on the PS2. It looked kind of fast, but quite honestly, it's still very slow. It looks faster than it is. Okay, 2 cars down. I don't know how many cars you had to overtake here. I'll just check. So that's the 3rd car, I want to see that. I still don't recognize it. Oh, the Mazda RX-8. RX-8. Yeah. The other ones are in close proximity, it seems. We're now taking another Tegra. Oh, that was a little dirty. Seven cars was the goal, so the one in front should be the last one. BMW Z4. That was a good turn. HF Integrale in front of us, taking the Italian legend, overtaking the Italian legend in its home. And the Audi TT, so that would definitely be the last car I overtook in that challenge. Probably had quite a bit of time left. Oh yeah, I remember. This one was rather easy. And we gained ourselves over 1,000 kudos. Nice. Alright, so the next challenge is through the streets of Moscow. And the track is called Kreml 1. Okay, so here we're racing against the Chevrolet, the Ford SVT 150, I believe this is. This is the BMW I mentioned. Again, the Chevrolet and the Ford. And at the front, the 2 fastest cars of this class, the Mercedes AMG and certainly my Porsche. This is it. Ooh, bad cornering there. Not very easy to get right. Here's a quick turn. It's a street race, obviously. In general, most of the tracks from Moscow are high-speed tracks. Their layout is prone to that. Oh, much better this time around. I myself do have, by the way, well, some personal connection to Russia, because my native language is actually Russian, not German. We moved to Germany when I was a little kid, 8 years old. So yeah, I still do speak Russian. I can read it okay. It's like I'm very slow, but I can read it. Writing though is not really. I forgot how to do, well, how to write. I only ended 2 classes in school there, so all of that is pretty much forgotten. My Russian itself is okay, I could hold rather easily an everyday conversation, but when it comes to science or the news or anything of that sort, then I just don't have the vocabulary for it, because I never had it, having only finished 2 school classes, back then. So yeah, I would rank my Russian as my... that was very far from me again yet. I would rank my Russian as... Alright, next race is set in Moscow again. The track this time is called Roter Platz 1, in English Red Square. Well, it's not an exact translation, because Red Square would be something else in German. But anyway, I know that in English it's called a Red Square. And there you have these infamous buildings on the left side at the Red Square. And there the river, which I don't know the name of, I knew but I forgot, and the beautiful churches. Because I really suck hard at geography. Never been my strength, honestly. Which I'm almost ashamed of. Like, I know so many famous or well-known rivers, I don't know them, or even like capitals of countries and stuff. I don't know. Never was my strong point, so to say. Anyway, back to my Russian connection, as Russian is my native language. It's weird when I watch German TV and there is a documentary about Russia. I almost always get this warm feeling in my heart and just watch the entire thing, even if it's like 2 hours long. Maybe I do possess some part of this infamous Russian soul, because I have been born not in Russia though. This is the weird part too, because I myself have never ever been to Russia itself, although my native language is Russian. So any of you who has a little bit of education will know how that can come, because back then the Soviet Union was quite huge. They acquired, if you want so, a lot of countries around themselves, and Kazakhstan was one of that countries where I have been born and partially raised. Yes, in the home country of Borat. And yes, I did watch both movies, and no, life in Kazakhstan is, as you would say in English, is not as portrayed in the movies. Who would have thought, But still, I found them very funny. Russians do like to laugh about themselves. This is like part of Russian humor basically to laugh about your own culture in a criticizing way, so to say, because the Russians are very aware of their faults concerning, well, everything, you know, the state, the politics, the culture itself, you know, the mentality, the Russian mentality, etc., etc. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Anyone who can laugh about himself and doesn't take himself too seriously is good in my book. New track layout here. This straight is very long, used also rather often in the game, also in the challenges to follow. One of my favorite parts in the game. This straight alone, yeah, because I did have some pretty cool fights with my opponents. All of those streets are certainly very, very famous, or any Russian who has ever visited Moscow or who's living in Moscow would know them, but I have no clue. I just know the Red Square and the river beside it. That was it. Oh, and by the way, I didn't even talk about the radio stations in the game. So the game has this cool feature that depending on the country you are driving in, it would play the music of this country most of the time. There are also English songs in Germany, which will follow, in Russia too, when you drive in Russia, but they have a few songs in the native language of the particular country, and so that to me was such a cool surprise, because yeah, I do speak Russian, I do understand it, and driving through Moscow and the Red Square, you know, in this game, and listening to some actually nice licensed Russian music from back then, and from the 90s even they used songs, I believe, was, I don't know, it was such a cool, fun experience. Hello and welcome to part 5 of my Project Gotham Racing 2 Platinum walkthrough. This time it's a new series, as in each part there's a new series, and this part is all about the Pacific Muscle Series. It's the typical JDM cars. All of us car fans know the RX-7 here in yellow, my Lancia 9 in the back, in red the Toyota Supra, and even farther back I believe it was the Mitsubishi GTO. Especially all Gran Turismo fans, well, and Forza fans will know these cars that all of us car fans started to love with the first Gran Turismo back then in 1997. I mean, before 1997, barely anyone knew about these cars. I know that a very long-running car show in America, which is called Motor Week, right? Motor Week. They have been reporting on these cars since the 80s already, I believe. But at the latest, since the 90s, I've seen some of their old footage on YouTube. Good car show. Good on you, Americans. And good for you. Like, lucky you, really. Great car show. Anyway, that's basically the cars you will encounter in this series. Other JDM cars I remember being in the series, in this game, are the Skyline R34, which I am gonna use in later videos. And well, I certainly miss them, because that was very nice. Yeah, typical JDMs, around 270 up to 340 horsepower, as all of them are. And we're driving this time in a new location, which is Hong Kong in China, not Shanghai, as I said in one of my earlier parts, in one of my earlier videos. So yeah, Hong Kong, as I already said in my earlier videos, not really one of my favorites in the game. I mean, in real life, certainly an exciting place, an exciting city, but in the game it doesn't look as good as the other ones, and the flow isn't as good, quite honestly. Anyway, enjoy Alright, so that was the first race, and the next one is situated in Hong Kong again, and we're driving again the same car, the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 8 or 9 this time in yellow, just a little bit of variety. Concerning class-leading cars, there was a Subaru WRX, by the way, as another car of this class. There's no clear winner here, I would say. They are all more of the same and samey in speed and handling. Like almost all of them are all-wheel drive, except the Toyota Supra and the Mazda RX-7. All of them have roughly 280, 300 HP. The only real outlier, as far as I know, would be the Skyline R34 with roughly 340 brake horsepower. Yeah, so you can more or less easily win every challenge by picking any car. So this is the class, this Pacific Muscle Series class, which is the most balanced, if you want, so fairly and evenly balanced, where there is no clear winner in the class, that's for sure. Although there are maybe one or two cars which are, let's say, noticeably weaker or slower around the track, but where the gulf between them and the rest wouldn't be nearly as big as in the other classes of the game, where the slowest car of a given class is so much slower compared to the fastest one that it would never ever have a real chance in any of the challenges of its series against the fastest car. So this is one of the advantages of this series, and the cars are awesome. I love the JDMs. Who doesn't know them today? They're legendary, especially, well, most of the time those models which are featured here, the Lancias, the Subaru WRXs, the RX-7s, the Skylines, you know, the Supras. Which car is missing here though from the important JDMs from real life are NSXs. There is not a single Honda NSX, which is a shame because they are my absolute favorite JDM models, especially the 2003 or 2004 it must be Honda NSX Type R. Oh wow, now I remember something. Actually, exactly this car is in this game, but it is in another class because, yeah, it's quite a bit better, not that much faster, but better around the track than the cars of this class. And the Honda NSX-R is later in the game in the Track Specials series, where it is hopelessly underpowered against the likes of a Ferrari 360 Challenge and stuff. Yeah, ridiculous, but well, the sort of cars. Okay, that's it for this race. So the next race is again a street race, again in Hong Kong, and again 4 laps, and I'm using again the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 7 I just saw. Excuse me, I didn't see it right. So it's neither the 8 nor the 9, it is the 7. And yeah, we're driving again in Hong Kong at night. Not too much changed, except again the color of my car, just for this little bit of variety at least. But later on in the series I'll be picking different cars, and the further we go in the game, or in my series, I tend to choose more often different cars, because the later series will feature mostly, like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 cars in each class that are not too far apart from each other, so there are multiple cars with which you can rather easily do a platinum. So that's why I opted to choose different ones, just for a little bit more variety in the videos, and well, during the gameplay obviously too. I remember back then in 2003 when, or 4, but I believe it was 3, maybe even 2002, yeah, 2002 or 2003, the Lancia Evolution 7, which I'm driving here, was introduced, and there was so much hype behind it, you know. And it was also one of the star cars in Gran Turismo 3, which released in 2001, and many later games. So I know in the press, in the auto press, in the car press, it was extremely hyped. It set a new record on Nordschleife for a specific type of car, I guess. I don't know, all-wheel drive, families type of car, like 4-door car, I don't know. I just know it won a lot of awards, and one of the awards was for best handling, which I absolutely can't understand, but because I remember it to drive absolutely stellar in all of the games I have driven it, like in any Gran Turismo, Forza, Project Gotham Racing, and all other games I've driven it in. It was always basically perfect. The RX-7 is still kinda looking like the class-leading cars, although it's barely quicker than my Lancia, the WRX, or the Supra, or Skyline R34 for that matter. But yeah, maybe it has a slight edge. It's considered as the best JDM, the fastest JDM by many. Like, obviously, again, just a little bit, just this tad little bit, but yeah, it is considered the quickest by many JDM fans. The Lancia 7 itself, and it's like, it was a new look, a new facelift, a separation from the earlier generations, and this look you see here on the Lancia 7 was consistent until the 9th generation. With the previous generations, it was that the Evo 6 and 5 looked almost the same, and prior to that, honestly, not sure. I believe the 4 was quite similar to the 3rd generation, but there was still like a noticeable departure in design. And again, the 5th and 6th generation basically looked the same, and this was the case also for the 7th, up until the 9th generation. Then the Lancia Evo 10 came out in, well, that's some years ago. I don't know, honestly, maybe 2009, 2010 was the first model. I know it's featured in Gran Turismo Sport. Yeah, it's also an absolutely phenomenal car. They're just extremely stable, very easy to drive at the limit. I've uploaded some videos of that on my channel, GT Sport. If you're interested, you can check it out. So next up is the feared, hated, and beloved at the same time Cone Challenge. This time I opted for the Skyline R34 because it's quite a little bit more drifty than the Lancia, and as you already know if you follow the series or know the games, it's very helpful and often necessary and important to drift and slide between each cone pair, as to hold the chain combo, as to not to let it break. This time we're driving in a new location, by the way, which is Yokohama in Japan. Here is very important to drift, but not to lose too much speed as you need it for here, as to not to let the combo break, the chain combo break. Anyway, this is a new location, and this particular cone challenge is definitely one of the easiest in the entire game. There will be other Yokohama cone challenges, both in the Kudos Championship we are playing, which is the game mode of the game, and also in the cone challenges of the arcade mode. The Kudos target for this challenge is, by the way, 4,250 points, and now look what happens before I get my clean race bonus, which is shown here weirdly. I didn't have enough, and because so the next challenge is a hot lap in German called heiße Runde. And I opted for the Skyline R34 because I don't know, I felt it was the fastest car of its class, although many players of the game said it was either the RX-7 or most gamers said it was actually the Lancer 7 I used in the early videos. This is by the way all of the hot lap, it's just this one a little late. And let's get right into the next race, which is again in Yokohama, and I'm using again the R34 as my favorite JDM car in this game, except the NSX Type R, which is in another car class, in the Track Specials series, car class. And as in this challenge, which is a head-to-head challenge, as you can see, we are driving against the Mazda RX-7. Possibly the 2002 model, possibly the Type R model. Is there an RX-7 Type R? This is not how it's called, right? Yeah, I think so. It possibly is. It's definitely one of the fastest RX-7s ever built, that's for sure. And the game probably thinks it is a class-leading car, as it lets us race against it in the head-to-head, and normally the game chooses the class-leading car as the head-to-head duel and rival. I still only 2 or 3 tries for this one, so while he isn't perfect in his driving, the opponent, the rival, is pretty darn quick. What a shame, that would have been a beautiful corner. And my clean race bonus is gone. Look at him go, the RX-7, like he's attacking me almost every corner. That was a nice corner here, yeah. Clean line, 7 Kudo points for the clean line. Saubere Linie, sauberer Abschnitt, clean, and on 2 wheels. Apparently I've driven on 2 wheels. For that I got Kudo points too. Yeah, again 25 points for the clean part, like the clean part of the race, and 100 points for the quickest lap of the race. Let's get right into the next challenge, which is a street race, 2-lap street race in Yokohama at night. And this time I opted for the Lancer Evolution 7 again, because it's a little more forgiving and stable than probably any other car of this class, except the WRX, which I believe did not use a single time. But I did drive it later in the game. I'm not gonna reveal what type of video I'm gonna upload where it is featured, but it's a little special. I created. Not gonna tell what it is until we see it later in the year. I believe I gotta count. Well, in a few months' time, it will be one of the last videos I'm gonna upload of this game. Or possibly the last video. We'll see. This is a very cool configuration in Yokohama, by the way. I like this corner a lot. And this here too, although it is very highly technical. Look at this. Now with these cars, it's easy to go through here because you can basically go through their full throttle. But later, and you will see that in my videos, when you're driving on this configuration with the really quick cars, like the supercars, the hypercars, then this corner is like a death trap, you know? Like the chicane of death in Dragon Trail in GT Sport, or this one very tricky chicane on SSR 11, it should be called, in the Gran Turismo series, which was featured in, well, that was very dirty of me, but not intended, honestly. Anyway, which was featured in GT1 in GT3 and no other GT as far as I remember, which is a shame. I hope it will come back in GT7. Oh man, I would love this track with the new graphics, ray tracing, you know, the reflections on the skyscrapers and stuff. Oh, that would have been pretty amazing if they would do it. Relatively short race, 2 lap, yeah, almost 1,000 points. Position bonus for coming in as first. Nice. So the next race is again a street race, again in Yokohama, and again 2 laps. And I am using again the Roadster 7, as it is the most stable car of the series. Oh, nice pile up here. Taking advantage of it. Look at this huge ass wheel in the back. How is it called in English? I don't remember. It reminds me a lot of the one on SS. Well, special stage 5, right? Special stage 5 in GT3. That was. Man, it looked unbelievable, this track back then when the game released. Running at the silky smooth 60 frames, while this game runs only at 30. And quite honestly, even looking better than this game in general, but this game does technically some things that GT3 does not do and the PlayStation 2 cannot do. Like the Xbox was roughly 3 times stronger, at least its GPU, which was very advanced compared to the PS2's. But the PS2 had a special memory configuration, which made its, what is it called? Video memory bandwidth, yeah, multiple times faster than the most advanced and the most expensive workstations of back then, which is just incredible. And this was the only reason Polyphony Digital, the creators of GT, were able to create this heat haze effect in Gran Turismo 3 and 4, but in Gran Turismo 3 it was the most pronounced, especially on Laguna Seca in the replays, or on one of those Tahiti-like rally stages in GT3, and it just looked so incredible. No other game to this day has made the heat haze effect look so good as GT3 did it on the PS2. So the next challenge is the Speed Trap challenge of this series, of the Pacific Muscle series, in Hong Kong. This time I went for the Skyline. I don't know, I just felt like it. What's important here is not to slide too much, you know, doing it controlled. A little slide like here is okay, but if you slide too much, you're losing too much speed. I reached 191 kilometers per hour. I'm not sure anymore how much was needed. Oh, nice. Clip the wall. It was either 191 or 190, but yeah, again, I barely made it, but because this is the nature of these challenges. The next race is a street race in Hong Kong, a 3-lap race, and again I chose the R34 in white, if I'm not mistaken. Why am I switching between the cars? I don't know. Let's see where this leads us to. Okay, now we've seen the entire field. Nice. Yeah, this is me, already in second place. Good on me. Good, Alex, well done. Good cornering there. Good cornering there. And the R34 in the front, the black one, is really quick. Yeah, that was intended though, I guess. You know, that was too obvious. I can't talk myself out of this one. At some point you're just getting fed up. Oh, this is the same corner from the last challenge, speed trap challenge, just in the other direction. But yeah, sometimes you're just getting fed up with them, with the AI, the rivals, because at some tracks they are relatively easy, and on others they are just, well, almost world class, fast, and you're just lucky and happy when you catch them and can move them out of the way so you can stay in front. Because once you are in front, it's rather easy to hold them back, you know. And as you can see, I don't know if I have had even a single clean race in Hong Kong, because there are so many parts on these tracks where the cars get so jumpy, where you're just driving in a straight line and the car just jumps to the side like crazy into the wall, and you are losing your 250 kudos points. Although that was not the fault of the car, I just counter-steered far too much. That was embarrassing. I lost a lot of points in the process, just as here, but we're still already having over 1,000, almost 1,200 points after the first lap, right? Which isn't too bad. And losing it again. Dang. Well, yeah. I told you that I don't like these tracks too much in Hong Kong. Look at this. Oh. The damage on the cars, by the way, is purely cosmetical. It's not mechanical, which is good, because if it would be, I would rarely win a race, let's be honest. I like how they've done the damage model, by the way. It's rather impressive. Back then, when I played it briefly in a demo kiosk, I was really impressed by it. It had, for back then at least, one of the best damaging models. It's not so extensive. You cannot completely smash up the car or anything. It won't burn, explode, or tear apart in two parts. But like if you smash it up really well with over 200, 300 kilometers or over 200 miles into a wall, like you will see it, and the bonnet is moving then, like it's flapping about, you know, or as you can see the side mirrors are kicked in, if you want so. And well, you can definitely see that the car has gotten some damage. I was always a little bit jealous as a GT fanboy and a GT player and only PS2 owner, because I couldn't play these games, especially PGR2, which in my opinion is far better than the first part and is possibly still the best PGR there is, which is also the opinion of many PGR fans. The other PGR that could rival it, the only other one, is the fourth part, which was also so amazing, and I plan to do a platinum walkthrough of PGR 3 and 4 later down the line in 21. Like I have planned it very well. I've planned it, you know. I want to do it, and there's little chance I'm not gonna do it. This is what I want to say. So yeah, there's that. Man, my driving is just Look at this. Look at this. I just don't like these tracks. And by the way, the worst cone challenge is in Hong Kong, which will be in another car class. This will be something very special, believe me. Anyway, enjoy the replay. Hello guys, and welcome to part 6 of my PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. New video, new car class, Kudos Championship class. This time it's the Convertible, it's the Roadster Series. And obviously we will be using a new car, which in this case is the Shelby Cobra, and which is pretty much a legendary car, but more to that later. So we're driving in Sydney. It's the first race is a hot lap, 2-lap hot lap, which I still don't know the name for. I need to look it up, honestly, so that I will use the right term that is used in the English version of the game. Anyway, the target time, this time I managed to research the target times and let a timer run next to it in my editing software, which I use every time I do a new video, but I am not the super skilled IT person, you know. I'm also in a way lazy when it comes to that, so yeah, sorry that I didn't do that in the first 5 parts. I just discovered it now. I have had already uploaded the first 5 parts before I had the idea to use these functions of the editing videos, so it's what it is. I'm not going to redo them and upload them again. But anyway, as you can see, it's pretty close here, and I had a 41.22 if I'm not mistaken. So already in the second event we have to do the cone challenge, and this time I edited also the target kudos, which are fixed at 5,000 kudo points you have to reach in this 2-lap cone challenge. This is actually exactly the same track, the exact same cone challenge layout we have driven in the very first cone challenge and the very first championship / car series, but this time it's with the Shelby Cobra. Obviously it is much faster than the car we used in the first car series, and it's very tail happy because it's rear-wheel drive, front engine, and is super light, thus its acceleration is also quite extreme. But yeah, it's a phenomenal car, super fun, super drifty, super slidey, more or less perfect for this type of challenge, right? So here again with the drift to not lose the combo. And we're through. So how many points did we get? Okay, now counts the clean. Alright, the next challenge is the street race in Sydney again, and we're obviously using the Shelby Cobra yet again because it is obviously the class leading car, as you just have seen so clearly, because I overtook all of those cars with ease except the one in front, which is the also Shelby Cobra. Behind me is the Caterham, pretty known lightweight Formula type car for the road, which was also featured in GT4, Gran Turismo 4. By the way, the Shelby Cobra was featured in every single Gran Turismo since Gran Turismo 4 Prologue, and then in 4, 5, 6, and in Sport, and will probably be featured in 7 too, which is a good thing because it is a very special car and just amazing car, you know, and it should be basically in every racing game. Yeah, that's what I really think. So this challenge here wasn't too hard. I did try a few times, but once you know the track layout, all challenges, even on Platinum, are very, very doable, honestly. Very few challenges that are not cone challenges and very hard to do. So most are just a thing of patience and practice, basically practicing the track layout. It's always the biggest hurdle. The cars themselves, they're very forgiving. The physics are not even really simcade. I mean, the Shelby behind us just does the same mistake again and again. So the physics are, yeah, they are very forgiving. Oh, and again, same mistake. Without being like purely arcade, like something like Ridge Racer, for example. But they are definitely enjoyable. I very, very much liked the physics system they have set up here. Yet again, wow. It did the mistake literally every single time. The Shelby Cobra behind us. Okay, so the next challenge is a so-called timed run. I just looked it up, what it's called. This 2-lap in a row hot lap is just called a timed run in the English version of the game. So yeah, the target time this time around is a 1 minute 50 second and 500 milliseconds, 50.5 seconds, around Sydney again, which gets a little bit old, honestly, but has a good flow. The tracks are really one of the best, if I think about it, in the game. I like them a lot. And the city itself is pretty amazing. I have never been there. Would also like to visit this one day, and as Australia in general. And I quite honestly like the mentality of the Australians also a lot, because they are not so politically correct like everyone else is. They just went our clean race bonus because I smashed the wall. 250 points less for me this time. Anyway, yeah, I really like the Australian mites, would it be, right? So maybe one day I can visit this lovely country and see some crazy huge ass spiders or something. Maybe. That's my dream. Seeing huge ass spiders that come to get me and attack me. No, I really hate spiders. I'm pretty afraid of them, but no, nonetheless, it would be pretty cool to see one, like it's such a big one. Okay, this track we have driven already a few times in the championship, and well, that was a 150.30 only. Alright, the next challenge is set again in Sydney, and this time around it's a overtake challenge, and I would obviously be using the Shelby. It's the fastest car of its class. I edited the time we have, which is 4 minutes, with a downward running clock, and the target, the number of cars to overtake the target is 7 cars. So we just overtook the first one, which was the Volvo SUV, Volvo X90 or something, I'm not sure. Second one is the Chevrolet SUV. Oh, this part is so cool and dangerous because of that. You can really easily hit the wall and lose your 250 points. If that is not enough, you smash the wall a few seconds later, just like I did right now. Just to make sure, you definitely do not get 250 points for the clean race bonus, because you don't need them. You're just good enough to earn a lot of kudos without those 250 points. So fuck them, right? Right, I don't know how that was not losing 250 points move, because I pretty much smashed the truck, which was the Ford SVT 150, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, this was the third car I overtook, right? I think so. The challenge itself was rather challenging. I needed 2 or 3 tries. Chevrolet yet again, 4th car. 3 cars are left. Oh, and now I remember how this challenge is going to end. Let's say it's going to be close. Pretty close. Ah, can we get this corner better this time? Did you see that? That was so bad. I was about to turn in the wrong direction, then I corrected it and still smashed into the wall. What a dumbass move. Next one is the Mercedes AMG SUV, which should be the 5th car we are overtaking. Yeah, there we go. Now this cool drifty left turn. Yes, that was good. Good line. To carry it to a little speed there. So that was the 6th car, the BMW. We still have a minute or 4 minutes, 1/4 of a time from the beginning to get the last of the 7 cars. And if you've watched my SUV video series, which was part 4 or 5, right? Then you will probably know which car is at the front and why it has such a lead over all of the other cars. Because yes, it is the class leading car of the SUV series, and yes, it is the Porsche Cayenne. It's not Porsche and not Porsche, it's the Porsche Cayenne. And there it is. So, 5 seconds left. How are we gonna do that? Just by smashing it out of the way. Yeah! There we go. So the next challenge is a timed run through the streets of Edinburgh with a Shelby Cobra. Target time is a 2:40, and the challenge itself was pretty damn challenging. I needed many tries. Just look at the speed I'm going through these corners. And look at the lines I'm taking. It's not far away from being very ideal, almost perfect. I don't know how many tries I really needed, but certainly more than 5. Probably more than 10. Oh, this part was so difficult. The car would jump around, smash into the walls. A lot of counter steering needed. Pretty sure this is the exact... Oh, there goes my clean bonus. Clean race bonus. Pretty sure this is the exact same layout you're gonna use in the later races in another series, in the Oldtimer series, where you would have to do a hot lap and not a timed run in the rain with obviously another car. Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same layout. Okay, 119 something for the first lap, so that means if we can uphold the speed, then we will definitely succeed in the challenge. Oh, I was definitely a little slower this time around than the first time around here. That was rather good. Yep, that was quick. Clean line bonus there. A clean line again, and difficult under braking here. A lot of like fine movements with throttle braking and steering is needed in order not to let the car brake out, if you want so. Yeah, and some good lines here. Was a little tad too slow, but still not bad. Okay, well, last corner, 10 seconds left. That was close. And a 39.6 possibly. 39.7. So alright, so the next challenge is a cone challenge again through the streets of Edinburgh, whatever it is called, however you would say it in English. I hope I pronounce it correctly. So yeah, this is again one of the harder cone challenges. I needed a few hours to beat that one, so that means possibly over, I'm not pretty sure, over 100 tries, maybe over 200. Yeah, around 100 probably, because it's a little longer, and I tend to drive the whole lap, at least the first lap, just to better memorize the layout of the track and of the positions of the cone pairs. Obviously, it makes sense. This way you would learn the layout much faster than to restart the challenge every time you hit a wall or a cone or the combo breaks because you're too slow. Like that, you would never learn the layout in time. So it's very important to do a full lap when you're doing a new cone challenge in order to more quickly learn the layout. So that was the first lap. This part here is not too difficult, although I did mess it up a few times. Here was rather slow, and that is like the bare minimum speed you need for this section. You need to be actually a little bit quicker, so I was really lucky here. This turn was pretty cool. You could drift around it like that. The castle in the background looks cool, so if someone in the know is watching, you can comment down below and tell its story. I would like to know. Anyway, so this whole part here, yeah, that's here's where it gets rather difficult. You need a certain speed, especially through here. You need to be really speedy and braking late in order for the cone chain combo not to break. And here too, you need always a certain speed. Here the drifting is necessary so that it wouldn't break. And here again, it just helps. Well, that was close again, and we're through. So the target, 19,225. Okay, smash that one. Okay, the next challenge is a head-to-head in Edinburgh against the Shelby, because it is a class leading car in our Shelby, and we're driving through the rain, through the stormy weather of UK in an open Shelby Cobra, because, you know, why not? This is how we roll. Now I just find it funny, I just find it a little bit weird that the developers wouldn't think about like programming some type of, what would you call it? Well, roof for the car. Although there is one, I believe the Cobra does have that. You can drive it as a coupe, so to say. It uses these old type of covers. That's probably the word I was looking for. And yeah, but still, we're just cool like that. We don't need that. Our car gets wet and messy, but we don't care. Not too difficult to challenge, but it's still a good challenge, you know. As you can see, the average Shelby is rather quick and punting us out of the way. It's just so fun with this car, especially in the rain. You can drift everywhere basically, and it's so easy in this game. very intuitive. Like, the developers did a really good job on the handling model in this game. As soon as you're losing a little bit of speed, your opponent is right there, you know, he's right behind you, and that was so stupid. I lost my 250 clean race bonus points. And there we go. Should be the last lap. Yep. Have fun with the replay. So this time we're driving through a new location in Florence, Italy. This time it's a street race. Oh, there's another Shelby I see, a Caterham, an Ariel and an Opel Speedster, or Vauxhall as they are called in the UK. Two Shelbys actually against us. So half of the field in this race are Shelby Cobras with our Shelby. And Opel is pronounced in German obviously a little bit different. You just say Opel. This is how in German we say it. But anyway, that's not so important. I'm not like it doesn't bother me if someone says it a little bit differently. But with Porsche, it's a different story. I just don't like when people call them Porsche or Porsche. I don't know. It just bothers me far too much, and I don't know why. Okay, that was the first lap. Of course, I did not pay attention again how many laps these were. 2 or 3, I suppose. There's the cathedral on the right side. There it is. And there is its main part on the right side. In real life, it's just so incredibly impressive. I have talked about it in the first or second video of this video series, I believe. But yeah, it's like, it's so impressive. This whole town is really impressive. But the cathedral was something else. I was just not expecting to be so blown away by its sheer size and the, would you say, intricacy, I believe, of its architecture and the fine detail in everything. It was mind-blowing, just as this facade and this one important building on the Piazza di whatever I don't know Italian in Venice, which we visited as well. And you know, you're questioning, like, you're wondering how were people able to build these huge buildings and with such accuracy and beauty and detail in everything hundreds of years ago, before any modern technologies like cranes, etc., etc. Sure, yeah, we all know many people died, so obviously it was bought, if you want so, with the lives of many people, and oh, that was bad. And probably many of those who worked on these buildings did it not out of like their free will. It was probably almost every time forced labor, etc., etc. But still, like, just that humanity was able to build something like that many hundreds of years ago is just astounding, in my opinion. Anyway, the race itself, it's at night. It's not too difficult, honestly. It's a good layout, it's a good track, pretty fun. And this should have been the last lap. Yep, there we go. Have fun with the replay. Okay, here's our speed trap challenge for this series, because there are maximum only one of those in each series. So the target speed are 140 kilometers per hour or 87 miles per hour. And the important thing about this challenge is to use manual gearing, have a higher gear in this turn, use, you know, all the space you have and just send it. Like if it crashes at the end like it did, it doesn't matter. As long as you have reached the required speed. Okay, next up is a street race. 3 laps through Florence. We're driving against the Caterham, the Lotus Elise, the Ariel Atom, I believe, and this weird Renault thing there in the blue from the Renault. Very interesting concept. I knew from my childhood I had these posters with a lot of like data on the cars, and I always wondered what kind of car this is, and it has very rarely been featured in other racing games. As far as I know, not even one Gran Turismo or Forza, that was close, had it once, but there was a game called, pretty sure it was called Roadsters, at the end of the 90s, 99 or maybe even already 2000 it could have been. And this game released on the PlayStation 1 and Dreamcast, and it sucked. I never bought it, fortunately, but I know that it was pretty bad. It reviewed very, very badly. A nice view in the cathedral, and this huge tower next to it. But yeah, the game was really bad. It apparently had very bad handling, and it obviously, even for the time back then, had very bad graphics. You could see that even on the Dreamcast. Just not a really good game. But yeah, apart from that, and Project Gotham Racing 2, apparently I don't know any other racing game that featured this weird Roadster Renault concept thing. Okay, obviously the Yaris Shelby would be the one to follow us. Nice, just all the space again. All the other cars are much slower, probably already over 10 seconds behind. This is just such a cool location because I haven't been there in real life. And you just recognize so much, and you just know how cool this city is. I mean, it's not cool, it's just beautiful. It's so impressive and everything. It is located in Tuscany, Tuscany in English, Toscana in German, and possibly other languages, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it is in the region of Tuscany, where also Pisa is located, and Vinci. We did a one-day trip from Vicenza, which is in the north, to the south. Like, it's not in the south, but it's in the south looking. When you're driving, starting in Vicenza, you would need to go to the south. And we visited Florence, the city we're driving in right now, Vinci, and Pisa, and all on the same day. Vinci is obviously the hometown of Da Vinci, and we visited even his house where he lived back then. Apparently, I was standing there, like next to his house, and looking down into a field, if you want so. And I was just thinking about it. I was, in that moment in time, I was having the view he was once having when he lived there. So it was kind of cool to me. It was a really nice experience I wouldn't want to miss. Hello and welcome to part 7 of my PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. This time it's a new series, of course, because it's a new part of my video series, and the new car series / Kudos Championship series is called Classic Series, because as you can see already, it's about classic cars. The text that you've seen at the beginning of the video alludes to the end of the video, because this series features the most special race I have had in this entire game, because it was just so close and it was amazing. Well, you will see at the end of the video. You can of course skip forward, or we'll see it at the end after having seen the rest of it. Anyway, the first race was a hot lap, and welcome to the next race, which is in Barcelona again with the Ferrari. This time around it's the timed run, so 2 hot laps in a row. And there's the target time at the right bottom of the screen, and the timer running on the left side. There goes my clean race bonus. As you can see, it's a very short track to drive 2 laps around it in 47.3 seconds, which is the goal, the target time. The Ferrari 265 GTB is, of course, the class leading car of its car series, which is the Classic Series again. Although, well, I'll tell you in the next race who the really class leading car is. Okay, so the next challenge is a street race in Barcelona, of course. And of course, we're using again the 265 GTB. There was an old Porsche. Was it the... No, I forgot what it was called. This is the E-Type, Jaguar E-Type in front of us. And really at behind us, the red one was the Ferrari Dyno 246 GTB. Is it called that way? And at the front is the legendary Italian Lancia Stratos, or in Italian probably pronounced Stratos, I guess. Anyway, it's a small track, not too technical this time around, I believe. Oh, he's not a mistake, and I'm capitalizing on it right away. Yes, we're through. Anyway, I wanted to tell you what the actual class leading car is. It's another Ferrari, but which was not accessible to me at this point, because it was behind a game content unlocking mechanism. In order to get the car, you would need to have, I believe, all silvers or golds in all the events of the Kudos Championship we are playing for. So yeah, there was no way for me to acquire the car and to use it. It is, by the way, the Ferrari 250 GTO. It should be called, if I'm not mistaken, and it was even a little bit quicker than this Ferrari here. The Stratos isn't too bad, especially in the corners, but yeah, the Ferrari is still the faster car. The Porsche you will later see isn't too bad. But maybe next challenge is set again in Barcelona, and it's the 275 GTB Ferrari I just saw. This is a head-to-head against the Porsche I was alluding to in the last race, the Carrera, whatever. And well, while it's possibly the best handling car of this series, it's not even the second or not even the third, and probably not even the fourth fastest car in the series concerning acceleration and top speed. Thus it is pretty much hopelessly under advantage, or no, disadvantage on this track because of the long straight you've just seen. This is a highly technical section where it very quickly gains ground on you, and this is one of those extremely technical corners where you need to go really, really close to the wall in order to maximize your speed. And my driving isn't all that great here yet, and he's taking advantage of that immediately. Damn, did you see his move? What a dickhead. Okay, let's go hunt him down on the straight. And then another somewhat comparable to the Ferrari, at least around the track car, is the Jaguar E-Type. It's really not bad. It's probably the third fastest, all-around fastest car for this class, after the two Ferraris, the 250 GTO and this 275 GTB. And after that, after the E-Type, I believe, all in all, would be this Porsche that is hunting us down right now, the Carrera, the old Carrera. Okay, now this was much better this time around. And there we go, that should be it. Alright, new location, new car, completely new car, first time ever using it. We're driving a hot lap in Edinburgh with the Jaguar E-Type in, of course, English British racing green. Yeah, I believe this is what this color is called, like on the car, the paint job. At least I hope so. I know this color exists. I learned it in Gran Turismo or somewhere else, I don't know. Target time is exactly 1 minute, which was absolutely not easy to beat, especially not with the Jaguar, because the Ferrari is quite a bit better. Like on a track like here, on a 1 minute track, it would still be probably 2 or 3 seconds quicker. But I really wanted to do it with the Jag, because, well, we're in Great Britain and, you know, it had style. Anyway. Okay, next race or next challenge is the feared and beloved Kudos Cone Challenge. And I'm using the E-Type again. We're driving through the streets of Edinburgh. 2-lap cone challenge, of course. And yeah, again, it was very, very important to me to use the E-Type in British racing green because it has style and class. Driving with this car through one of the most British towns there is probably. And well, it made it for me a lot harder, because with the Ferrari it would have been a lot easier. It's just, well, noticeably quicker. I probably needed again, I don't know, 3 hours for this challenge, and this is basically, if I'm not mistaken, the first cone challenge where it's not enough to have a perfect 2 consecutive perfect laps without breaking the chain combo even once, because if your average speed is just not high enough, you simply won't have enough kudos to beat the target of 11,850 kudo points, which sucks because there were multiple times where I have driven the perfect run and simply still did not have enough kudos, so I needed to try again and again and increase my speed or somehow do more combos, like by drifting and having better lines, because a clean, good line gives you also another combo. Like if you look at the right top of the screen, the yellow where it says combination, the more combinations you have, the higher your kudo count. And I believe it was only 1 lap. Oh yeah, it was. Next challenge is set yet again in Edinburgh, and I'm obviously, of course, using the E-Type again. This time it's the overtake challenge, and I believe it wasn't too difficult. The target of cars to overtake is 7, and what did I have, 250 or something at the beginning on the clock, so yeah, 2.5 minutes left to overtake 6 further cars. The first one I didn't really notice. The second one is this weird Renault Roadster concept thing, which I so politely pushed to the side. The next one would be the Volvo SUV. 3 cars down, only 4 left. Well, there was a nice two-wheeler, which ended badly in the wall, and me losing the 250 kudos for the clean race. Nice two-wheeler again. Okay. The next car is already on the horizon. Should be the Chevrolet SUV. Nope, it's the... Oh yeah, it is the Chevrolet SUV. Finally passed it. 1.5 minutes left. 3 cars left to overtake. Now I really do not remember how quickly I did this challenge, how much time I had left. I suspect I didn't have really much time left. So the next car is the Ford SVT. Yep, that was necessary. I mean, they're so huge, they're blocking the entire road anyway, so... Well, it was good driving by me. Look at that, nice. Oh, 2 cars left. Yeah, sure, makes sense. The Lotus Elise, another British favorite of mine. Just such great cars. I love all Lotuses, especially the Esprit, of course. Mio amico, you know who you are. And the last car, the Caterham, in British racing green too, like I am. Okay, so I had roughly 15 seconds left when overtaking him. Not too bad, not too shabby. And we're through. Okay, so the next challenge is a head-to-head. Again in Edinburgh, in the rain this time. And we were driving against the Ferrari 275 GTB. Huh, look, that's weird. So the programmers gave the E-Type a roof and a covering in the rain, but the Shelby didn't get one. So was Bizarre Creations a British developer? I don't know. Is this here some British bias going on? You know, the poor American Cobra was getting all wet, and the E-Type can continue in the drive. It seems a little bit unfair to me. I don't know. You know what? Just let me Google a quick note. Oh, I am reading. Bizarre Creations Limited was a British video game development studio based in Liverpool, best known for their racing title Metropolis Street Racer and later PGR. Okay, so I guess we solved that mystery, huh? We got you, Bizarre Creations, we got you. Well, yeah, I'm kidding. Let the German try to be funny. Okay, next lap, last lap, I hope. Did I lose my clean race bonus yet? I don't know. Good line, good combos. Oh, that was a beautiful line. Nice, almost 100 points. he's not too far behind. But again, he's driving the faster car, so yeah. What I noticed when driving this car is that, you know, many of the racing games there, they do get the handling characteristics right. What I'm trying to say is that the characteristic of a car is almost always the same in each car game you're playing, but the physics themselves, the physics models, they are different, of course. Like in this game, it's very forgiving, quite arcadey, you know, and in Gran Turismo, while not being a true simulation or a hardcore simulation, it's certainly much closer to the real deal than this car is. But the characteristics of the car, they shine through in both games, you know, and I kind of find it fascinating that, well, that would be the case. It's just something I noticed. So this is the part where I'm kind of strong, mostly. Over 1,000 points already, nice. Well, 9. if you read it in the right hand corner. Again, 9. That's the German scream, you know, the German angry scream. 9. If you hit a wall. Yeah, the Ferrari's like, okay, it seemed a little bit excessive, but anyway, we won, so F you, and we through, have fun with the. So we're back at Barcelona, and using this time for the first time the 911 Carrera, the old Porsche. This time it's a hot lap, 46 seconds, very short track, but very technical. It was a really fun challenge. I absolutely wanted to do with the Porsche, and I needed to try, I don't know, for over an hour, I believe. Because you need to be very hard on the limit of the Porsche in order to beat the time. Very technical corner here again, taken almost perfectly. And now comes up also a very, very technical corner combination, which I did okay, a little too slow, but without a wheel it's very difficult. With the controller, the old controller, Xbox controller I played on an original Xbox, it was difficult. Anyway, I did a 45.81 if I... So we finally got our speed trap challenge using the 275, because all of the other cars were too slow. I tried and just wanted to see what they can do, you know, but no car, not even the Jaguar, was capable, like not at all, no matter how you would drive, to beat the target of 218 km/h or 135.5 miles per hour. But the GTB, it could do it barely. I believe I hit 218, exactly 218 or 219. So yeah, that was that. So this is the race, guys, the race I was talking about at the beginning of this video. The best race I have ever had in this game. Man, it was difficult, but very, very fun. Very enjoyable. I like to set myself from time to time some artificial challenge, if you want to. This move of the dyno helped greatly, as you have seen. Like, really, no sarcasm, it helped me greatly. It gave me 2 seconds probably, which I really needed, because if I wouldn't have gotten them, I probably would have won the race, as you will see in the end of this video, of this race, because this is the last race of this car series, by the way. So yeah, we overtook the other Porsche and the Ferrari dyno, and at the front in red. Ooh, no, don't let me lie. Yeah, this is the 250 GTO, the really class-leading car, the fastest car of this class in acceleration and handling and top speed. It is almost everywhere the best, or very nearly the best. So all in all, it is the best car. And it just overtook the Jag. So my hope for this race, I had to restart it again and again. I tried for hours. Was that my beginning was really quick, which it was this time around, and that the 250 GTO, the red one, would be held up, which is again the case here. And after that, so we are in the second lap by now, and hunting down the Jaguar E-Type, which is also quicker than the Porsche, as I already told. And well, there we go. Use the better handling of the Porsche. Why am I saying Porsche myself? I'm being brainwashed by international pronunciations. Sorry, enough of the red. Porsche. Anyway, so yeah, we were hunting them down, and my hope was really that the white 275 GTB would stay in front as long as possible, because like that it could hold up the quicker 250 GTO, the red one. And again, this was the case. So here the GTO, the red one, tried to overtake, and they slightly collided. They like to collide exactly here at this spot, but unfortunately it overtook the white one, the 275, and well, I feared the worst. I thought it would just drive away into the distance, but still hoped that the 275 would somehow keep it up. And this is exactly what happened in this corner. It probably got out of the slipstream and set itself in the front. Look at that. And I'm almost overtaking a 250 GTO. Although the Porsche is like hopelessly disadvantaged. It's like, look at this. I'm driving in the slipstream, and it's as if I would be standing. So the technical corners here again, the long quick corners, also rather suited for the Porsche. Now this corner I tend to do quite well. I believe we have 1 or 2 laps left. Over 1,000 kudos points by now. Here much quicker than the Ferraris. Late braking, better turning, but better cornering. This very technical section I was okay at it, but not that great. So here comes the long straight again, and man, I was just hoping they would shoot each other off the track. Otherwise, I just wouldn't stand a chance. It would be basically impossible. Now look what happens. On the left side, there was the GTO, and then now the white 275 GTB. Now look what happens. Now look what happens to my car. I'm moving from that left to the right, uncontrollably. I just tried not to lose control, and here's a little slow-mo of that. It begins here already. I just tried to somehow keep control of the car, which was really difficult. As soon as it starts, swaying left to the right, it was really difficult to catch it. And then I just caught it in the right moment when the turn came and could drive over the line and take the win. I mean, it was so exhilarating in that moment. It was incredible. I just screamed like an idiot. Because I was trying for probably over 2 hours, and winning this race, the last race of this series, and such a move was just incredible. It was just super fun. Anyway, enjoy the replay. Now let us check this out in slow-mo again. Here's the car swaying already, back and forth, left to right. Anyway, we only got 10 seconds left. I really hope you enjoyed this one, and if you did, like, comment, subscribe, all that jazz, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back to my PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. New video means new series, and this new Kudos Championship Series / car series or car class is called the Sports Coupe Series. So yeah, the first race is a timed run. I put a downtime, just a downtimer that makes things easier. Then I don't have to write down the target time. The target time is the time that it is shown at the beginning, obviously, logically. So yeah, that makes it a little bit less complicated. Anyway, we're driving through the night in Stockholm and using obviously a completely new car we haven't used yet because it's a new series. The car is a TVR Temora, and apparently this is the class leading car. Before I used it, I used a lot of other cars for this challenge in the expectation that they would be the fastest, but by far the best car of this class. Like, not really by far, but still noticeably the best car of this series is indeed this TVR Temora. Well, the Temora, small, nimble and very fast, as all TVRs are. In my opinion, all TVRs punch above their weight, and the Temora is no exception here. Oh, it's a free lap thing. Alright, 50 seconds left. Let's see how much time will be left at the end of this lap. Track itself isn't too difficult, although here the car likes to get jumpy. You need to be really careful with the throttle and take the left lane, as I did, or else the car just jumps around because of how the road is built, and you're flying into the wall. But if it doesn't, I make sure to do it myself, like here, in order to lose my 250 clean race bonus points, as always. And well, now we're coming to the start-finish line. Only 3 seconds left. That was a really close one. Yeah, 0.03 seconds left. Okay, so the next race is a overtake challenge, and this time we are using the Morgan Aero 8. Target cars to overtake are 5, as displayed at the right bottom corner of the screen. At the time was, what was it, 230, 235 or something. First car down, Toyota 2000 GT. The Morgan Aero, by the way, is a very impressive car. Very quick, good handling, I believe, but quite twitchy because it's pretty light, if I'm not mistaken. Also, of course, a rear-wheel drive front engine, as it seems. And well, yeah, it's a little twitchy. Second car down, the old Porsche. I don't know the name of. Track itself wasn't too difficult. Sweden at night again in Stockholm. Lost my clean race bonus, of course. So the third car, the Nissan 240Z, if I'm not mistaken. Driven this car the first time in Gran Turismo before. Impressed me back then a lot. Like, for such an old car, for its HP, it really is quick. The Morgan, though, I've never driven a Morgan in another game. Oh, no, I'm mistaken. I did drive it in Forza Motorsport 4. And even there it was pretty impressive because, yeah, apparently they are very impressive cars. In the game, the Morgan is not far off the Temora. In fact, I believe the Morgan was the second fastest car of its class, of this sports coupe class. Fourth car, Lancia Stratos. And well, yeah, so the Morgan is a very potent car in this class, and is barely slower than the TVR. Oh, and the last car is the Porsche Carrera. Alright, with 8 seconds left, we've taken them all down. Okay, so the next race is a street race, and I'm using the Tamora this time around. Okay, first car passed, which was the Cadillac something, Jaguar XKR, Audi RS, whatever, the Morgan Aero 8, and the car I can't remember the name of. I can't memorize the name of. CN or something? No. You will see later in this video. I will be using it. It's also very quick. If I'm not mistaken, the third fastest car of this series, behind the Tamora and the Morgan. Yeah, you can see it's quite competitive. I did Google this manufacturer. I have never seen the car, I have never heard of the name, and I mean, I didn't even find, or I did barely find any info on it on Google. Like, let that sink in for a moment. What kind of rare beast is this? I don't know. Has it ever been really built? Did it ever like drive in reality around the track or on the streets? Do you know? If you do, comment below. I would love to know. Okay, the track layout here is a new one, but it's again in Stockholm in Sweden, again at night. And a little bit longer. Here's the bumpy part again. And yep, there goes my clean race bonus, of course. Well, it's pretty bumpy and twitchy, and after all, really not easy to keep control of the car at these speeds. Again, it looks fairly easy from the outside, like when you watch a video of the gameplay. Nice view on the river. I certainly don't know the name of. And but yeah, if you play yourself, you need to correct a lot of the time, counter steer, etc, etc. It's just not very apparent when you just watch a video. This series, in my opinion, slightly overstayed its welcome. I mean, it's nice cars, but being dependent on the Tamora or the Morgan or this other green car I have talked about just now isn't doing this series any favor, because quite honestly, these three cars might be one of the least attractive cars in the entire game, and to me, playing these games, it's often about the aesthetics, about the beauty of the cars, and well, let's be honest, they are very, very potent, very competitive, quick cars, but they won't win a beauty contest for sure. Like, look at the Tamora, it looks like a lemon or something. No, it's just, it's not a beautiful car at all. I mean, the TVRs, they were never known for their beauty, and they don't even really look cool in a way like many Lambos do, you know, like the Aventadors, Diablos, Countach, etc. So yeah, I mean, the TVRs have at least their own style. I do respect though. So the next race is a head-to-head, again in Stockholm, again at night, and we are racing another Tamora as the class leading car. If I'm not mistaken, I did try this race with quite a few other cars because I like, you know, to bring some variety into my videos. But yeah, it's quite often it's more or less impossible to win with the other cars. As soon as the leading car of a race would get away a little bit, and they are often then driving the class leading cars, it's, to me at least, it was pretty much impossible to catch them. So I needed to rely on the class leading car often, and in this case it is the Tamora. The Tamora itself I have driven in only one other racing game, I believe, which was Gran Turismo 4. This was the first time I have heard of the car, or I learned about the car, and I remember being impressed even back then by it. Like, it very obviously punched way above its weight. So yeah, that's why I wasn't surprised finding out that it was so competent and competitive in this game also. I mean, my driving is really not the best, but it's striking how quick the AI can be in this game, how human-like again it behaves. That was a close one. Alright, so the next race is set in Yokohama in the rain, and I'm using the Morgan Aero 8 in dark blue, and in these conditions it looks pretty cool, I think. Yeah, I like it a lot. So it's an overtake challenge again 5 cars to overtake in order to win the platinum, and we had what, 2:45 to 50 in time. First car down, which was the Toyota 2000 GT again, like in the first overtaking challenge. And let's see where's the next one. Let's see where the next one is. I can see it's spray, but I can't see what car it is. The Porsche again. Probably the same order as in the first race. Now let's try to remember what was the order of the first race. The Lancia Stratos would be the next. No? The first one was the Porsche. What was the third then? Or was the Lancia the second? Okay, I know the Lancia and the Porsche should come, if it's the same as in the first one. But I just can't remember the third car. Oh, the Nissan, of course. Yes, the third car was the Nissan 240Z, there it is. After that, the Lancia will come, and then the Porsche. Bad cornering there, really bad. It's so cool that you can hear the cars going around the track in the distance. Can you hear that? Yeah, you should, of course. If I can hear that, you'll certainly hear that too. In general, the entire sound design of the game is top-notch, especially the licensed, used music in the radio stations when you drive through the cities, and the music of the particular city and country would be used. So cool. Like Swedish songs I never heard of, or some Chinese songs, and in my opinion most of them were pretty damn good, like fun songs, you know. So we've taken the Lancia down, and only the Porsche is left, only 10 seconds left. Oh. That's gonna be a close one. Fortunately, we have the far higher top speed. And there we go. Alright, so the next race is in Yokohama in the rain again. And this time I'm using the PGR Tamora again, overtaking the Cadillac, the Lexus SC430, then this weird car, the Porsche was the next, and the Audi, Morgan Aero R, Aero 8, and at the front, of course, the TVR, my TVR. The thing is though, I tried this race also with different cars many times. I wanted to win this race with a non-class leading car, but as so often the game puts the class leading car right at the front of the pack, often on the second or first position at the start of the race, and thus these cars have no problem whatsoever driving off into the distance, and while you need to fight yourself, or just through the field. You need to drive through the entire field, and by that time they have a lead of, I don't know, like 5 seconds, sometimes 15 seconds, and you need to hunt down the class leading car on the hardest AI difficulty through the entire race, which is often, even when you're using yourself the class leading car, quite impossible. And in this race it wasn't differently, so I had basically again to use the class leading car, which pissed me a little bit off, because yeah, I myself like a little bit of variety while playing these games, trying as many different cars as possible. But yeah, on Platinum and how the game is set up, it's just not really feasible. The world's best players could certainly do that, you know. I know where my not my talent, but my skill, because I don't have any talent, my skill lies. I'm very skilled in Gran Turismo Sport, but I'm on average, like when I really give it all, I'm roughly 5 seconds on average, depends on the car, away from the world's best players on the Nordschleife, which is a 20-kilometer track. So if you would count that down on a normal track, which is roughly 4 kilometers, so a fifth of that, then that would be 1 or 1.5 seconds on a normal track, which, well, isn't that much time, but in race pace, these are worlds. So the next challenge is one of my favorite ones out of this series, definitely, and the entire game. It's the next Kudos challenge through Yokohama in the dry, thankfully. And finally I could use the Porsche, because I tried to use it in many different other challenges in this series, but it was just not quick enough, really. The Tamora and the Morgan just are too fast. But here, it did work. Certainly this challenge would have been easier with the Morgan, especially with the TVR, but it was, well, to me at least, it was quite doable in the Porsche, although I still needed more than an hour or two to do it. It's 2 laps in a row this time around, though. That's definitely right this time. And well, the layout itself, I mean, it's the Yokohama Cone Challenge. I already told this once. They are they are some of the easier ones in the game, and well, this is the case here too. Although no real slouch like the Cone Challenge in Yokohama with the Skyline R34, that was still very easy compared to even this one. Okay, 1 lap down. As you can see, you don't need to be too speedy. Now, this exact layout will be played again in the arcade mode in the Cone Challenge. Challenges of the arcade mode with another car. I'll upload that at a later time frame in the next months. So here are the drifts important, and here too. Otherwise the combo will break. But here that was close. I was barely fast enough. It was really difficult to do a drift that would prolong my combo, but would not at the same time keep me up too much, which happened many times when I tried to go through these turns. Here, nice and clean, steady. You know, here in this part you really don't need to be too speedy. Yeah, very controlled. And we were almost there. 16,000 is the target. Pretty much smashed that. And with the Porsche, which is pretty disadvantaged because of its lack of speed. Over 18,500, I believe. So, this challenge is the series' speed trap challenge with a speed target of 196 km or 122 mph. So it is only this corner, and important is to do it really cleanly. Take all the space you have and just use all the space you have, otherwise it just won't be enough. I needed a few tries for sure. And that's that. Alright, the next challenge is a head-to-head in Yokohama. And I'm using the RS6, the Audi RS6. Yes, this was one of the very few challenges where I could legitimately use the Audi and have some chance. And only in this corner I could overtake him, and then I needed to stay in front. If I wouldn't get him in this corner, in the very first corner, he would always just drive away into the distance. With, well, the fastest car of the class, with the Tamara. He's done a mistake, obviously. Good for me. I did this challenge so often that my driving actually looked somewhat clean and ideal, as you can see. Which is a rare instance, let's be honest. And he's already behind me. It's just incredible. I mean, my driving again, it wasn't perfect, but not too bad either. Look at this. Well, a family wagon won't really hold its own against a true nimble light sports car. Almost supercar level, actually. Yeah, that was needed, sorry. Now he tried to take a revenge on me, and we both spun out. Nice one. I like this corner. Nice detail with the birds in the background, which are, I believe, 2D sprites refreshing at 15 frames per second or something, and they are like exactly the same in every single city you drive in. But still, nice detail. Also the moving trains in Stockholm or Chicago, I believe, which you will see later on. They tried to make it a little bit more interesting. Okay, yeah, that was really needed again. Okay, so the next challenge is a timed run through Hong Kong. Oh man. 2 laps with the Tamora again. It is the fastest car, and I'm not gonna use any other car for a time run or a hot lap, because those times are mostly very tough to beat. And on this track, like in this challenge, it really was tough. I tried many times. Wow, that was so bad. But the car was jumpy all over again. I tried 6, 7, 8 times, something like that. Well, what can I tell you about the challenge itself? I mean, it's a few weeks ago. I don't remember anything except that, well, you need to practice. Practice makes perfect, right? Just memorize the track layout and use all the space you have. Like here, where I wasn't too far away from the barrier when the corner ended. Did you see this? It was almost impossible to see where to go. This is also like one of the problems, or little number of problems, but one of the problems in this game, because especially in these kind of conditions, and Chicago is very famous for that, if you want so. You have a lot of asphalt and concrete in the shade where the sun doesn't shine, and it's blending all together. It's like you can't really distinguish it from each other, and it just makes it so hard to see where you're going and where you need to go. Just because of that, I have lost many times, many challenges, and it really pissed me off, especially in Chicago during the night. Oh my god, it was infuriating, like really infuriating. I just could not see where I was going. It was so extremely difficult to memorize a braking point because everything looked the effing same, and like you couldn't make out anything anyway. You had no reference where to brake, just from pure muscle memory. And like if you braked half a second too late, you were in the wall. If you braked half a second too early, your opponent would smack into your ass and would throw you into the wall. So yeah, but we'll come to that challenge later. I'll tell more about that if we drive that in the next series, by the way, which will be the American Muscle Car Series. Okay, so how much time left? Slightly over a second, not too bad. Okay, so the next challenge is a street race in Hong Kong, 3 laps, and this is the first and only time I would use the Iceni. I believe this is how it is pronounced. Iceni, Iceni, I don't know. I would say Iceni. And apparently, when I googled this car, it has something to do with some folklore from the British Islands or something. So I would suppose, if I remember it correctly, so I would suppose it's some kind of English automaker, which probably does not exist anymore. I could barely find any info on this car, but I thought, you know, for variety's sake, I would include it at least once in the series, and in this race it was a competent and competitive enough car. Wow, that was bad from me, but yeah, just too much counter steer and right into the wall. Like, look at this, at these tracks. Can you really always make out where you need to go? Like here, where the sun shines, it's okay. But like here again, it's something like it's like everything is indistinguishable from each other. Believe me, if you drive yourself and need to focus on the steering, the braking and the throttle at the same time while looking at the track, making it out where you need to go, as an observer it's always easier. Like this is one phenomenon I myself and many of my gamer friends notice when we play through games together, or just play games together. It's easier to make out difficult things in the video game world, or even like see enemies or something when you're just the observer. But when you play, your brain is at the same time occupied with operating the controller, and it literally takes away basically like computational time, if you want, so from your brain, from the part of observing, and thus it is easier to observe and to see more things when you're just the observer and not the player, not the gamer in the moment. But yeah, what I was alluding to is when you drive yourself for these tracks in Hong Kong and later in Chicago, in the wrong conditions, it's often so incredibly hard to make out where you need to go. Ooh, I got a nice lead over them already, not too bad. I like this corner here though. Ooh, nice light. And this one, and the next for the tunnel. These sections I always liked, but they are easier to drive than the other ones. Bad cornering, really, honestly. Weirdly, I also like this part always. Yeah, some ray trace reflections there going on, huh? To the left. No, of course not. Oh, that should have been a punishment. Anyway, kinda not. But yeah, the reflections done in this game and the overall special effects and the graphics are very, very impressive for an Xbox game. And for the scale, you know, there's a lot of polygons in the scenery, in the background, in the game world. This game would absolutely not have been possible on the PS2, not with major cutbacks, I'm sure. And I was an only PS2 owner and big GT fanboy. Well, never really a fanboy, just a fan. Just like the games a lot, like them the most of all the racing games till this day. Oh, again, my favorite corner here. Yeah, nicely done. But yeah, oh, where did he come from? Wow. Anyway, won the race. So the next challenge is again in Hong Kong, and again it's the street race. This time though I'm using the Tamora, and it's 5 laps, probably a little bit shorter each round, each lap. Of course, a Tamora at the front, and this is why I was using Tamora. Now I remember I tried also this challenge with quite a few different cars, quite a few times, but just wasn't quick enough. The Tamora just has this real edge, this real advantage over all of the other cars. Nice driving. For now. Let's see when I'm losing my clean race bonus. Ooh, that was nice. That was super clean. On the limit. Okay, first lap down. Nice driving. Ooh. I'm proud of myself. For once. Also here, clipping the wall, and just look at this speed and this line. Ooh. That looked almost professional. Nope. Too quick, but didn't lose my clean race bonus. Yet. Okay. The other one is much faster through this corner. Back there. How is he so quick? Same color as me, by the way. But they always sucked in this corner, as you can see. I don't know why. I found it to be one of the easier corners. Oh, that wasn't that great. At least clean. Ooh, that wasn't too bad. But look at how quick he is! What is that? And he pushed me to the side. Well, or he tried to push me into the barrier. More. Rather. Now you're probably nice cornering by me again, and yet he is still quicker than me. Now you probably understand why I needed to use the tomorrow here for sure. He's learning. He was quicker there this time. Okay, kept my clean race bonus. Like, look at him go. Where does he take this speed? In this race you needed to be basically hot lap quick in every single lap. Look at that! And there goes my clean race bonus because of this a-hole. Now the Ichani is hunting me down. Okay, at least we're over 1,000 kudos points. What car is that behind me? Anyway, doesn't matter, I won anyway. Okay, so this is the last race of the series, again in Hong Kong. Again a street race with the same 3 laps, because each lap is a little bit longer than in the last race. Yeah, look at this. Look at how the rest of the field is far behind already after the first turn compared to the leading car, which is also the fastest car of the class. You know, the game does its thing again and puts the fastest car of the class at the front of the field, where it can avoid all of the crashing at the beginning of the race and just drive away into the distance. I even had big problems catching up to it with the same car he's driving. And well, yeah, this is also typical for each class, that the last race would noticeably be the hardest one. You can feel it, like you needed to drive really well in order to have a chance to win. And for now, my driving was actually rather clean, as you can see. Very quick. And I'm still barely catching up to him. That though was shitty. I believe I tried to hit him and failed miserably at that. At least I could catch him here. Nice and clean, but not very quick. Still a lot faster than him, apparently. I don't know how. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Almost 1,000 points by now. Yeah, shame. Good slide. Oh, and even a combo. Nice. Good driving here, but did he catch up? Yeah, of course he did. Okay, this is the section where I was always faster than him, and through there probably too, for this turn. Let's see. Yeah, this time around, that was a lot better. Nice and quick. And we broke the 1000 barrier. Last lap. Let's see what we can do. This is the part where he was very strong. Although my driving wasn't too bad, you know. I'm still far ahead, although that was slow. This is the part where he should really catch up to me. Yep, and there he is. Okay, last turn. Or not. Hello guys, and welcome to my next part of the PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. New video in the new series. This time it's the American Muscle Series, which is very evident by now if you look at the cars. So we're driving a new car, obviously, which is the Corvette Stingray. I believe it's the C2 or C3, but I believe it's the C2. And well, yeah. As in tradition, it is a class-leading car, although there are some other cars, I believe 2 cars, like that in the front, which is the Camaro. No, the Mustang. And this should be the Camaro behind us, which are, well, really not far off, speed-wise, around the track from the Corvette. But the Corvette has the slight acceleration, and even the top speed edge, if I'm not mistaken. So it's obviously also a completely new location, a new city. This time it's Chicago, and we're doing a street race, a 2-lap street race. So I have complained a little bit about Chicago and Hong Kong as the 2 locations in the game, because sometimes it's really difficult to see in the shade where you need to go. Here in Chicago, it's during the day, I would say it's better than in Hong Kong, but during the night you will see that later on, also in other series in future parts. It has a lot of track variations and a lot of spots on those track variations, which are so incredibly difficult to navigate during the night. But so the next race is again a street race in Chicago, again 2 laps, and again using the Corvette, but in a different color this time for this little bit of variation. So as you have possibly already noticed, this series is by far the longest series that I have done and uploaded. And well, I would say that this series just overstays its welcome far too much. I mean, I love me some muscle cars, you know, I'm not a huge fan, but they're cool, you know, they're fun, they are good in acceleration, they're drifty, it's fun using them, but like compare it to the other series with far more interesting cars, which are in general also a lot better to drive. They have been much shorter, and there's no real reason for that, in my opinion. And especially later you will see that in the later parts of the later series where there are amazing cars like the Corvette C5, it should be, Ferrari F355, Ferrari 360 Modena, Ferrari 575 Maranello, etc., etc. In these series will be either not longer than this one, or actually often considerably shorter, and that just doesn't make sense. The progression in the Kudos Championship is somewhat weird. It's just that they made this series here far too long. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why would you not, in the progression, like in the idea of progression, make every series a little bit longer? But no, it's like kind of back and forth, you know, and especially the latest series should be longer than the ones like this, which is the 9th. There are 14 in total in the game, so there will be 5 further parts that I'm gonna upload and release. So yeah, I'm just, you know, I was just a little bit upset about that they would make such an quote-unquote uninteresting series like this so long. The thing is though that the developers heightened the number of events, of challenges per series. In that they were quite consistent, but apparently they just didn't well account for the actual length you would take in time in order to beat them. And this is why the length of the series is like up and down, and there is not really a progression in that sense throughout the Kudos career. Yeah. This track though is also a variation that is used quite often in this series and in the later ones. I have driven this track quite a few times. So the next challenge is a hot lap through Chicago. One lap, of course, because it's a hot lap challenge. Using the Corvette again. I did try with some other cars, but yeah, the Corvette has just this slight edge, speed-wise, and its handling isn't too bad. It's very drifty and slidey, but when you can control that and, well, work with that if you want so, then it's a very good car for every single challenge in this series. Relatively short, far under 2 minutes long, but yeah, it still definitely needed a few tries. Like, it wasn't really easy in my opinion. You did need to have a good line. As you can see, most of my lines here in this challenge are pretty accurate, pretty ideal. I liked again this detail with the tram and the train driving around the city on these heightened railways and tracks. I love that. I love that. In Germany, as far as I know, there's only one city to have that, or well, certainly not too many. The one I know of which has that also is Hamburg. It is one of my favorite cities in the world. I love going there. Unfortunately, I don't live too far away in Hanover, so 90 minutes drive away. Okay, less than a second left by crossing the line. Not too bad. Let's get into the next challenge, which is a head-to-head, of course, against another Corvette as the fastest car of the class, and this time in the rain in Chicago. A rainy, dirty, gray, gritty Chicago. I have alluded to this in one of my earlier videos of the series, but I always had a soft spot for Chicago as a city in movies, mostly obviously American movies, and games like back then on the PS1, Driver 2 had the city as well. And yeah, I don't know why I do have this soft spot for it. Maybe because it is so gritty, because as far as I know, it does have this reputation of this grittiness and a certain harsh mentality of the people living there. I don't know really. This is the impression I had through movies. What do you think? Especially you American viewers, maybe even coming yourself from Chicago, which would be cool. Comment below what's your opinion on Chicago and the mentality of the people living there. I would love to know. So yeah, while these tracks aren't the best in the game and are using obviously a lot of 90 degrees turns as an American city, it's still far better than Hong Kong, which is my least favorite city and well tracks layout in the game. Chicago, in my opinion, does the flow a little bit better, and I like the look of the city a lot more. This is a cool corner where you can like drift to the left and just take it that way. I love doing that. And the other guy in the Corvette is obviously pretty fast. I mean, again, my driving isn't perfect, but far from being bad this time around. And he just keeps up rather easily. Yeah, that was bad though. Shame. My 250 clean race bonus is gone with that. But still doing almost 1,000 kudos. Not too shabby. Man, he's just quick. Come on, can we crack into 1,000? I don't know, I don't think so. It should be at the end already, right? just lost my 50 points. Dang. Yeah. 2 points for a clean line. Alright. Okay, it's not gonna be 1000. Which is fine. So the next challenge is a street race. We're driving again in Chicago, but this time during the night. Of course, using the Corvette again. This time in black for a little bit of variety. And because it looks pretty cool in black, especially during the night. Hot damn. But I smashed it right at the beginning of the race, which sucks. Doesn't look as beautiful anymore, huh? Or so beautiful. Out of my way. Oh, and this is basically the first time you can see what I was complaining about the whole time. And this is the lack of visibility during the night in Chicago. Like, just try to pay a little bit attention to where you can see where I actually need to go, and try to imagine you would be playing that yourself, like where you would need to concentrate on the playing itself and this. Like, look at this. Can you really see where to go? Okay, here it's easy because of the arrows. Here too, but there are often instances on the tracks of Chicago during the night where it's almost impossible to make out where you need to go, really. Or it would be really difficult to guess or to anticipate, even if there are these arrows, because they are in the dark and the only thing you see are the arrows themselves, but not its surroundings, and it's just very difficult to calculate where the braking point, the ideal braking point would be for the car. Or brake spot, braking point sounds a little bit wrong. Although I just noticed that in this track it's okay, you know. Like here it's rather difficult again, but in most parts on this track configuration it's fine. But in the later ones you will see that, well, yeah, it gets a lot harder to see. Oh, there. Clean race bomb is gone. Well, I just spun him very unpolitely. These are my opponents. There. I like this very sharp corner. Last lap. So here at least we're gonna break the 1000 kudos point limit. That's for sure. Someone's right behind me, it seems. Yep, the Camaro. Excuse me, the Mustang. Which is obviously also an absolutely great car. Always liked it in other racing games too. Even in GT Sport, it's great, where it's the Shelby GT 350. Like, the high-end older Mustang, if you want so. But still, it was one of the best, if not the best, old muscle car in GT Sport. I'm gonna upload some Tsukuba hot laps with all of the muscle cars in GT Sport, by the way. And if I think about when I'm gonna upload them in this race, in this video, then I just realized that they are probably, by the time you're watching this video, they are probably already up and you can find them on my channel. Okay, over 1,200 points, nice. Alright, so the next challenge is the second cone challenge of the series, and obviously we'll be using the Corvette again, as it's really best suited, especially for the cone challenges with its driftiness and slidiness. And this time we're driving in a new location, completely new location for the first time in the game, which is the next American city, Washington, DC, which is, well, its capital, by the way. Yeah, right. Not many games featured this city to drive through. As far as I know, the Test Drive Unlimited, Test Drive series did it a few times, but other than that, I don't know any other game to do that. The tracks in Washington themselves are often high-speed tracks, as you can see, long straights, often very wide streets, a lot of space. And this cone challenge was one of the easier ones. There's at least one more cone challenge in Washington in the Coupe Series, and it was also one of the easier ones, so I was happy about that. So, first lap down, here you just need to put the pedal to put the pedal to the metal, yeah. Just drive quick. Put little drifts between them in the corners, as always. Well, that was close. The target is 15,250, by the way, as you can see. Oh, that was close. Almost hit the cone. A little drift here again. This is all full throttle part. So here you just need to be really quick. And you can be. But you're braking hard. Nice slide, and we are already above the kudos target. Coming through the line with over almost 18,000. Okay, so the next race is a street race in Washington again, 3 laps. Relatively long, this race, 5 minutes. And we have 7 opponents this time. Wait, were it more? 2? 6, 7, or 7. And at the front, of course, another Corvette, which I bumped a little bit unfairly. Sorry for that. And there was a rather chaotic race, where the Camaros and especially the Mustangs were very, very strong and put up a lot of competition. I had to fight them basically all race long. The clicking you hear next to the recording is me trying live to securing a PlayStation 5 on Amazon DE, where the sale of the product started 7 minutes ago and the servers just crashed immediately. And I never even saw the PS5 as being actively sold. But, like, don't worry, the scalpers make sure to get every single unit anyway, and this is probably for the next at least 6 months, I would guess. Because of COVID, probably for the next 12 or 18 months, maybe longer, which is great, because, you know, like, I like waiting years for a new electronic device that's been already released. Like every techie, you know, every gamer, we love waiting years for the new product. Isn't that great? And especially if my favorite, by far favorite, new entry of my favorite racing game franchise comes out, namely Gran Turismo 7, I possibly won't have a PS5 in my hands, and this won't piss me off at all. No. I might even go as far and even pay a effing scalper myself. Like, I would possibly sink this low, you know? Forget all my dignity just to play this game. I just want to play GT7, you know, and upload new content of this. This is gonna be my next very big project. GT7, whenever this one launches, maybe 21, maybe 22, in the worst case 23, but I guess it will be at the latest 22. So yeah, this is the clicking you're hearing next to the video, and it's just ridiculous. Almost 10 minutes and the servers are just dead. This track is a lot of fun. Most of the tracks in Washington, or actually all, are a lot of fun. They're very quick, very fast, very wide roads, a lot of room for cornering, for speed, a lot of long straights, a lot of jumps. The Congress in the background there, isn't it the Congress? I'm not sure. Please don't hate me if I'm wrong. I'm not American. Ooh, a lot of understeering going on there. Look at this thing. It's just so wild. But very fun. Very good car in this game, at least. Very cool. In GT Sport, it wasn't really pleasant to drive, honestly. But it was expectedly pretty quick. Well, I told that already anyway, forget that. We will be collecting almost 2,000 kudos points in this race, by the way. Because thankfully it is so long, it has jumps, which gives you all kudos points. Look at the opponents go. They're really quick in this race. They're not about to give up at all. But this should be it. Yep. This is the last lap. So the next challenge is a hot lap again. This time in the rain. 1:18 or something was the target time. And yes, even in the rain I would be using this slidey and drifty Corvette, as it's still an amazing car. This challenge was a little tougher than the average hot lap challenge, I believe. Like, look at my driving, look at my lines. It was, dare I say, even almost impeccable. It was good. Yet it needed to be good in order to beat the challenge. Using all the space. Now how do I tackle this one? Okay, that was beautiful. I know I'm patting myself on the back here. Well, that was beautiful. And even here, man, using all the space I've got. Oh, that was close. Did you see that? Clipping the wall. And again, using all the space. How much time left? more than half a second. Not too bad. Alright, so the next challenge is a timed run, 2 laps. Again in Washington, again in the rain, and again with the Corvette, this time in some green. Good line, good turn. This one was actually also quite challenging. As you will see, my driving here was also near perfect, if you want so. Because again, it needed to be. A little update, by the way, on my PS5 ordering adventure on Amazon. Of course, the servers were down immediately, and when they came back up, the PS5 was gone. So I again had no luck, because this is the only thing you need when ordering those. Pure luck. I had none of that again, and well, won't get a PS5 this time around, and probably the next 10 times or more that they are going to be online on Amazon. So yeah, I gotta wait for this at least a few more months, possibly 1 or 2 years. Let's see how quick that goes, and if I will have GT7 in my hands before I do have a PS5 in my hands, which would make me so happy to have a game that I can play. Anyway, enough with the complaining. I'm being, of course, a little bit over dramatic and sarcastic here, but yeah, the whole scalping situation just really pisses me off. Nice cornering here. Weight transfer. I must say, the combination of Washington, Corvette and rain is a really fun one in this game. You know, and using all the space of these very wide turns on the tracks on Washington. It's just, it has its own charm and appeal. Long straight, whoa, 1.5 seconds left. Not too bad. Alright, so the next challenge is a street race in Washington again, 4 laps this time around. And, well, obviously again using the Corvette. I believe I did use it in every single challenge, at least in the recorded videos. I did try some of the other cars a few times on different challenges of the series, but they were really never good enough to score first place. This is the exact spot that is going to be used in a speed trap challenge in a future series. Race ball was gone. Man, the Mustang is really pretty quick. This turn is so technical, it's so difficult to maneuver perfectly. This too, it looked easy, but to get just the right angle is really difficult. Here it's a little bit easier. That's like some standard 90 degrees turns. look at him go. Wow. I mean, my driving was actually pretty good right now. And they caught up just like that. Although on this part, I'm mostly quicker than them. Yeah, that was good. It didn't look clean, but it was quick. You will see. Yeah, there we go. I build up a lead again. And for this section, I'm mostly quicker than them. Quick turn to the right. Now the very technical turn again. Left-hander? Oh no, it's not. It's like, it's precursor, so to say, and then oh, here it is. Yeah, it was okay. A little slow and bumped the wall too hard. So highly technical right-hander. It was okay, but I'm never really quick through there. It's this angle to perfectly well get it. It's really difficult. Okay, good driving here. I was always strong in that section. Nice. Nice. Oh, that was good. Using the weight transfer of the car. That was great. And, yeah. Look at that. Build up a really good lead. That was good. Not perfect, but pretty good. Oh wow, I didn't want to touch this wall. Lost some time, consequence. That was good. Good line. No, that really wasn't. No, not at all. And obviously they would catch up. I just can't get this turn right. I just can't do it. And then many of the future challenges and races on this track, it wasn't different, honestly. There's always this one turn you just can't get it right on some tracks, and this is one of those. Oh, that wasn't good. Still build up a lead again, and we throw. So the next challenge is this series is speed trap, and the target speed is 188 km/h or 117 mph. So obviously, what's important as in any other speed trap challenge, take the corner as quick as you can. Take the ideal line, take as much speed on the straight as you can. Don't move and steer too much in order to not to lose too much speed. And in most cases, it will work out. Pretty sure I reached exactly 188 km/h here. Alright, on to the next challenge, which is a street race again for Chicago. Probably at night. Yeah, it is at night. 5 laps this time. A long race, which will be the last or second to last race of this series. Finally, thankfully. I mean, again, the cars are fun and fine, but this series far overstays its welcome. More than any other series, absolutely. And honestly, I don't know what the developers were thinking. They are English, by the way, so there's certainly not a national bias, if you want. So, I don't want to say that they're so unprofessional as to that they would do such a thing like prefer a certain car class just because of their nationality. Of course, they wouldn't, but yeah, that's certainly not the case. They're English, and the cars here are all exclusively American. This part here on the track is absolutely cool with the lights, you know, how they move over the car when you drive so quickly. It just looks amazing. Yeah, this race was difficult, I remember. Here, very bad visibility, as you have just seen, going into the corner, and there are multiple parts of the track, which is the case as here, it is here or here. And well, the AI isn't really fazed by that. They just, you know, they just race very, very quickly, as if they have driven this track a million times. And it's absolutely not easy to catch up to them. Well, that was just bad. Just rear-ended him and spun myself, almost spun myself in the process. But unfortunately, on basically all, but fortunately, basically on all tracks, there are some sections where the AI is just objectively too slow, weirdly slow, where you can gain ground on them. I don't know why I did this. I believe that I actually believe that the track goes to the left. Don't ask me why, but yeah, the visibility on the TV when you would be playing, even in the dark room, was just abysmal. Like here, can you really see where you need to go? Or here, like when you turn, or here? It's super bad. It's just far too dark and it just blends in all together. Like here, look, where is the rail? It's when you see the rail, it's far too late. It's like then you are almost already in it. And the other Corvette was just really so quick around this track. What a jackass. Not easy to overtake on these tight parts. Now let's see how I do this. Man, they are fighty, you know. It's now 2 Corvettes behind me. And if I'm not mistaken, the second one, on 3rd place, the blue one, was the faster one. It almost always caught up to the red one, and then started to hunt me down and was always quicker than I was, even if I was driving as well as right now, the last few corners. It's just, well, very, very quick. That was okay cornering here. This beautiful section again, I really, really like that. It just looks really cool. And I always liked this corner, and mostly I even drove it pretty well. So down to the tunnel. Again, bad angle. It's too slow. And into the wall. Well, this is the turn I hated the most. You just can't see where you need to brake ideally. I could never memorize the... Well, is it braking point or just brake point? You know what I mean. The point where you would need to ideally to brake in order to go through the corner as quick as possible. Got some lead there, but not too big. Oh, that was really good. Yeah. That was not too bad. Over 1,500 kudos by now. Oh, this corner I finally got it somewhat right. That was really good. Across the line? Oh, yeah, but still one more lap to go. Can we break the 2,000 points? Probably not. That was okay-ish. I'm being very controlled there. Very little sliding. Just quick controlled cornering. Yeah, that was okay. Not too bad. So, last time rushing through this section here. Okay. Okay guys, so this is the last race. Thank you again for watching. As always, if you enjoyed it, please like, leave a comment, maybe sub, maybe share it somewhere, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to part 10 of my PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. This time it's a new series, of course, because it's a new video part, and the new series is called the Supercar series. So it's about supercars. As you also can see already, we're driving a Ferrari 360 Modena Coupe, and the first challenge is a timed run. I did try this challenge with the slowest car of this class first, which is the Ferrari F3 550. Yeah, that's the slowest car of this class, so the speed is getting quite serious this time around. And well, I believe it was good enough, but you had to be absolutely perfect in every single lap. So this is, as you can see, a very small lap, which goes in a circle and counterclockwise, and you had over 2 minutes. So per lap you had far less than a minute, and well, as long as you would be able to sustain a certain lap average, then it's basically challenge 1. But yeah, after that I did take the 360 Challenge Coupe, which is the third slowest car of its class, if I'm not mistaken. Although the Corvette should be a little bit slower. Yeah, so it's not that slow. It's definitely then one of the faster cars, but not the fastest. Absolutely not. And well, with this car I was barely able to win the challenge. The car itself is absolutely lovely. I love how it sounds, I love how it looks, how it drives. Well, this performance stats are impressive, and it was one of my favorite cars and one of my favorite racing games ever. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 on the PlayStation 2, which is definitely one of the best racing games ever made. And we're through with less than half a second left. So the next challenge is a overtake challenge in Florence again, like the last race. This time though I would be using the TVR Tuscan Speed 6. We had, what, 2 minute 55 or half 2 minute 55 to overtake 7 cars. There's the first car, which is the Camaro. I believe, yeah, it was the Camaro. So, if I'm not mistaken, we are overtaking only muscle cars, American muscle cars. The new Camaro, which was featured also in Need for Speed 4 High Stakes, in Germany called Brennender Asphalt, Burning Asphalt, which is somewhat a cool name. But the name of the international or English speaking version, High Stakes, was much more fitting. It was alluding to the game mode where you would just drive, third car, where you would drive against a friend who uses his memory card and his hard-earned supercar against you, against yours, and you would be driving in split screen against each other, and the winner would get the car, fourth or fifth car, would get the car of the loser. And in this mode you could only use the cars you would win in the championship mode of the game, which wasn't easy because the races themselves weren't, I mean, they weren't super difficult, but definitely not easy, and you would even have to pay the repair for your car. Like every scratch would need to be paid after the race, you know, and so it was extra bitter. Fifth car, Mustang, bitter and well, infuriating if you lost. I did not play this mode myself, but I think it's just so cool that they included such a mode and even put an sixth car, Mustang, a hint of it, if you want so, in the title of the game. So yeah, definitely also one of my absolute favorite racing games ever, Need for Speed 4 High Stakes. Although that the same applies to Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit, the very first Hot Pursuit ever, which launched in '98, must have been, on PC and PlayStation 1. Okay, the last car is inside. I did try this challenge with some other cars, especially the Ferraris, but the TVR is this class's leader, the Corvette, of course, at the front. Look at that! There goes my clean race bonus. But yeah, the other cars were a little too slow. So the next race is a head-to-head, and this time around I used the Ferrari 355 F1, which, going by Clarkson from Top Gear at least, is one of the best supercars, sports cars ever made. I guess I would agree. Obviously, I never have driven one in real life and never will. Like, let's be realistic. Yeah, I did drive it at least in a lot of racing games, and I do think we can actually deduct some truth about the car's performance from certain racing games, especially if it drives more or less the same and in that manner very well in every single game you play. Then this should be definitely at least a sign to the fact that the car is probably also amazing in real life. Anyway, so third race, 3 different cars, as you might have noticed. I did really try to bring in some variety in this video series, and this was possible. There's the cathedral in the background. Great stuff. This is one of the series that is the most balanced. Certainly the slowest car of the class is again noticeably weaker than the fastest car, but the gulf between those two would be much smaller than in many other series. So yeah, while the F355 is the slowest car of this class, it's still plenty capable and can be used in especially in races like a head-to-head where you would only need to fight one car, and this is just one great battle. Like the Viper was behind me all of the race, all of the time, and I needed to protect my line and to defend my line all the time. And yes, I did need a lot of tries, really a lot of tries, possibly 20 or something, before I finally made it. So he overtook me, just a lot quicker on the straight. Well, it has roughly 100 more horsepower than my car, the Viper. So would obviously be much quicker on the straight line. Yep, that was dirty, I admit, but it was again necessary. I gave my best to not do these type of maneuvers as long as I could, you know, as long as I could fend him off and defend my line. But well, at some point it's just basically impossible. You need to give him space. Like, look how he's fighting. I just love the AI in this game. Absolutely amazing, almost perfect. Like, it's not too good, but it's still very capable and very human-like, very fighty, and just fantastic. And we should be through with this one. Yep. Have fun with the replay. The next challenge is the Speed Trap Challenge, and this time I used again a new car, which is the Dodge Viper GTS, I suppose 2002 model. Speed target was 191 km/h or 119 mph. You're driving this very technical corner. If I'm not mistaken, I even reached 192 km/h, so even one more than was necessary. So, this next race, which is a street race, is very dear to my heart, would be an exaggeration, but it was my favorite race, possibly one of my favorite races in this game. Definitely the most beautiful race, in my opinion, going by the scenery and the cars. We have 4 360s and 2 355s, Ferraris, so, well, you can't easily beat such a field going just by the beauty, the aesthetics of the cars. So yeah, I absolutely love this race. It was also very, very challenging, still very doable, but I did need 7 tries, something like that. Look at the 355 go. Even that one is challenging me. So, 5th race of the series, and again a new car, not completely new, but this time it's not the Coupe, but the Cabriolet convertible version of the 360 Modena, which weirdly in the game has, like, the stats in the game tell that this version of the 360 has a little bit slider. It was either acceleration or top speed. I believe acceleration, actually, which is weird. Like, I don't know how that makes sense. Maybe it had a slightly detuned engine or something. I don't know. And well, we're driving through Florence, through some of its most beautiful streets, where I have actually been in real life once. Last summer, 2019, and we're driving past the cathedral, or this amazing place I don't know the name of, or this hallway in a way, which just looks stunning in my opinion, and being chased by 2-hour 360s. Like, can't get more beautiful than that, realistically. Now over this nice bridge, To the left of us should be the cathedral, or not yet, no. To the right of us now. There it is, and there. There it is. Make sure to check out the replay of this race. It's just stunning. Look at how wild and close this race is. My driving again was certainly not perfect, but in this race I was pretty quick, really. I also added one of my favorite songs from Need for Speed Free Hot Pursuit into the replay. So again, make sure to check it out. It just complements the cars and the scenery. I also find it just to be an absolute shame that the PGR series died off. I guess it wasn't that viable financially. You have a lot of very expensive car licensing, especially Ferrari is known for that because, you know, it's a Ferrari. So yeah, sure. And then look at the locations. I believe even that today it got that you even need licensing fees to pay licensing fees for even some historical monuments and buildings and stuff. So today it would be even more difficult to make such a game financially viable than it was back then, unfortunately, because the idea of driving the most interesting, beautiful, fast, exhilarating cars through the most, well, interesting, beautiful and exhilarating cities and metropolis of the world is a pretty cool idea in my book. But yeah, anyway, enjoy this nice replay. Alright, the next challenge is a hot lap through Edinburgh in the TVR Tuscan. I did use the TVR because it's a British car. We're driving through Great Britain, through one of its major cities. And obviously because it's the class leading car, and especially during the hot lap challenges and the timed runs, the fastest car of the class is often absolutely necessary, in my opinion. I mean, sure, in this class though, because it is so balanced, there are 2, 3, maybe 4 other cars. Maybe actually you could do this challenge with all of the other cars, but I imagine it to be very, like, extremely difficult with the 355 or the 360 convertible, and with the Corvette C5, which is also in this class. But I guess with the Porsche, which is also in this class, or the Dodge Viper, it should be fairly doable. Yeah, there you can see how difficult that was. And the next challenge is also a hot lap, also through Edinburgh, and also this time with the TVR. Very short one, or only like 52 seconds. So what was that from the beginning? Very high speed part I went through there, full throttle. Very difficult to take with full throttle because the car jumps around and slams into the wall. So very precise steering control necessary through there. Except that you also need to be still very precise in this challenge, like get the car very close to the limit. So the same applies for this challenge as for the last hot lap challenge with any other car than the TVR. It should be very difficult and maybe even impossible with the 355 or 360 or Corvette. And we're through. Alright, so the next race is a street race through Edinburgh again, and I'm using the TVR again in a new color, which is its signature color, if you want. So I believe this color that changes its tone with the light falling on it. I remember very fondly to be pretty astounded by this effect in Gran Turismo 3 on the PS2, which launched quite a bit earlier than this game, almost 3 years before that. And Polyphony Digital, the masters, the technical masters that they are, of course, nailed that effect perfectly with multiple colors on this car, with this purplish tone, then with a reddish tone, and it just looked so amazing on the Gran Turismo 3, much better than here, in fact. But yeah, anyway, so I did try this race again with other cars, because again I tried as often as possible to use different cars, not always the same. But again, this is one of those races where the one of the class leading cars would be in front immediately at the start of the race and just drive off into the distance. So yeah, hunting down the Viper GTS and the other TVR and something else through these narrow streets paired with long straights was just too difficult with the other cars. I did try many times. I spent so much time on many of these races, much more than I would need to, because I could just always take the class leading car. But yeah, again, I tried to bring in some little more variety to it, so that's that. Anyway, let's get back to Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 on the PS2, which was by far the best version of this game, weirdly. I mean, obviously the Xbox and the PC versions were technically much more impressive games with higher resolution, higher frame rates, a more detailed damaging model, much less aliasing than the PS2 version, but weirdly the PS2 version just looked much more alive, charming, and in many cases in the special effects department still better than even the PC version. You know, like the PC and Xbox versions, they looked extremely sterile, while the PS2 version was very vibrant and just lively, and had even more features than the PC and Xbox. So this very next race is one of my absolute favorite races I have in the entire game. It's a head-to-head. I chose the 355 in blue, driving against a yellow Corvette. Very Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit, like both of these cars were in this game. Back then in '98, one of my favorite cars already back then in the game. Just by design, design is very, very important to me. Yes, speed, performance, that's obviously as well, but the beauty of the car is what makes to me most of the races the most enjoyable. And if the car has good handling on top of that, well, that's a perfect match. And both of these cars handle very well. Have for their HP, given HP, they have amazing performance. It's just, well, a dream match come true. And especially in the replay, it really does look quite beautiful, even on with such an old game, somewhat dated graphics. Yeah, in the replay, both of these cars are stunning, and it wasn't a very close match, a very close fight with the Corvette, because both cars are basically equally quick, and I had to retry a lot of times because I did crash again and again and again, and I just wanted a clean run without any crashes, so the car stays intact. There was his mistake, of course. Used against him immediately. Obviously I wouldn't wait, why should I? Now this is the quick jumpy part where I crashed a lot. Yeah, thinking about it, the Corvette C5, one of my absolute ever favorite sports cars ever made. It always surprised me in every single game how well it drove and how quick it was. And well, in my opinion, it's one of the most underrated sports cars ever. It had the same speed as the 355 around the track, and for a fraction of a cost, so the value proposition was incredible. Just an amazing car. But anyway, enjoy the beautiful replay. So the next challenge is a hot lap. This time I'm using the 911 Turbo. First time in this series. I did try other challenges with this car, but yeah, it's not really that quick. It's faster than the 355, but I don't know, it does lack some straight line speed in the upper speed department, like 200 kph plus. And on this challenge, like, I knew it was quick enough, and I knew it would be very, very difficult. So this is all full throttle here. And I did try this challenge, honestly, probably over 50 times or something until it worked out. It looks again very easy, but beating this challenge with the Porsche was, yeah, it was pretty difficult. So the next challenge is a overtake challenge in Sydney during the night. And I'm using the Dodge Viper GTS. I believe that's the second time in this series. A good car for this challenge. Rather short, as I just noticed myself. Only not even 1.5 minutes of time. But 7 cars to overtake. I believe we got 2 already. That's the third one. Overtaking old American muscle cars with a, well, somewhat modern one. It should have been 5 cars already. No, 4. This is the 5th one. And there's the 6th one. The Mustang. Nice number of kudo points for such a short race, really. Yeah, of course the Corvette would be in first place. Well, that was close. And 2,000 kudos, nice. So, okay, the next race is a street race in Sydney, again at night. 2 laps, and I'm using again the Viper. Viper is, by the way, one of my absolute favorite sports cars ever, and this is the 2002 version. Is my favorite Viper model of all existing Viper models that are out there. I just love the design. You know, these stripes, the snake in the middle of the back of the car when you brake, like here when it lights up. You've just seen it. It's just such a cool detail, and its performance is quite staggering. I also always liked its handling in every single game I have driven it. It's just a fantastic car in my opinion. Well, in real life, it neither had an anti-lock system, no traction control, of course, no stability control, nothing. Even no, what is it called in English? I don't know. What makes the car handle easier? You know, to turn the wheel easier. I believe it didn't even have this, but I'm not sure though. But the other things, yeah, it didn't have any of the other things I mentioned. So it was, in real life for sure, quite a handful. You know, it must have been really difficult to drive. Front engine rear-wheel drive, obviously, around 456 brake horsepower, something like that. Top speed roughly 300 km/h if I'm not mistaken, like 180 plus miles, and great acceleration, 4.2 seconds to 60 miles, or 62 miles, 100 kilometers, something like that. So yeah, all in all, a fantastic car. this race here, if you're using a Viper or some other very quick car like the TVR, wasn't that difficult. But I did try this race again also with a few other cars which aren't as quick, and I just didn't succeed, so I opted for a quicker car again. That should be it. Yep. So the next race is again a street race, again in Sydney and again at night. But this time though, although I'm again using an American muscle car, it's obviously not the Viper but the Corvette C05. Also one of my absolute favorite sports cars slash supercars of all time. And I did explain earlier why in this video. Well, while it is not as quick as the Porsche or the Viper, and possibly, well, pretty surely not even as the 360 Modena, it is one of the slower cars of the class with the 355. It's plenty of capable when driven right, like especially its handling is just superb, really, and that stood out to me, and also in every other single game I have driven it in, that the handling was just really something very special. Just very controllable, very quick for the corners, and as far as I know, it's one of the, well, somewhat lighter cars in that performance range. And just like that, I'm already on the first place. Although yes, even in this race, I did need a few tries. No, that wasn't too great. Long straight. Hard brake. Oh, shame. Lost my clean race bonus. That section was pretty cool. Look also at the Viper go. Like the both of us pretty much build up a huge lead over the rest of the field, it seems. Oh, that was bad. Too late of a turn in, and the Viper got overtaken by another Corvette, if I'm not mistaken, in blue. Yep. Oh, Viper fought back again. Now final stretch on this long straight, so it should be Corvette, Viper, Corvette, and then someone else. Way through. Have fun with the replay. Alright, so we reached the final race of this series, which is in Sydney again at night, of course, and I'm again using the Corvette, this time in the grey, the typical Corvette grey. But this race has something special about it, while my opponents are rather quick in general. As you can see, all the cars around me, the car in front, which is not this that you can see, the green one, which is the TVR, which by the way is again quite a bit quicker than all of the rest behind us. But no, I'm talking about the car that you can't even see now, which drove off into the distance and is called Delfino something. It is the second car we encounter in the game, in the Kudos Championship mode, which can only be obtained by finishing the Kudos Championship mode with a certain minimum difficulty setting. The Delfino is possibly the first or second car to get. So basically, while you get the fastest and quickest car of those special cars for platinums, for all platinums, then for golds, for silvers, bronze, and we already got it. Well, my driving wasn't too bad. And then the fifth one would be something else. So I believe first off you're getting the Ferrari probably, and then this one, or this is the car you're getting as the first one for the least difficulty setting. But it's still the quickest car by far of this series, at least in acceleration. And this is why it's the sort of the nemesis of this race, the boss fight of this series, if you want so. Look at the acceleration, it's just ridiculous compared to the Corvette. Like, no chance on the straights, absolutely no chance. Man, it just passes you as if you would be standing. I'm not even sure how I still got it. Thankfully, it's not as good for the corners as the Corvette, and the AI is seemingly not that good at driving it. Yeah, that was dirty. But look at this. What a mistake. I'm holding him up so much that even the back trackers would catch up to us. And he's being even overtaken. And we're through. Alright, so this is it for this series. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did. Hello guys, and welcome to part 11 of my PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. New video, new series, of course, and this series is called the GT series, or Grand Touring series. Well, the first race is a time run, and we're using a Mercedes AMG SL55, or Mercedes SL55 AMG, that's the right spelling. We're driving this time around Yokohama. It's a short track, going only to the right, like in an oval. And it's a short challenge too, under a minute. Well, that was certainly very close. The next challenge is again in Yokohama, but this time it's a overtaking challenge, and I'm using a new car, which is the 550. Wow. Well, now I'm gonna embarrass myself by trying to pronounce it the right way because it's Italian. Well, Barchetta, I don't know. Basically, the convertible, the cabriolet version of the 550 Maranello. First car is down. It's the muscle cars this time around again. We need to overtake 7 of those. Like, you need to overtake 7 cars in a given time, which was almost 4 minutes, I believe, from the beginning. And I put in again a timer which runs downwards. Not really super difficult, this challenge though, but you do need some of the faster cars. This is again one of those series where the field of cars that belong to the series is rather balanced. Although I would probably say that here in this series it's a little bit less balanced than in the last one, in the supercar series. Here the gulf and the difference between the fastest and the slowest car is a little bit bigger. Like, the absolute slowest car of this class around the track would be the Bentley Continental GT, probably. Well, one of those Bentleys from 2003, roughly. And the fastest is the 575 Maranello. Basically this car, but a tad quicker and with a fixed roof. So the difference between those two cars is actually rather big. You don't really have a chance against the Ferrari and the Bentley at all in fourth car down, in none of those challenges really. So yeah, because this challenge is a little bit more on the tougher side without being nearly impossible or anything, yeah, it was absolutely necessary to use one of the faster cars of the class. Fifth car down, the Camaro, the modern Camaro, which I like a lot, by the way, which was also a Need for Speed 4, high stakes. So sixth car down, the Ford Mustang, again modern one. Well, back then it was modern, today it is not an oldie, like not a classic car, but yeah, it's not really that modern anymore. So the last car, which is what is it? This should be the Camaro? No, this is the Trans Am, I believe, right? Yeah. And we got roughly 5 seconds left by overtaking it. So yeah, that's the challenge. So this time around it's a street race, again in Yokohama though, again during the day and in the dry, which is a good thing. But this time I'm using again a new car, not completely new, but yeah, the car I've just been talking about, the 575 Maranello, the faster version of the two Ferraris in this class. And yes, it is the fastest car of this class, it is the class leading car. And I kinda stupidly recorded that a little bit shittily. So yeah, I started the race here again in the third person camera as usual, as you know it by now. So what's the field? In front of us a Lotus Esprit, behind us too. Esprit V8, one of my absolute favorite cars ever, from Lotus anyway. Although they only do build amazing cars in my opinion, but yeah, it's still my favorite Lotus. Reminds me a little bit of a cheap Lamborghini, like a poor man's Lamborghini, a little bit, without insulting any Lotus fans here, because it's still an absolutely amazing car and has incredible performance stats, considering its given HP and weight. It's just amazing, really. Oh, this turn was so hard to get right, really. And the car in front would be one of the class leading cars, the SL55 AMG, which should be, considering all factors and measuring by lap time when going around the track, I would say it's still the only, in exclamation marks, only the third fastest car of its class, while this one I'm driving is the fastest, and the second fastest would be the 575, and then it should probably be the SL55 AMG, while at the back, I'm repeating myself, I know, like completely at the back, the slowest would be the Bentley, and anywhere between all of those would be the Lotus, which is, well, realistically seen, it doesn't have a chance against the Ferrari and the Mercedes, really. And then you also have the Ferrari Testarossa, which is going by, well, again, speed around the track. It should be the fourth fastest car behind the Mercedes, right behind the Mercedes. I'm pretty sure I forgot one more car. I can't remember. Oh, now I did remember, and I believe it is the last car of this class, which is the Aston Martin Vanquish. Well, is it worse or better than the Lotus? It is worse. But is it worse or better than the Bentley? Going around the track, difficult to say. I believe they're rather equally quick or slow, if you want so, because they are both very, very heavy, while the Bentley is being like really massive, should be even heavier than the Vanquish. Both rear-wheel drive, although no, I believe the Bentley is all-wheel drive, if I'm not mistaken, but the Vanquish is obviously rear-wheel drive, while my Ferrari is front motor rear-wheel drive, yeah, just as the Vanquish. Oh my god, what a name. And we finally overtook the SL55 AMG. It was a rather tough race. Honestly, that's why I opted for the fastest car, because as you have seen, one of the class leading cars was right at the front of the pack at the start of the race and drove off into the distance. So not easy to catch up to him with a slower car, really. So yeah, the 575 Maranello, one of my absolute favorite supercars of all time, one of my absolute Ferraris, obviously, of course, too. Not bad this time around for this corner. I have a huge soft spot for this car. I love its design, I love its front engine, rear-wheel drive setup, and how it drives. Because of that, it's like slidey and drifty, but still easy to control at the limit and really quick and just sounds great and looks amazing. I understand why people would say it's one of the uglier Ferraris, because I believe it's the opinion of many. But well, I can't agree because I just love it, and it was also one of my favorite cars in Need for Speed 3 and 4. I guess that's really a lot of nostalgia playing in from the childhood and all these Need for Speed games. But anyway, I absolutely adore it. Alright, the next challenge is this series' first head-to-head. I'm using again a new car, the Aston Martin Vanquish in British racing green, and we're of course driving in the rain, like fitting with the car as being a British car. So what here was important at the start of the race is to drive as perfectly as you can and, well, smash him to the side, to the Mercedes, if you're using the Aston Martin or possibly Bentley, because otherwise you would absolutely stand no chance against the Mercedes, except you're using a faster car. The Bentley, though, I believe wasn't possible to with the Bentley it wasn't possible to do it, if I'm not mistaken. I believe I did try, not sure though. So this is the only time I'm gonna use the Aston Martin in the challenges. Unfortunately, I did try a lot of times to win the challenges with this car, to win some of the other challenges with this car. Beautiful drift, by the way, but I didn't succeed. It was just really too slow, so this is the only time I'm gonna use it for my video series. So this very next challenge is the hardest, most difficult challenge of all challenges in the entire game. You know, in the Kudos Championship and the arcade mode. So right here in the beginning, you need to do here a little slide as to not to lose the combo. And you better do that. And you better slide a lot, and you better be quick, because if you're not, you will lose. Look how close this is, how tight they are together, the cone pairs. In this section you need to be really quick, or else the chain combo breaks. If you're too quick, you're driving into the wall. So like perfect balance is needed. Here a drift, and here I'm always doing drifts between the cone pairs, because otherwise the chain combo again will break. I don't know how anyone was here quick enough without doing the slides. I don't know. I've seen it at Scribbler's Gaming on YouTube channel. Cool guy, has a great Project Gotham Racing and other stuff channel, but I don't know how he did it. I have not done it a single time, so I needed to drift there. Here again, very tight. Did you see that? This corner here, I don't know how the chain combo didn't break, because I was basically too slow. So here you can be absolutely too slow if you drive too slow through the corner, for this very tight corner you've just seen, the right-hander. But if you drive just a little bit too quick, you will touch the cone. So this is the challenge I obviously needed the most time and most retries for. So here in the second lap you can of course floor it. You don't need to do this little slide, the little drift in between, because you're now quick enough. But then again, you can also be not quick enough. I had those times also where I don't know, I just didn't have enough speed on the straightaway. So yeah, now here again this tricky right-hander, and here there was also this entire section very close. I have barely enough speed to hold the chain combo, and this is where my chain combo broke, because I just, after that, I just did the drift too slowly. But as you can see, I have now already enough points in order to beat the target of 12,250, and this is why I just, I just gunned it, I just sent it and just tried my very best, but without being too cautious. Stribbler, the guy I'm talking about, was talking about. Look, I was just a little bit too quick and I touched the cone. He did this challenge in one consecutive combo, the entire 2 laps, which is incredible. But anyway, this challenge is from hell. The one who designed it must be sadist, honestly. This is like, this particular challenge should be featured in one of the Angry Video Game Nerds episodes. He should do this challenge and make an entire episode just on this, honestly. Anyway, just enjoy the replay. Okay, after finishing the hardest challenge of the game, there is a somewhat easy, if you want, so street race through one of my least favorite tracks because it's set in Hong Kong, my least favorite city in the game, concerning the flow of the tracks, at least. And I'm using a new car this time around. For the first time, the Ferrari Testarossa I've been talking about already. Oh, that was good cornering here. A pretty tough challenge, I must say, at least with the Testarossa. I needed many retries. But for now, my driving for the first seconds or minutes, whatever, was actually very good. Once you're in front, it's relatively easy to stay in front. But to catch up to them, especially the faster cars, faster than yours, is or can be pretty difficult in this game. But this is why it's so important to get to the front, like in the first corners, basically. Do not give any time to the opponents to build up a lead, because it will get harder and harder with each corner to really catch up to them. Oh, that was bad, and my clean race bonus is gone. I believe it was gone before that anyway. And for good measure, the second time, just to make sure again. This was not really supposed to happen. Like I just tried to block him, but he spun the other Testarossa, the blue one, and now of course the others came right along and tried to take advantage of the situation. I like this corner though, really. That one had a really good flow. And the part here, I like actually quite a lot, although I did crash here sometimes. But this part, I like it. And then the left-hander through the tunnel, I enjoyed that section quite a lot. And those corners after that, those very fast, very technical corners after this straight, beginning here. Well, I did it better than the last lap, but not perfect. Still pretty quick. And we're over 1,000 kudo points. Nice. So this time around I wasn't lazy and didn't look back to check where my opponents are during the replay. It makes it a little less exciting, I admit. Still was a good race and generally good driving by me. Again, this favorite corner of mine, yeah, beautiful. Not perfect, but good line. Yeah, that was pretty good. Used almost all of the existing space. Now here again, rather clean. Wow, that was close. Did you see that? Almost hit the barrier on the left side. Not really quick through here, but at least clean. Not bad. And got 25 points for the clean section of the race, or of the track, of this lap. Now I really like to know myself where my opponents are by now, but yeah, okay. In the replay it will be viewable anyway, so no biggie. Now that was beautiful again, and I got 2 times kudos points for a clean line, obviously, because yeah, it was pretty clean indeed. Here I got 1 point. It seems that wasn't too clean. And then I just saw I got kudos for 2-wheel drive. Like, that happens a lot in the game, and I don't know how. I don't see it or I don't feel it, but apparently the cars often just drive on 2 wheels Maybe it's because also of the jumps, not only when you actually almost flip the car, so to say, but just because of the jumps, possibly. Although I don't even see where here a real jump, even a small one, is. But anyway, you know, I'll take the kudo points. I gladly take them. Again, here it was 4 points for two-wheel driving. Because yeah, apparently there is a small jump, but it doesn't seem like the car would actually get air. But yeah, apparently it does. Was that the last lap? Yep, it was. So enjoy the replay. Okay, so the next challenge is a overtake challenge through the streets of Moscow. And I've taken the 575 Maranello because it's the fastest car, because this challenge is actually pretty damn hard. Like, wow, that might be the hardest overtaking challenge in the game. Definitely one of the hardest. But did you see how I flew by him? What a speed difference that makes the supercar versus a muscle car. The muscle cars have good acceleration, but almost always abysmal top speed, at least the old ones. You know, the classics from the 60s, 70s. Second car down, Jaguar XKR. Cars to overtake 7, as mostly, not always, mostly, but 2 cars down, only 5 left. And we had, what, 340 or something, 350 at the beginning, I believe 340. And, well, yeah, because it was so difficult, this challenge, I did need, of course, as always, quite a few tries, you know. It was still a very fun challenge. I like the layout of this track. Most layouts in Moscow I enjoyed a lot, if not all. It's very speedy, you know. You can just sand it and floor it. Third car down again, the Jaguar. Like this part here of the right-hander I just drove through. You're just driving full throttle, pedal to the metal all the time over the start-finish line. And further down and down and down. And by the end of this straight, I had, I believe, over 280 km/h, if I'm not mistaken. And this corner here, you could gain so much time by driving it so aggressively and quick, and just as I did right now. Although that wasn't quite perfect, it's possible to do it even a little bit quicker. And this section here too, that was very good, how I did it right now. Like, if you really use all the space, it's like a slingshot. You take so much speed onto the straight and gain a lot of time. So the fourth car in the front is the Morgan, which I'm gonna take on this straightaway. Yep. It's pretty quick, actually. Now this somewhat a little bit tricky cornering section, and here you need to use all the space, take all the speed you can. That was pretty good by me, so that should have been the fifth car, yeah, the Audi RS whatever, and just really send it. Now the Porsche. Now, am I gonna do it even better than last time? Nope, that was a little bit slower, almost crashed into the wall. Before I took the Ferrari, I did try with I believe, actually every single other car of this class. There's my clean race bonus gone. This challenge, and just really maxed every car and just got closer to the final opponent every single time with every single car, but just had to realize at some point that really I'm only gonna be able to beat this challenge with the Ferrari. I was convinced the Lotus might be even enough, or at least the Mercedes, but nope. You really need speed, you need that V12 power. Oh, look how close that was. Less than 2 seconds left. This Ferrari should have a V12, right? I'm not embarrassing myself here, but yeah, you needed that Ferrari power for here. So anyway, enjoy the replay. So the next race is a hot lap, and obviously we would be using the fastest car, as most hot laps, if not all, are very difficult to beat. Fortunately, we're driving again from Moscow. I like those tracks, as already said quite a few times. And we're driving past the Red Square here, all these amazing buildings, at night again. Again, using all the space you have on this huge place square you're driving on here. And that challenge, just as the overtaking challenge you've just seen, was also pretty damn hard. Needed quite a few tries, yet again, and while doing so driving the fastest car of its class, so yeah, you need to be quite speedy here. This corner, I liked it. I've taken it beautifully. I don't know why, but I almost always took that one quite neatly. And now the part where you go down. Now again, very technical here. Here, this part, I mean. Take all the speed you can. Now this left-hander over the curb. Yep, just like that. Again, a little bit of curb, taking all the space. It wasn't perfect, still pretty good. And here again, using all that space. Now that was almost perfect. Almost hit the wall there, the rail. Very quick part here, hard braking. And this S-curve again, now to the left, the last turn. Okay, 5 seconds left. How much time is gonna be left when we drive through? Of course, less than a second. So the next race is again a street race again in Moscow, and again at night, during the night. But this time I'm using for the first time the Bentley. Of course I did try many challenges before that with the Bentley, but really it was absolutely not quick enough at all, as it is the slowest car of this class. And this race, because of this turn, only this race made it possible for me to win with this car, because yeah, as you've seen, you can just push them very unpolitely and unfairly to the side, so you can get in front. Because if you don't do that in the very first corner, this right-hander where I did it, they're gone. They are just gone. If you're using this car, you will have no chance of catching them, like absolutely zero chance, no matter how quick you would be driving. Absolutely impossible. So yeah, and even after pushing them to the side every time when I tried this race, I needed still, I don't know, 20 tries, probably more, because they're just so quick, especially this Mercedes. Man, it's just killing it here on the streets of Moscow. Honestly, it's just so much better than the Bentley and the rest of the field. It's still a lot quicker than the Lotus Esprit and the Ferrari Testarossa and the Vanquish anyway. So I had to defend my line and myself all the race, throughout the entire race, against the Mercedes, and just drive as quickly as I could, you know, like as cleanly as I could. Like here I tried, fortunately it did a little mistake, but basically I touched it again. And also fortunately, because I was holding it up, the Mercedes, the others could catch up to us and, well, basically fight with it too. As of now, the Lotus is in front, if I'm not mistaken. Might be the Testarossa. No, it's probably the Testarossa. Driving next to the beautiful river there. Is it the Neva? Man, again, geography is like absolutely not my talent, not my strongest suit. But yeah, it might be the Neva. Please comment below and educate me a little bit on the geography of Russia and Moscow. I would love to read. No sarcasm. Because yeah, as a native Russian speaker, I'm a little bit ashamed that I don't know jack shit about Russia and this geography, like not a lot. I mean, I can name even 10 cities of Russia, like let's try St. Petersburg, Moscow, Vladivostok, Chelyabinsk. Well, there you go. That's that for 4 cities. I mean, I know some of the other cities. I have heard their names, but I just forgot. This is the only ones I can remember. Those 4 from a country that is bigger. Well, that is the biggest country in the world, essentially. Of course, it doesn't have that many. Like, it has a really low amount of cities compared to its size, but still. Oh yeah, and we've gone through barely. Well, the next challenge was very fun. A head-to-head again. Once again, and we are using the SL55 AMG, which is noticeably, as you can see, worse than the Ferrari. But if you've driven it to the max, you can absolutely win this challenge, even with the Merc. Now comes the high-speed part, but very bumpy. Extremely difficult to navigate without crashing, as you can see. I lost my clean race bonus yet again. I lost some speed. But anyway, I was still catching up. Oh, that was so hard to brake. The car was just, with every time, tried to spin out, would just lose control. Oh, here again, a very fast part, very tricky. Getting closer to him every time, yeah. Now, finally, we're almost through. I'm having the inside line, taking advantage of it. Oh, a little bump from him. Caught it. And from here on, I didn't let him overtake. Oh, it's almost the end of the challenge anyway. Now again, very high speed part. Really love that here. Now this fast left-hander, and we're through. So the next challenge is an overtake challenge again, the second of the series I believe, and for the first time I'm using the Lotus Esprit V8. That's for you, Andrew, mio amico, enjoy it. So again, we need to overtake 7 cars. First is down, the Lexus SC430, driving this time through Barcelona. What did we have? Roughly two minutes to overtake those 7 cars. 2 are down. Next 2 inside. It's a little track. Jaguar XKR, Cadillac SVT or something, if I'm not mistaken. Now the next one is the Audi. Should be the 5th car. Yeah, it is. So this very technical corner section here again. Oh, well, that wasn't too bad. No, that was the 5th car now. Yeah, the 5th car, the Porsche. So Toyota 2000 GT. 6th car, and the last one is the Porsche at the front. The Porsche Carrera, the old one. Oh, well, what a mistake. I could have overtaken it with more than half a minute left, so that's not bad. But yeah, that was possibly the easiest overtaking challenge in the entire game, for sure. You could probably win it using the Bentley and the Aston Martin Vanquish, but because I didn't use the Lotus yet, it was its turn. Anyway, we're basically through, right? Yep. The next challenge is a hot lap, and as you all know by now, because I am talking about it every single time, the hot laps are regularly very difficult to beat, so I opted for the fastest car. This track configuration with this straightaway here is used almost every time when you drive a challenge in Barcelona, but it's very fun. Good tracks, I like those in Barcelona a lot. Very technical actually, like this corner here section. And the next one, where you need to go really close to the wall. That was much better and quicker than it looked. Like I swung myself around the corner, if you want, so like it's almost like I danced around this corner. I liked how I did that. Difficult challenge, by the way. Yep, less than half a second left. So the next challenge is a head-to-head, the second one I believe of this series, and I'm again using for the second time the Lotus V8, and that one is once again for you, Andrew. So enjoy. Red Esprit V8 versus a red 575 Maranello. Like, can it get any better, huh? Your favorite car against one of the most amazing Italian supercars through the streets of Barcelona. There you go. Okay, anyway, let's get serious again. So this is a very tight track, again, used quite often in the Kudos Championship. Again, it's important to overtake the faster car as quick as you can, as to not let it get away, because staying in front is much easier than catching up. It does this mistake every time that it did at the beginning of the video, which what you saw, and this is, or almost every time, and you just need to take advantage of it, and then you would stay in front. Obviously the Ferrari is much quicker than the Lotus, but this on this tight track, when you drive well, use all of it, and you take this corner, a very technical corner, as quick as you can, you can absolutely stay in front. The Vanquish and the Bentley wouldn't be capable of doing this challenge though, definitely not. From the Lotus upwards it would be possible though, with the Lotus Testarossa, Mercedes 550 and of course 575. Alright, that should be it. Enjoy the replay. I also edited one extra camera angle, like from, you will see now, and I played a lot with the camera settings, so as to make it look a little bit more exhilarating, yeah, from this camera, because the camera is so low. It just looked absolutely cool when you were hunting him down, and then he would hunt you down. It just looks like something from a movie, like a chase scene from a movie, with a lot of imagination. I admit, games today look a lot better, of course, but yeah, I kinda enjoyed that camera angle. So anyway, I'll leave you alone with the replay. Have fun. So the next challenge is this series' Speed Trap Challenge, and if I'm not mistaken, it was one of the hardest in the game. That's why I used manual gearing again for this challenge, otherwise I'm using automatic, would be too much of a hassle in normal races. But yeah, target 215 kmh or 134 mph, and well, we're through. That's that. Okay, so the second to last challenge is the next challenge, and it is in Washington at night. I'm using for the second or third time the Ferrari Testarossa. I did try this challenge literally, I believe, over 100 times with the Aston Martin Vanquish because I really wanted to use this car. A second time because I really like it. And more to that later. Well, anyway, it just wasn't possible. I was a few times very close to doing it, but no, not with this field of cars. You know, at the front, the 550 and the 575. So yeah, with a Vanquish, even if you would drive pretty much perfectly, you would need to rely on them doing a lot of mistakes, and that just happened very rarely, like here right now. So if they did mistakes, I did mistakes too. I just couldn't catch up, and if I didn't make any mistakes, they weren't doing any. So yeah, it was after a long while. I was just really fed up. I had enough and just opted for the next quicker car, which well would have been actually the Lotus, but then I opted for the Testarossa because if I'm not mistaken, I did also try with the Lotus, and yeah, it wasn't quick enough as well. So anyway, yeah, the Testarossa, 80s hypercar. Well, it was never a hypercar, but the 80s supercar, if I'm not mistaken, with the Lamborghini Countach. Is it true that the word Countach is something that an Italian, or Countach, I don't know how you would pronounce it in Italian. Is it true that Italians say that word, or used to say that word as an expression of astonishment? Because that to me is astonishing in itself, that they would use such a word for a car, like as for a name for a car, a sports car. That is so very Italian, but yeah, I love it. And obviously the Countach would be one of my absolute favorite supercars of all time. And the Testarossa was the star of this 80s show, which I can't name, but you know which one I'm talking about. Anyway, I'll leave you alone with the replay. So, welcome to the last challenge of the series, which is in Washington again, but this time during the day, 3 laps. And I'm using the fastest car because, as in tradition, the last race, the last challenge of the series is the hardest one. It was really difficult, just very difficult. The cars in front were always the 550 and 575, and it's a rather speedy track. You need a lot of straight line speed, so yeah, the only viable option was another 575, so I did take that. Anyway, in the last race I wanted to talk about the Aston Martin Vanquish V12, it is, pretty sure. And while this car is very, very heavy and behaves that way during the drive, you can really feel its weight in every single game I have driven it. I learned to really love it. I don't know what it is about this car, but I absolutely love its design. I love how it drives, how it handles, how it feels, how it sounds. Front engine, rear-wheel drive, layout. Well, what was that? The Vanquish S? That's like the high-end Vanquish version. Had what, 470, 480 HP, something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, while it's not the fastest car going by HP, and especially its weight and the resulting performance stats resulting out of that, I don't know, I just grew to love it. One of my favorite cars ever. I have come to contact with it the first time in, pretty sure it must have been Test Drive 4 on the PlayStation 1. Like, these games had incredibly crappy car models if you look at them today. Like, some of those were okay, and I believe actually that the first lap down, the Vanquish had an okay-ish model, although they were always much worse than the ones in Need for Speed and especially Gran Turismo games. But then you would look at a Skyline R34 in the games, and it just looks so ridiculous, so ridiculously wrong. Like, yeah, they had some very bad modeled cars in the games, but still, nonetheless, they were really fun. We always played the demo. Crashing was fun, being chased down by the police, and the idea of driving through all these major cities was so cool to us back then, to me. Well, in PGR, and before that, Metropolitan Street Racing? No, Metropolis Street Racing, you know what I'm talking about, the game on the Dreamcast. Picked this idea up, basically, and, well, just made it infinitely better, you know. Executed this idea infinitely better, especially the Project Gotham racing games. For sure, I always hope that Forza would do a third line of their series. Well, now you have 2 with Forza Motorsport, which I like and respect a lot, and Forza Horizon 4, which I played for the first time yesterday, I believe, on my new Xbox Series X. Yeah, I didn't get a PS5, so it had to be a Series X. I'm in Germany. They were also gone from Amazon in, I don't know, well, certainly less than an hour. I believe less than 10 minutes also, like the Xbox. I'm talking about the Xbox. So it's weird, yeah, the thirst for an next-gen system is very, very high worldwide, even in Germany, which is absolutely not Xbox land, not at all. This console was sold out very, very quickly, and is to this day, after launch, you can find it anywhere. Well, yeah, you have these 2 lines of the Forza games, which I like and respect a lot. But it would be cool if they would do not only Forza Motorsport and Forza Horizon, but a third spin-off, if you want so, which would be Forza Cities, like a spiritual successor to PGR. That would be phenomenal. Oh man, I would buy an Xbox just for that, really. But, well, we can't have nice things, so we gotta amuse ourselves with Forza Horizon and Drive Club. which are both amazing games, but it's just not the same, really. Anyway, the Aston Martin, I've driven the second time in Gran Turismo 3, and this is where I really grew to love this car. Again, it felt very heavy even in the game, slow, you know, but it's just fun. Everything about it, the design, the sound, just how it moves, how it feels when you fight it around the corners. I don't know why, but yeah, I absolutely love this car. And it was one of the episodes on Top Gear back then, the 575, which I'm driving now, against the Vanquish S. I remember what a great episode that was, by the way. But yeah, the comparisons of Top Gear were quite often lacking a little bit. I mean, their production was amazing and this episode was amazing too, but to even start to pretend that the Vanquish would have any real chance against a 575 Maranello, sorry, I don't believe that. So anyway, this should be the last corner. Yep, it is. Because this is the last race, I leave you alone with the replay as always, and well, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope, as always, that you enjoyed it, that you had fun watching it, and if you did, leave a like, leave a comment, maybe a sub, maybe share the video somewhere. And well, because we have a few parts, a few videos left, I certainly hope to see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to part 12 of my PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. New video, new series. This new series is called Track Day Specials or Track Specials. And well, we are for the first time in Germany, as many of you have recognized it already, on the Nordschleife. This is the final stretch, the very long straight. And we're using, of course, a new car because it is a new series. And this time it's a Porsche 911 GT3 996, possibly 2003, 2004 model, I guess. I don't understand why it is a tracks special, but yeah, if they categorize it that way, then it's okay. So yeah, the first challenge is a hot lap. As you can see on the timer, I have added it in to the right, and it's a rather short one, under 2 minutes in total. Only two corners left, this one, the right and left hander, and then it's only pedal to the metal until the finish line. So how much time is gonna be left? Roughly a second, not too bad. Well, the last race we started symbolically with a German car, with the German car maker, Porsche, on the German track, the still probably most difficult racetrack in the world, and one of the longest, if not the longest still. I heard some rumors about a Swedish track, which is supposed to be longer. I believe it already is built, it already exists, not sure though. But anyway, the Nordschleife is still the most special and important racetrack in the world, in my opinion, and one of the most fun ones for sure. And I have clocked many thousands of virtual laps on it already. Unfortunately, I did have certainly opportunities, but I just didn't do it yet. I didn't drive on it in real life, and that's for a very simple fact: the insurance won't cover your accident, even if you're not at fault. Like literally, if even someone drives into you, then your insurance company, and neither his, will pay for damages. So yeah, it's a really risky undertaking if you think about it. So I definitely want to do it once at least in my life, and I know I will, but I guess I'm gonna wait a little bit more. Anyway, so this time was a new car, which is the Noble M12 free GTO or something, but which is a great car, by the way. But well, yeah, more to that later. Have fun with the replay. So, third challenge of the series, and it's again a hot lap, again on the Nordschleife, and we're basically also very short, but barely over a minute. We're starting basically where we stopped the last race, so all these challenges, they are basically built upon each other. You start the next challenge where you left off in the last one. So anyway, so this is this very quick, very fast stretch of the track. Now the right-hander under the bridge and down to, what is it called? I mean, I should know as a motorsports fan and as a German what all of these parts of the track are known because many non-Germans know it, but I never learned. So I believe this was Brünnchen or Döttinger Höhe? No, probably not. Döttinger Höhe is probably the straight at the end. But, well, anyway, yeah, I'm using a new car, which is the Dodge Viper SRT10. Phenomenal car, I love it. Always loved it in every game I tried it out. Nothing bad about it in my opinion. But yeah, not much to say in such a short time, so have fun with the replay. So the next challenge is yet again a hot lap, yet again on the Nordschleife, this time with the new car though, the Ferrari 360 Challenge Stradale. I like the name because in Russian stradать means to suffer. I guess that has nothing to do with the word stradale, the Italian word. I don't know what it means, but yeah, I kind of just found it funny as someone who does speak Russian, German and English, and sometimes the words sound very similar but have completely different meanings, and sometimes they do sound similar and have the same meaning because well, like the one word in this language is derived from the same word from another language. Like, well, if we make the connection between Italian and Russian, there is actually at least one word I know that is used in both languages. Tomatoes in Italian means pomodoro, and in Russian pomidor. So yeah, at least I know one word that is similar. But anyway, enough of this stupid language lesson. So this challenge, once again, not really difficult. Well, with this car, actually, you do need to be really good, as you will see, because it was really close, but still quite doable. It's a fantastic car. And, well, yeah, there we go, we're through. Alright, the next challenge is yet again on the Nordschleife. This time it's a head-to-head, and I'm using for the second time the Dodge Viper SRT 10, which I really love and which is quite comparable in speed to the challenge Stradale in front of us. But going back to my lacking knowledge of the Nordschleife, track parts names, while I do not know the names, I do know the track very well. If you've seen my channel, you know I have uploaded a lot of Nordschleife hot laps in GT5, GT6 and GT Sport, or off GT5, GT6 and GT Sport. So yeah, I do know the ins and outs of this track. I know it very well. I know every single corner, the speed you would need to take basically for each type of car or each car and tire, and yeah, I could drive the track in my mind without the other problem, like I have memorized it basically pretty perfectly, yeah. So here's the right-hander leading to the very long straight with very fast multiple corners. But to me it's basically just a hugely long straight. It's called, though, it's right after Bergwerk, then it's to Kesselchen Klostertal. This is the entire part called you've just seen, but we've not driven it to the end, the long straight. So the next challenge is a street race, this time in Stockholm though, 3 laps during the day, in the dry, thankfully. And this time we're using again the Noble M12 GTO 3. This is what it's called, I need to memorize the name. And I did opt for this car as the class leading car. It is noticeably the fastest car in the challenge, in the series. At least going around the track it is. Because, yeah, as you can see, obviously the game would put the class leading car yet again at the beginning of the field. And yeah, it's very difficult to catch up to it with anything else than the class leading car itself. I'm gonna smash that up pretty badly. Doesn't look good, although it didn't even look good before the accident. Like, it's really not a pretty car. It's a very track focused car, as well all of these cars more or less are, because yeah, it is the track special series, but you can definitely see it the most on this car. It looks like a race car for the road, basically, because it pretty much is exactly that. And this is how it drives. Very stiff suspension, very hard, very harsh, but very, very quick through the corners. A lot of downforce with the spoiler and the whole chassis and the whole aerodynamics of the car. But yeah, it's very, very quick in a straight line, in acceleration and top speed, actually. Fantastic brakes, of course. And this is the best car, especially on tracks with a lot of turns, tight turns, where you would need a lot of downforce. I like this section, very long straight, next to the river. Beautiful scenery. And hard brake, far too late though. Clean race bonus long gone probably. Now here this part you know already very well if you've watched my series, which is used very often in the Swedish Stockholm challenges. Very bumpy part, very quick too. Now this difficult turn. Yeah. Well driven though, this time around. The good thing is about most tracks, at least, that you can see where the ideal breakpoint would be, like here, because you actually see the rubber on the road. So this is like a good reference point as to know where to brake ideally, and it works in over 90% of the cases, I would say. So yeah, absolutely use that if you don't know where to brake. Okay, so the next challenge is in Stockholm again, but this time it's the overtake challenge, and we got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to succeed, to overtake 7 cars. And well, this time we're using the Challenge Stradale, the Ferrari 360. The right car for such a challenge, this Challenge Stradale. Haha, bad joke. Okay, 2 cars down, 5 left. The bumpy part behind us. Now comes the somewhat easier part. Going to the right, oh, taking on another Ferrari, the Testarossa. Which is the star car also of Miami Vice? No? 4th car, the Lotus Esprit. Oh, I'm sorry for that. It was dirty. And there goes my clean race bonus. So the bumpy part again, small track layout it seems. Oh, that was cool. Good slide through there. I like this corner though, and I've mostly driven it pretty well. It just feels good to drive through there, I don't know why. Nice right-hander. Overtaking another Ferrari, which is the 550. Clipping the wall there, that was close. Now comes the bumpy part again. And, no, we didn't hit the wall. Good on me, good on me. So this should be the last car, but it isn't. Now the 575 Maranello. Lovely car. Love it so much. Oh, the nemesis of this challenge is the SL55 AMG. Fitting for this type of track with its handling characteristics. Difficult to explain, but yeah, this is how I feel. Anyway, I'll leave you alone with the replay. So the next one is a timed run, the first one in this series, I believe. And of course I will be using the class leading car. As I never forget to mention is that all the timed runs and the hot laps are pretty difficult, especially the hot laps, but some of the timed runs also, and yeah, it's more or less very necessary to use the serious class leading car. Like here. Pretty long one, I believe. Yeah, 2 laps here. If I'm not mistaken. And a longer layout. There goes my clean race bonus. My laps while doing this big mistake, well, 10 seconds ago, were still pretty good, because this challenge here was really tough, and the corner I just did was very hard to get right, and surprisingly I came through it surprisingly well, in my opinion. But here's the next faster bumpy part, if I'm not mistaken. No, not really. Slightly different layout this time, which is great, I think. Very beautiful scenery. That was bad. Now here comes the bumpy part again. Here it is, next to the river and this bridge. Here it is again. And now to the left. Yep, there was 1 lap. Or actually, now it was 1 lap. And the last lap begins. I would be surprised if anyone was able to win in this challenge with another car. I mean, this one is the class leading, and after this 3 cars are more or less equally quick, which would be the 911 GT3 996, the 360 Challenge Stradale, and the Dodge Viper SRT 10. Those 3 are more or less equally quick around the track and are not that far behind this car. Maybe someone was or is able to do this challenge with the other cars. I tried, but failed miserably, so yeah, I opted again for the best in order to succeed. This lap is quite a bit better than the first one. At least it's much cleaner. There are 2 more cars to this class, which is the Opel Speedster 220 or Vauxhall Speedster 220 and the Lotus Elise GT3, is it called that way? I'm not very sure. The Lotus itself is already very hopelessly underpowered for this class, but the Vauxhall or Opel 220 is like a complete joke in this class. But yeah, more to that later. Anyway, we came through with a second to spare. So the next challenge is a hot lap, again for Stockholm, and obviously we will be opting for the noble yet again, because of the aforementioned reasons. Almost 2 minutes for this one, so a long lap, a really long lap. Driving such a quick car for almost 2 minutes on the limit means basically that this is a rather long layout. In the rain though, and it actually does make it quite a bit more difficult. Certainly it's not a simulation where you would need to adapt your driving style greatly, and obviously if it would be a simulation you would see it, because you can just see by just by sight that obviously the physics are still very forgiving. But yeah, there's still a difference between dry and wet tracks, and quite honestly it would be lame if that would not be the case. I remember this phenomenon in many racing games, even on the PlayStation 3 generation, possibly even on the 4th generation, and earlier, where when it started to rain, the grip level would only, and that was great, did you see that? Clipping the wall and just shooting yourself into the next corner. That was definitely not planned, but great execution there for me anyway. Well, where the grip levels would only change for you as the player, but not for the AI, and the AI would continue with the grip levels of a dry track, even if it rains, even if the track is wet already and you're affected by it, which I thought always to be so lame because it destroyed the entire race. Like, there was no chance in hell you could ever keep up with them on a wet track while they are driving as if it's still dry. But yeah, just a little annoyance of many racing games, and we're through with very little time left. So, in the next challenge I opted for the Lotus Exige, this is how it's called. Definitely a track specials car. Driving through Stockholm yet again. It's a head-to-head, as you can see, and in the rain again. And we're racing against the 911 GT3 996. And I had to do this in order to win, to have a chance. Yeah, I spun him out. Otherwise, you would have no chance with this car. And this is the challenge of the series. The only challenge where you would be able to win it with this car, and I wanted to use it at least one time. So from the beginning you needed to drive as quickly as possible, really, like maxing it out completely, the car, and only then you would be able to catch up to the Porsche at that corner where I did and spin it out. So yeah, so you would get the lead and could drive through the finishing line as the first one. He's right behind us already by now. He just made some mistakes, otherwise he would have won. You will see that in the replay better. So yeah, the Lotus is hopelessly underpowered and disadvantaged. Alright, so the next challenge is an overtake challenge through Florence, Italy, and I'm using the Noble this time. Because yes, as always, I did try the challenge with some other cars, but to me at least, it was pretty much impossible to beat this challenge with any other car than this one. While with this one, it was quite honestly pretty easy. So one car down, which was the Aston Martin V12 Vanquish. So second car down, which is the Bentley, and 5 cars left, as this time we have to overtake 7 cars, which is mostly the target in those overtake challenges, at least in the higher classes. So there's the third car, Lotus Esprit V8. Fourth car now also down, the Testarossa. Only 3 cars left and we still got more than 2 minutes on the clock. My driving isn't too bad, but a little bit unclean. 666 kudos points. The devil had his hand in this race, huh? Well, not anymore. So I needed over half a minute to reach this car. So that should have been the 5th car, Mercedes-Benz SLS SL55 IMG. Yeah, the Noble is just super quick. Very good through the corners, extremely good brakes. One minute left, no, 2 cars left to overtake. This should be the 550, yeah it is. And I'm certainly going to overtake it here after the bridge. Yep, I did. And now going for the last one, which most certainly will be the 575 Maranello. Okay, half a minute left. Over 1,000 kudos points by now. Yeah, there it is. With basically 15 seconds left. No, still didn't get passed by, but now I did. Yeah, with the Noble it was relatively easy. Next race is a timed run in Florence. During the night though, 2 laps. And yes, of course I would be using the Noble. Slightly over 2 minutes for this challenge. High speed part here. Here again the right hander, full throttle. And hard brake after the bridge. Very tight, 90 degrees corner to the left. Oh, that was good. Yeah, I like this part a lot. Oh, hard brake to the left. Easy to lose their time. Here too, yeah, take it more from the inside. Nice, good racing line there. This is a very technical corner. That was okay, not too bad. And we're done with 1 lap. So only this lap left. Oh, that was okay. Not too bad. Now the hard brake again. Yeah, that was good. Very clean, very quick. We might even end up getting our clean race bonus. Wow, that was on the limit there. Oh, that wasn't perfect, lost a little bit of time, but still okay. It's very difficult to hit the right braking point there. A little bit too early, you're just far too slow. A little bit too late, you're almost into the wall. We're gonna break with the 1000 points. Kudos points barrier here too, which is good. Oh, that was okay. Still enough to win it. Yep, half a second to spare even. And there it is, clean race bonus, yes. So now it's a hot lap through Florence again, during the day though. One lap, because yeah, it's a hot lap. A very short one, 34.75 seconds I believe, or 34.5. And this time though I was actually able to beat the challenge without a car that is not the best car of its class. And in this case, it's the 360 Challenge Stradale. Absolutely not easy to beat the challenge of this car, but far from being impossible, in my opinion. Now this very technical corner again, and we're through with, yeah, basically no time left. Alright, so the next challenge is in Florence again, but it's a street race, 3 laps during the night in the dry. And this time I opted for the 911 GT3. Great car, obviously. You've just seen at the back the Honda NSX Type R, 2004 model, pretty sure it is. Phenomenal car, one of my absolute favorite cars ever, ever, ever. I love this thing. The sound is amazing. The handling is the best thing about the car. The design is great, and its performance on track based on its HP to weight ratio is phenomenal. Like, wow, what a car. I was just blown away by it in Gran Turismo 4, then in Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, and basically in every single racing game after that. So yeah, here's again important to catch up to the class leading car as soon as you can. And this is what I did. Apparently, after that, you can quite easily stay in the front. And why I'm saying that, he almost overtook me. Oh wow, falling behind a little bit. Probably made even more mistakes. Now it's the Viper. Yeah, it's on the straight quicker than I am. That was dirty from me, I agree. Ooh, man, I shot him off the track, really. And now he is 5th. Ouch. There is the Honda and the Lotus Exige. So that is me again. Oh, and another Noble took the place of the red Noble and the red Viper. Now here, this layout is somewhat new. Is it the first time we're driving through it? Could be. Here, I mean that one. Pretty cool, like this open space, and you can actually go to the right and go from the right side. Relatively rarely used in the game, this layout of the track, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, well, that was his own mistake. Wow. Did you see that? What a big crash. No, there he is, still in 2nd place. Oh, there isn't another Noble. I was mistaken. No, wow, that was a stupid mistake. This is what I meant. I just braked a little bit too early, a little bit too much, turned in a little bit too early, and then I was kind of stuck to the wall. Have a little damage myself. This should be the last lap. Over 1,000 points by now, great. And we're through. Alright, the next challenge is a head-to-head in Moscow for the KGB town city part, so to say. This is what it's called, like this track. And man, definitely one of my favorite challenges in the game. It was just so much fun hunting down the objectively much quicker noble M12 in my Porsche 911 GT3 996. Oh, this corner is just great. Ooh, well, that was close. Almost lost it. It was important to me to beat it with something else than a noble, and I did. I just like this track very much, and there were some parts where the AI just wasn't very quick, and I used that obviously to my advantage. I was able to catch up, like for these corners here now, the right-hander where you need to take a lot of speed, yet take it from the inside, and good, now I'm in his slipstream, in his draft, and can use that to my advantage to overtake him. Now look what happens, what he tries. What a sucker, honestly. But through here I was quicker than him. I had more balls. Did you see that? How slow he went through there? And that was it for his race. Now this corner again, which I took here very, very perfectly. Nearly perfect. No, almost spinning out this time though. Now again in this corner, taking all the speed on the straight, taking all of the space, using all of the space the track has to offer. Maximizing your top speed here before you need to brake hard again. Well, not that hard. Now this S-curves if you want so, and yet again taking all the speed on a very, very long straight. That was okay. But the gap between me and him is just too big. He wouldn't be able to catch up. I hope at least. Now that was quick. Not perfect by any means, but still very quick. Or was it this light where I took the corner perfectly? No, that was a little bit slow. I was more cautious there this time around. That was good though. I'm not too far away from 1000 kudos points. Will we get the 100 points at the end of the race for the fastest lap? I don't know. Did we drive the fastest lap of this race? I would assume so. Okay, this is clean section. Clean race. And nope, he did drive the quickest lap. Now comes the challenge, the speed trap challenge of this series on the Nordschleife this time. And I had to use the Noble because I did try with basically, yeah, actually every single other car just to see how speedy they are. And in my opinion, it was only possible with the Noble 209 kmh and yeah, right, and 130 mph. So this is through the small carousel, or kleines Karussell in German. And what was important is basically, well, to just have the right line and to use this wide part of the track. This one I'm driving on right now, it gives you like this more grip, and you just slingshot yourself out of the corner, take all the speed, and then it's basically pretty easily possible to beat it. Alright, so this is the last challenge of this series. It's a street race on the Nordschleife, and as we took symbolically the German automaker for the first challenge, which was also on the Nordschleife, we'll do it as well again here. Started this challenge on the Nordschleife with the German automaker, and we will end it that way. That was important to me because I'm weird, I don't know. Well, that wasn't too bad. I used the slingshot method, so to say, to call the speed on this straight here. And was hunting down two of the Nobles. The AI tends to do a lot of mistakes on this track. I did try this challenge with the Honda NSX too, because I wanted it to be featured at least one time in this series, but yeah, I would have needed to try this challenge probably over 100 times and hope that the AI would do a lot of mistakes in order to win it with the NSXR. Oh, that wasn't me actually, he started fumbling by himself, and then I hit him. So yeah, now we're at the front, in the lead. The track itself here in this game is a little bit too wide, I think, and well, it's not that accurate. I recognize immediately the layout. The layout itself, it's pretty good, like here the jump, that's realistic, but yeah, I really believe it's a little bit too wide, and just because of the physics of this game, it's far too fast. Like the cornering speeds are ridiculous. In other racing games which are more simulation focused, it's completely not comparable. You're just far too quick for the corners, especially the high-speed corners. You can take with 70 or 100 kmh more than in simulation games or real life, basically. Well, that was a bad mistake. That was, by the way, the big Karussell, großes Karussell in German. And now this is the last right-hander of the track before this huge long straight where you're reaching these top speeds. And there we go. So yeah, that was the last race. I do hope you did enjoy it as always. I do hope you liked it. And if you did, consider leaving a like, a comment, maybe a sub, maybe share it somewhere. And well, we got 2 parts still to go. I hope I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to part 13 of my PGR2 Platinum walkthroughs. This is the second to last part. There will only be one more series, and as always, because this is a new video, it's also about a new series. This new series is called Extreme Series, because, well, it's alluding to the cars, to the car class, and the cars are supposed to be extreme. They certainly were back then in 2004. Today, well, not really anymore. The likes of the Ferrari F50, F40, Jaguar XJ220 you're seeing here are obviously very, very fast cars even today. But under extreme, you would understand today something like the Koenigseggs, the Rimac, or how they're called, these fully electric hypercars, etc., etc. But yeah, nonetheless, obviously, all of these cars in this very class here are still extremely fast cars, and the first one, I mentioned it, and most of you will know anyway, is the Jaguar XJ220. So the first challenge is a timed run, a two-lap hot lap if you want, so through the streets of Chicago at night. And this is one of the tracks I just noticed that has, again, very bad visibility in some parts of the track at least, and it was one of those challenges I needed, certainly a few tries at least. Like, it wasn't super difficult, but yeah, you needed to practice a little bit. The Jaguar is one of the class-leading cars, I would say. It's very quick in acceleration and top speed. It has pretty good handling, but where it stood out to me the most were its brakes. I had the feeling like I believe it had by far the best brakes in the entire class. Or one of the best, definitely. The Jag itself is definitely one of my absolute favorite cars of all time, supercars. I know I'm saying that about many cars in this game, but, well, the game does feature a lot of my favorite cars of all time, like the 575 Maranello, Aston Martin Vanquish, Corvette C5, Ferrari 355, Ferrari F50, F40. Yeah, I know I spoiled those. For now, the others I'll try not to spoil. Well, and there were more which you have already seen in my previous videos. So yeah, the Jag is just fantastic. It sounds amazing. Also in real life, allegedly it is over 350 kilometers quick in real life, which is absolutely insane for 92, or when it launched. It was for a relatively short time the fastest car in the world, because I believe it did release slightly before the McLaren F1, which smashed its record with 386 kilometers per hour, which is insane. And I heard that the McLaren F1 had a high downforce mode for tracks and a low downforce mode for the top speed runs. I just recently heard it, and I have never heard of that before. So it would be cool if someone of you could post a comment below. If you know something about it, I would really like to know. I just didn't research yet, so yeah, I just would be interested if any one of you knows something about that. I would love to hear that. I love to read that in the comments. Well, yeah, so this is the first race, and as always, I leave you alone with the replay. Alright, so the next challenge is yet again in Chicago and yet again at night, but over this time around we will be using a new car, and the challenge is again also something different, something new. This time it's the one of the overtaking challenges, when we had or have in total 3.5 minutes time to overtake 7 cars. I opted for the Ford GT, the old one. But it's built year 1969 or even before that, I'm not quite sure, but it's definitely a 60s car. And considering that, yeah, it is pretty extreme. It is unbelievably capable for considering its age. Yes, it does weight barely anything, but if I'm not mistaken, again, its motor is only, in exclamation marks, second car down, which is the Honda NSX Type R. Has what does it have? Roughly 350 horsepower. This is by today's standards for sports cars nothing special. Like, you can buy hatchbacks with almost as much horsepower today, but because of its very, very light weight and very wide body, it's quite, well, yeah, quite extreme, quite impressive. Third car down. What I noticed is that I always push the Lotuses to the side in my review. Does this have a hidden meaning? I don't understand myself or something. I don't know. Fourth car down. No, I'm joking, but this is just something I noticed. Anyway, yeah. This was the reason, or is the reason, why the car is so fast. But still, I find it fascinating that even considering its very low weight, that it is so impressively, supremely quick with only roughly 350 horsepower. It is an extremely capable car in every single game I have played in GT Sport as well, although there it was, on Tsukuba at least, slightly slower than the Shelby Cobra, but then again, it does share similarities, if you want. So it's also an American car, also from the 60s. That here is a middle motor setup layout, I believe, mid-engine, and the Cobra is a front engine, rear-wheel drive. But they are both rear-wheel drive and have the same philosophy of, well, let's say a lot of power and very, very little weight. Lightweight supercars, sports cars. Seven cars to overtake as always, and if I did not miscount, we only have 5 with this one down, so only 15 seconds left, and we still gotta go. Yeah, there are the 2 cars. Alright, so it's all correct. There was the Lotus Esprit and Ferrari 575 Maranello, I believe, which we flew by like there were nothing. And this corner, I hated it because you really could not see it. But anyway, as always, enjoy it. Alright, the next challenge is a street race, 3 laps at night again in Chicago, and I'm using for the second time the XJ220. What I forgot to mention is that the last challenge I did with the 4GT is the only challenge I will do with the 4GT. Because, well, I tried, of course, as always, many challenges with the slower cars, and this time around the 4GT is the slowest car of this class, all in all. Not by far, but noticeably. Well, that was close. What I did there, like, extremely close. But yeah, this was instead the only time I used that, for the very reason that it's just not quick enough for the hour challenges. It was just too much of a hassle, and would be too much of a hassle to use it in any of the hour challenges. For now, I would say my driving was pretty good. Did you see those lines I took? Like braking points and all of that. It was just pretty great. The car to the left of us right now is the Scari, behind us, directly behind us. The Scari KCZ1 or something like that. Yeah, I knew this car back then, but I completely forgot about this car and this brand. I don't even know what kind of other cars they have built and released, if they did at all. Basically, I don't know anything about this automaker, quite honestly. I should check them out. I should well, Google them or something. Would be interesting. So I opted this time again for the XJ because I did have very good experience with it in the first challenge, in the timed run, and it seemed a good fit, and it really was. It's a very capable car in this class. I mean, there are, I believe, 5 cars at least in this class which are very comparable. Again, good driving, except here. This was my first major mistake, where I just turned in too early because I just could not see where I needed to go. It just had to happen, you know. I couldn't finish a race without crashing at least once. But, well, it is what it is anyway. So the Jag, the XJ220, plus the Scari, which is behind us right now, plus the Porsche GT2, which you have seen at the start of the race, and the Ferrari F40 and Ferrari F50. In my opinion, they are quite comparable lap time wise. The Jag is very stable, has amazing brakes, but just possibly lacks a little bit of acceleration, or in the handling, just the turn speeds. I don't know, it just never felt OP or anything. It was just a very good all-rounder. Oh, that was bad again. The Ascari seemed extremely quick in a straight line, but was the worst handling of all cars in this class. Very slippery, very wild, oversteery. The Porsche GT2 was, of those 5 cars in general or in total, the least, or the fast car, or the slowest car. I mean, it had good acceleration, top speed, handling, brakes, but in total it was just a little bit lacking. The Ferrari F50 is extremely stable, like it's on rails. It handles amazingly, has really good acceleration at top speed and turn speeds, etc., and brakes, but lacks just this little bit of speed and total speed of the F40, which is the class leading car here. And I never understood, or I just assumed that the F50 was the better car than the F40, because now I'm missing the word. Well, the F50 was the model that came after the F40, and in fact 7 years after it, It was just logical to assume it would be better. But apparently that's not the case. It seems that many games like this here or Gran Turismo Sport were simulating those two cars rather accurately. Namely that the 40 was, well, not by much, but noticeably a quicker car than the 50, and in this case, in this game, it's also the case. Anyway, enjoy the replay. Okay, so the next challenge is again in Chicago, again at night. 1 lap this time because it's a head-to-head. We're using the Ascari KZ1 or something like that, and we're driving in this car, I did forget, against a Porsche 959, the legendary 959, which is the second of the 2 Porsches in the series. Man, that was just bad. And look at this. Oh, pure carnage, and I'm at fault, I admit. Braked far too late. But yeah, not only does this car handle pretty badly, like it's quick through the corners, to be quite honest, if you do it right. But it's not easy to do it with this car because it is so slidey, so oversteery. And apart from that, it does have bad brakes. This is what I forgot to mention, as you could very evidently witness, because yeah, it crashed into the wall like I wasn't braking at all. The 959, by the way, should be the last car of this race. I'm pretty sure I did not. Wow, this is just bad. My driving is bad, admittedly, and the car's brakes. And look at this, the handling when you do not get it right is also really bad. It kind of switches between understeering and oversteering, which is very bad when the car does it. So the 959, what I was about to say, is I would say the second slowest car of this class after the Ford GT in general. So the next challenge is also a head-to-head, also for Chicago, but this time during the day. Very fortunately, because for now you could at least see where you're going, at least in most cases when it's not too shady. And I opted for the XJ220 because yeah, it is much better than the Ford GT 959 or the Ascari I just used. The opponent, as you can see, is also an XJ220, and that was again very bad driving by me, losing my clean race bonus. And well, yeah, it was a pretty short one. I didn't pay attention. It were 2 laps this time, though, I believe. But yeah, it's a short track, so that would make sense. We'll see. This track layout I liked quite a bit, even if I wasn't driving very well. This should be the second to last corner if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there is the start-finish line. Okay, 1 lap. The next challenge is yet again head-to-head, yet again in Chicago, yet again one lap, and yet again during the day. So 3 head-to-heads in a row. I opted this time for the Ascari and raced against the class leading car, which is the F40, both cars in red, which look beautiful in my opinion. And well, if you've listened to me for the last, what is it now? Well, 30 minutes, we're 30 minutes into the video. I admittedly shed quite a lot on the Ascari for being a very bad car in many circumstances, in many situations. Why did I use it against the class leading car? It's simple, because the head-to-heads are the easiest challenges in the game. You only have one opponent to overtake and only one opponent to push to the side if needed be. So this is why I used a relatively slow car against the class leading car. Okay, so the next race is a timed run in Washington. New location, finally, during the day, in the dry, and well, because, yes, I do mention it every time, the hot laps and the timed runs are the most difficult challenges, of course, except the con challenges. I opted for the class leading car this time, for the first time, so I'm driving for the first time the F40, which is, well, there are a lot of reasons why this car has really an absolute legendary status, because it, quite frankly, deserves it, deserves every bit of it. It's a phenomenal car. It looks amazing. Quite 80s. The back certainly isn't as beautiful as the front, but still it looks amazing, and it's essentially a racing car for the road. You have nothing like, and no radio. I'm not even sure, did it have ABS back then? Anti-lock system? I don't know. Did it have steering assist? I don't know. I would also assume no. Certainly no traction control and no stability control, that's for sure. 478 horsepower, mid-engine, rear-wheel drive layout, sounds absolutely mental, one of the best sounding cars ever built, together with the F50 and the F430, Lamborghini Gallardo, Porsche Carrera GT, and the Lexus LFA. Yeah, I know my cars, right? So yeah, one of the best selling cars ever. It's very lightweight. This is why it is also so quick. And allegedly Ferrari painted the chassis extra thin in order to save some weight, which I think is just. It's just so ridiculous, it's unbelievable, it's so very Italian again, I think at least. But yeah, anyway, enjoy the replay. So the next one is a really fun one. A 2-lap slalom slash cone challenge through the streets, through the wide, fast streets of Washington. First time using the Porsche GT2, also one of the most legendary supercars ever built. Yeah, shameful, but I, again, like with some other cars, don't know when it has been released. Was it still in the 80s? If it was in the 80s, well, certainly at the end of the 80s, like the F40, but I'm not sure. Maybe it was already in the beginning of the 90s. I would suppose that it was still the 80s though. But yeah, for its time, it was just phenomenal. I believe the best car in the world for a certain time, even if not for far too long. But still, yeah, just a crazily good car. In this game, also very capable and very, oh, that was close. Did you see that? It was so close to the barrier, and my speed wasn't also too big, so I was a bit lucky there. But yeah, it was very well suited for this type of challenge because it is very, very drifty and slidey, but in a very pleasant and controlled manner, not like the Ascari, which is just wild, or the F40, which is also wild, but certainly much more controllable than the Ascari, like basically between the Ascari and the GT2. And the GT2 drives pretty good, you know, handles pretty well. Yeah, handles pretty well. And yeah, this is why I opted for it. Now this, here I built again a little drift in between, as to not let the combo break. The kudos target, as you can see on the screen, is 14,750 points. This is one of those late 2-lap cone challenges where you do not need to do consecutive 2 laps without breaking the combo. If you look at the points at the above at the right hand corner, I already have almost 14,000 in yellow now and over 1,000 in white, so you would count it together and I would already now be at, well, what is it, 15,613, yeah, now already at 18,000 roughly points. Of course I could have just stopped and take the points, you know, and then once they are collected, so to say, it's simply slowly drive through the track and through the finish line. Although you can't be too slow, there is a time limit, so you need to have a certain average speed, a quick average speed. But I could still take it slowly if you want, right? Take it easy. But because I'm from time to time at least, a very competitive player, I of course wanted my high score, you know, I wanted those 2 consecutive laps, especially because the cone challenges in Washington are some of the easier ones. And so I did, and at the end had, well, almost 31,000, more than twice the required points, which I'm admittedly a little bit proud of, but then again, this challenge isn't as challenging as most other long 2-lap cone challenges, especially not as challenging as the most difficult one in the Grand Touring series with the Ferrari, which I did with this 575 through the streets of Hong Kong, and where Stribbler on his YouTube channel did manage 2 consecutive laps, which I think is just really, like, yeah, supremely impressive. Like I'm just impressed. So that's definitely compliment to him and his racecraft and his just sheer will to do it, and his his will, because I was so fed up with that challenge that I just was happy enough to finally have enough kudos points, and I absolutely could not be arsed enough to try more and do those 2 consecutive laps. Well, not in this challenge really, but here it was quite doable. Although I did have multiple runs where I was close to the finish line, I had my points, like I could have stopped, and I don't know, like less than half a minute or even sometimes roughly 10 seconds before the straight and finish line, I had some stupid mistake where I would touch a cone, and if you touch a cone, you lose just an immensely huge amount of kudos where you wouldn't even have enough to win the challenge. But anyway, even if I didn't touch it and just the combo broke because I was too slow, I didn't want that. I wanted my 2 consecutive laps at least here, and well, yeah, so I did. Anyway, enjoy the little rest of the replay. Okay, so the next challenge is a hot lap for Washington during the night in the dry. The first time we're doing the hot lap in this series, if I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken, I believe it's the first time. Very short one, slightly under a minute, and I'm using for the first time the F50, which is only in a Cabriolet convertible version in this game. Chose the gray color, which isn't very well known, which isn't very popular with this car, because in most cases, in most Ferraris, it's in red or yellow. Black was also one popular car for the one popular color for this car. But yeah, I just wanted to do something different and just chose the gray one. The challenge itself I found pretty difficult with the F50, at least. I know that Stribla did also this challenge with the F50, and I know he did beat my time. He was even quicker, so I think he has quite the talent in this game, at least. Anyway, enjoy the replay. Alright, so the next challenge is a street race through Washington, 4 laps during the night in the dry. And I time for the class leading car, the 40, this time in menacing black. Not a color this car is known for, and I'm not even sure if they have ever been like built and sold in an officially for Ferrari in another color than red. Really, I don't know. Would like to know if someone of you knows something about that. Please feel free to comment. But yeah, I again wanted to bring in a little bit of variety, and I think it just looks pretty damn amazing, pretty damn cool in black, like really menacing, really actually menacing. Yeah, I think it also does look quite good in yellow, not as good as the F50 in yellow does, but yeah, still a fitting color for this car. At the front, would, as always, as you by now very much know, also the class leading car, because this is how the game does that, and this is why we are hunting down another F40. This challenge wasn't really easy, but also again not too difficult, because there is particularly one corner, the last corner of a lap, where the AI was pretty weak. There is mostly at least one corner on almost every track where the AI is just unusually slow, and this is the corner here. Like, look what he does. It's just he just lost half a second just in this one corner at least, and of course I would take advantage of that. This very technical corner I have been talking about in my earlier parts, my earlier videos. I just can't really get right. Here, some nice jumps in between. Yeah, it was a pretty cool track layout, very fun one, very fast. So can I get this corner this time right at least? Okay, that was far from perfect, but better than the last two times. At least I'm better here than the AI. Or not. Not this time around though. Oh no, that is close. That looks cool. Beautiful fight. Aha. I know that what I just did has a name, this technique, this overtaking technique. I forgot. There for a very brief moment I thought I need to go to the right because I'm a dumbass, I don't know why. That's why I hit the wall. Oh, and the F40 is not in the lead anymore. Should be the XJ220 if I saw that right. Alright, now this time the corner was okay-ish. And this corner here this time was, oh, very good. That was close to perfection though. That should be it. Yep, over 2000 points. Nice. Have fun with the replay. So the next race challenge is a street race, 2 laps through Washington during the night in the dry. And I switched back again to the F50 in black also, like I had it on my F40 in the last race. And oh yeah, now I remember this race pretty well. That was very difficult, to me at least. For Strubla it was probably a breeze again, like first or second try, but with the F50 I needed a lot of tries. I don't know, the AI I think at least was unusually strong on this track layout. Nothing impossibly quick or anything, but yeah, just unusually strong. And I did try many times. Oh, well, big mistake by the F40 there. GT2 on the lead, which is a rather rare sight during the street races. That was a little bit too slow, really. The track layout itself is rather fun, not as good as the last track, I think, but it is it's kind of very technical, difficult to describe, and again the AI was unusually quick on this track. Fortunately less than the part I've just ridden through. As you could see, I built up a lead immediately. Here it depends, you could sometimes build a lead here, sometimes you just do not. A little bit, and yeah, I won. Alright, the next challenge is a street race again during the night again in Washington, and I did take the XJ220 this time for a little bit of a ride, quite honestly. And yeah, I think it is the third best car in this series after the F40 and the F50. Although I would assume it pretty much trades blows with the F50 depending on the track. I really believe that on some track the F50 would be advantaged slightly over the XJ, and on another track it would be the other way around, but they are, in total, in general, they should be pretty equally quick. While the F40 would remain the OP car basically for every track, yeah. Oh yes, and now I do remember this challenge also pretty well. Yeah, this was definitely one of the hardest challenges, street race challenges at least, in the entire game. A very cool track layout, but kind of difficult for me at least to memorize really well. In the first tries I did it, and the F40 was just really good here on this track, on this layout, and hunting it down with the XJ, to me at least, was not an easy task at all. Like, my driving, as you can see, is actually really good this time around, pretty consistent, and the F40 would just, well, it would just drive off, you know, build up a lead rather easily. So I had to give it my all. Oh, that was good. That was really good. Yeah, I can see my lines are actually rarely perfect through the turns, but also rarely really bad. So, and yeah, again, in general, really in this challenge I was driving pretty well. And this is again the part where the AI is slightly slower. Clean race bonus gone. And this section of 2 or 3 corners, the AI was also relatively slower. You could gain ground on it. Yeah, this is where I had the feeling I could finally go to the inside and, well, yeah, unfairly and cowardly just pushed myself violently through, just pushed the opponent to the side. Pretty Gran Turismo-like, if I'm being honest, and I'm a pretty big Gran Turismo fanboy, by far, with a huge distance, my favorite video game series of all time. But yeah, it's pretty common in the Gran Turismos to just smash into the opponents, especially in the older titles, and thus gain the lead. But yeah, that's that, so enjoy the replay. Okay, the next challenge is this series' speed trap challenge with a speed target of 251 km/h or 156 mph. The fastest speed trap challenge in the game for now we've had yet. I chose with the OP car, obviously. And I believe it should even remain the fastest speed trap challenge in the game, if I'm not mistaken. We will see in the next video, in the next part. The next challenge is a driver's duel or a head-to-head, and for the first time I'm using the Porsche 959 in beautiful red. This car was more known, I believe, at least for the black color, but although no, red was also very popular. Yeah, I remember now. It does fit the car very well, and driving against a red Ferrari F50 through the streets of Barcelona, which just looks, at least then later in the replay, stunning. I did the same thing here in the replay as I did with the Lotus Esprit V8 versus Ferrari 575 Maranello. Almost same track, or the same track? Oh, and it's a different layout this time around. But anyway, I edited also this camera view, this low to the ground camera view, just as in the fight between the Esprit and the 575. So yeah, make sure to check out the replay as well. Here of course was again important to put yourself ahead as soon as you can. Very technical corner here, but done pretty well, so that you would have a chance to get into the lead at all and then stay in the lead, especially in those tight tracks. You could then easily stay in the lead. But anyway, yeah, enjoy the pretty cool, pretty beautiful replay. Okay, so the next challenge is in Yokohama, 3-lap street race in the dry during the day. And I did use the Porsche 911 GT2 993 in white, which looks pretty good on this car, I think. Very strong field, 40, 50, XJ, another GT2. I spun them thankfully there, because this is one of those races I tried many times until I finally was able to beat the opponents with a at least slightly disadvantaged car. I love that section. The entirety of it full throttle. Very quick. At the end of the straight you had like probably over 250 km/h on the needle. This very technical corner here again. If you're too fast, you're just smashing into the barrier on the left side. But yeah, I did not exceptionally well, but pretty well for now. Oh, almost hit the barrier. Very late braking point I chose there. Here again a little bit too late. And here. But all in all, it was clean, good driving. Here, very technical. You need to take all the speed you can, you use all the space. And here, it looks so extremely easy in this corner you've just seen. But like, you can misjudge it so easily if you turn in just a little bit too early, you're hitting the barrier. If you turn in just a little bit too late, you're hitting the barrier because you're just driving so fast at that point of time. And well, yeah, the corner was very technical indeed. It just looked so easy and open and wide, although it is actually very narrow going with these speeds, and the window of turning in, the time window of turning in is very narrow as well. Oh no, this time this was quite a bit better. Yeah, that was also rather good. Again, it just looked so easy. Very impressed, by the way, with the scale of the surroundings of the levels in this game. I mean, yeah, I had my ramblings about how the Xbox was so powerful in one of the earlier series videos. But you could see that absolutely. It was just pretty evident that the Xbox had a lot of power under the hood. In this challenge we are driving again a Porsche and again for Yokohama, but this time, well, it is also during the day, it's in the rain, actually very heavy rain, and we're doing it in the other Porsche, the 959, matching with the overcast and rainy atmosphere. I chose the gray color. And well, off the line, as you could see, the 959 is quite the monster, because it is, yeah, the only all-wheel drive car in this entire series. So especially in the rain you would have a big advantage at the beginning. But this is still one of those races where you need it, especially in the first half a lap or the first entire lap, to drive basically completely flawless in order to have a chance to get to the race leading cars, which are, yeah, again, also class leading cars as always. So you would even have a chance at the win. And so I did, and overtook them in the first lap. Because here, especially on the straight, just no chance against the Ferraris. Still a very enjoyable race. I liked it a lot. I like the feel of the handling in this very heavy rain situation. The 959 itself in the game is, yeah, the second slowest car of the class. But, well, I mean, it's, yeah, especially in those conditions, it's still quite capable, you know. And, yeah, again, especially off the line, probably very handy for head-to-heads. And the car itself in real life was a revelation when it released, with its new all-wheel drive system, a lot of horsepower, not that much of weight. That was bad. Just braked far too late, and the 50 is immediately there to take advantage of it. Yeah, it was very, very, very impressive and amazing car for its time. The best sports car, or at least definitely the most advanced sports car in the world when it released in 86, possibly. Did it release before the 40? No, it should have been after it. Well, everywhere between 86 and 89 it must have been. So yeah, all the auto car journalists are always so impressed by it when they test it today, even. So guys, this is the last race of this series, again in Yokohama, again during the night, during the heavy rain. And I did try this challenge though, with the 959, and thought it would be a worthy car, difficult word, worthy car to end this challenge with, but was apparently a little bit too slow really for this track configuration. Oh my god, I'm starting to have difficulties to pronounce the words, well, somewhat correctly at least, after almost 1.5 hours runtime of this video. Really not that easy to talk in a foreign language for such a long time, especially if you didn't have any real life practice doing so, except those videos. But yeah, anyway, enough of that. The leading race cars, of course, and the 50, and of course, and the 40. And because the 959 was just a tad too slow, I thought, well, during the rain, why not a black menacing F40, just go all out and take the class leading car. Well, I mean, if the F40 isn't also one worthy car of ending a series, I don't know what is, because yeah, it's like being honest here as a German guy. The F40 is objectively seen the more legendary car than even the 959, although the 959 was technologically much more advanced, like night and day difference, honestly. Still, yeah, the F40 is just pure passion. It was around the track, or is around the track, definitely quicker than the 959, and was also in real life, I'm pretty sure of it. And well, yeah, I mentioned the word passion. Of course, it would shine with, or shine through, or not extract, but shine outwardly with passion, if you want so, because, well, after all, it is an Italian car. And yes, my favorite sports cars or car brands are Italian. Lamborghini #1. Long story, has more to do with my childhood. Well, I mean, they have never built really bad cars, if you think about it. Like, okay, the Diablos were a little bit overhyped. They were not really great cars, but I would say far from bad. And then Ferrari and Maseratis and Pagani, all of those. I love them all. I just love them. Italian cars are just the best when it comes to design, and the sound and the passion and the history behind them. And, yeah, especially Ferrari and Lamborghini are known for all of that. But yeah, this is the last race. I'll leave you as always alone with the replay, and as always hope that you did enjoy this part of my video series as well. And if you did, please leave a like, a comment, maybe a sub, maybe even share it somewhere. And I definitely hope to see you in the next part, which will be the last part of the video series for the Platinum walkthrough of the Coupe Championship, but not the last video I'm going to upload of this game. I have some pretty cool things planned for the videos after that. I believe it will be about 5 or 6 thorough videos I'm gonna release, so look forward to that. And well, yeah, I'll see you the next time. Bye bye. Alright guys, so this is the big one, the last one, part 14 of my PGR2 Platinum walkthrough. This time it's the Ultimate Series. First race is on the Nordschleife, or actually one part of the Nordschleife, and I'm using the American Celine S7, phenomenal car. I have driven it the first time in GT4, Gran Turismo 4. Never heard of this car maker, automaker before, and was very pleasantly surprised just how good it is. Like one of the truly great American supercar brands, in my opinion. Like, to me, they came out of nowhere and basically were just as fast as all the big names, you know, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, etc. So yeah, I was very much surprised, positively surprised. And I just remembered that the first time I've seen or virtually driven this car was actually another game before GT4, a few years before that actually, Supercars or something for the PS2, which was like a crappy game, crappy graphics, handling. Had a nice soundtrack though, and I did still play it through. It was one of those games where you could actually build your own car though, so that was pretty cool. But well, yeah. Anyway, enough of that. Just enjoy the little replay. Welcome to the next race, which is on the Nordschleife again only part of the track, basically the next part after the last one we drove on. Again in an American supercar, a true supercar, the Ford GT from, I believe it was 2003 or 2004. I also believe that this very model you see here isn't the exact final design of the car. It's just a tad different because it wasn't completely finalized, I believe. Yeah, there was dirty on that as well, although the second one wasn't planned. The first one wasn't planned either, really. They're just too slow. And well, yeah, we're hunting down all the other big guys. Ferrari, Enzo behind us in black and blue. The Pagani's on the S. What a phenomenal car. Left behind the fast part of the track now, all these S curves. I can't be arsed enough to Google the names of the track parts, but we're through anyway. Alright, welcome to the third race of this series, which is, yes, again on the Nordschleife, and this is just the next part after the last one again on the track. This time using a German car to drive on the German track, the test track of the world, the Nordschleife. The car is obviously, for all you car lovers, you know that. For the others, it's the Porsche Carrera GT. An absolutely incredible car, especially when it launched, but even today it's very impressive, specs wise and performance wise. It has one of the best sounds of any car ever in existence, along with, I would say, the first Lamborghini Gallardo, some of the later ones as well, but the first sounded the best in my opinion. And Lexus LFA, the normal one, not the Nürburgring edition. And I would say something like Ferrari 360, Ferrari F430, and possibly Murcielago LP640. Those cars just sound insanely good. Yeah, and the 40 and the 50. So these are probably the best sounding cars ever built in my opinion, and the Porsche Carrera GT is one of them. Alright, so the next race, of course, is yet again on the Nordschleife. This time pretty long, I believe half of the track or even a little bit more, with half of the last long stretch straight of the track. This time using the Swedish Koenigsegg CC V8S, I believe it is called, right? With the spoiler attached. And, well, it was of course easy to overtake all the other cars on the straight with such a fast car. 650 HP, if I'm not mistaken. In real life, a top speed of roughly 390 kilometers per hour, which would put it 4 kilometers above the legendary McLaren F1 with its top speed of 386, which it hold for a very long time, from 90, when did it release? 94? From 94 to, well, I believe the Koenigsegg was the first official street legal built or released from factory supercar to beat its top speed, if I'm not mistaken. If you know better, please let me know. I would like to know, but I believe it was the Koenigsegg actually. Oh, I smashed the beautiful car up. It just looks always so funny when it jumps. All its, well, the parts just fly up. It just looks like the car would be happy, you know, would be is happy about jumping. It just looks kind of funny. Like, look at this. If you look at it from the front, yeah, here. Okay, yeah, anyway. So again, from the long fast straight to this very fast section we just drove through, and now, which basically continues after the bridge, after we drive under the bridge. What are we reaching here? You can see it, but I guess like 270 kmh or kph, kilometers per hour. And well, this is the part where, right on the right side here, where all the amateur drivers and hobby drivers fly off the track if they participate on a track day. No, I just how is it called in English? Well, I accelerated the video on this part because, quite frankly, not much has happened except me driving on the track, and the others were just too far behind. Now the next very fast part here, and after this corner especially, and this should be it for the race. It was basically pretty much exactly the half of the track, maybe a little bit more, 55% or something. Alright, welcome to the first slalom cone challenge in the game, in this series. And this time is in Florence at night, and I am using the Porsche Carrera GT for the second time in this series. For this challenge though, why? Well, it has all-wheel drive, it has over 600 HP, it's very quick in acceleration, and it's very drifty, which helps a lot in these challenges, as you would know by now if you have watched my previous parts. So yeah, it was more or less the ideal car of this series for this challenge. I mean, the cars in this challenge are fairly well balanced, if I'm being honest, but and it would be possible to beat this challenge, I believe, with any other car of this series. But still, yeah, the Porsche combined with its all-wheel drive, its brutal acceleration and very good handling, which is at the same time very slidey and drifty, but still very controllable in that, is yeah, pretty much ideal for these types of challenges. So 2 laps in a row, again as always. I mean, it wasn't too difficult, honestly. I didn't need too many tries. Like, of course it was still a lot, I don't know, certainly more than 10, but yeah, it weren't too many, like definitely less than 50. No tricky parts in this challenge compared especially to the 575 Maranello cone challenge in the GT class series. So yeah, this is one of those here, one of the easier cone challenges in the game. Okay, so the next challenge is a street race in Florence at night, and this time I'm using a new car, which is the Pagani Zonda S. I've driven this car the first time, obviously only virtually. Oh, that was nice. Oh, good braking, yeah. In Gran Turismo 3, but only the standard version, not the S version. The standard version had roughly 200 HP less, which made it quite a bit slower than the S version. It made it still pretty quick, you know. It could beat quite a lot of Porsches and Ferraris, like those in the 300 HP range. But the Pagani's on the S is a true supercar. It holds its own against, well, any supercar from that era, from up until 2005. Basically, yeah, maybe except the Koenigsegg's, but around the track it's still probably, well, not much slower, possibly even quicker than even the Koenigsegg, because the Pagani has great handling. It doesn't weigh a lot, I believe, less than 1.3 tons, which is very light for such a powerful supercar with such a powerful engine, big, heavy, powerful engine. So yeah, it was quite a stroke of genius by Pagani, also a car maker that came out of nowhere for me and just blew my mind how good it was, and looks really good as well. I think it looks much better from the front than from the back. I don't really like this centered engine, you know what I mean, those four exhausts. But other than that, yeah, it looks really, really good, really quick, really cool, just very sexy, stylish. Yeah, and obviously it would be Italian, you know. It's just almost funny how efficient they are, the Italians, with creating super beautiful, super quick and exciting cars. It's quite talent, if you want some, right? You know, there you have Pagani, obviously Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati's some of the best looking cars around as well. Well, Bugatti is it's actually French, but I believe it was also in its entire history mixed with Italian workers and influence as well, if I'm not mistaken, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. So yeah, it's a great car, but the Enzo is giving me still a hard time. Well, the Enzo having pretty much exactly 100 HP more makes it a tad quicker as well. Oh, that was such a good cornering by me, I know. Sounds cocky here, but yeah, that corner was just perfect. And you could see how much time I gained on it just for that one corner. Oh, this is so tricky here every time on this track. If you're just a little bit too quick, you're driving into the wall. If you're just a little tad too slow, it feels like you're crawling. Not too hard this race, if you know the track well. The car's handling is pretty good, by the way, in the game as well. Okay, that wasn't on purpose by me, I promise. And I believe that were the last parts. Now I'm driving by the cathedral. Awesome, nice. Some drifts at the end. Good ending. Okay, so the next challenge is again a cone challenge, and again I'm using the Porsche for the aforementioned reasons. It's just ideal for these type of challenges. And we're driving through Stockholm in Sweden. 2 laps yet again. And it was quite the speedy challenge, you know, quite wild. And I'm pretty proud of this run, I must say. I mean, I was very quick on average, and pretty clean. Obviously, clean race bonus after the race. Although that you won't see because I have explained it in earlier videos in the replays, which that is what you see. There's a recorded replay, a saved replay. The game doesn't show that you're getting 250 points for a clean race, and I don't know why. So first lap down, only 1 lap left. This challenge, this cone challenge is a little bit harder than the first one in Florence, I would say. Well, that was close. And there are actually 4 cone challenges in this series, and the Ultimate Series, the 14th one, the last one of the Kudos Championship in this game, which makes it by far the highest count. The highest count in other challenges, in other series, is for the cone challenges, or is 2, and sometimes you only had 1 cone challenge per class, per series, and I believe there were even 2 or 3 series. My God, English, you know, pronunciation is so difficult. Without a single one, without a single cone challenge. So yeah, we were blessed with those in this class. So yeah, we're through with a pretty good result. Okay, let's jump right into the next challenge, which is a street race, 4-lap street race through Stockholm during the day and the dry. thankfully. It makes it a little easier. And I've chosen for the second time in this series the Pagani Zonda S, because it is an absolutely excellent car. One of the best cars of this class, or of its class. Right with the Ferrari Enzo Porsche Carrera GT. The Zonda has great handling. I would say, it might have the best handling in the class, if I think about it. Like, many cars are very, very close. They are very close at every parameter, like in acceleration, top speed, handling, so it's very difficult to differentiate them from each other. I haven't spoken English in a long time, as you're noticing, and I notice it myself. So yeah, it's difficult to say, does it really have the best handling of the class? I don't know. I would say it does, but it definitely is one of the best, so that's why I chose it. It's one of the strongest cars around a track which isn't very dependent on long, very fast straights, and as he says that he drives on a very long and fast straight. But yeah, that's the only one on this track, and it's much shorter than on the Nordschleife especially, or on some other track variations. So yeah, it's still quite the curvy track, and this car does fit very, very well. Extremely competitive. And as a hoot to drive. Quite honestly, yeah. Really fun, rather easy, very, very behaved, very controllable. I lost my clean race bonus quite a few times already, I believe, in this race. Yeah, it's the bumpy part of the track again, just very difficult to control the car, to keep it on the racing line, on the ideal line. I like this track variation very much though. One of the best tracks in the game, if I think about it. It just flows really nicely. You know, you have here this very long, very quick straight where you can put the pedal to the metal, and just this very long and tightening right-hander. Then here the difficult to drive, bumpy part, but quite exciting, still pretty quick, you know, nice view on the trains there, on the river. This time without crashing though. Now again over the bridge. Quite a speedy part. Yep, there it was. This is difficult to navigate if you're going really, really quick. And they damaged this beauty substantially. Oh, shame on me. Also nice corner here. Has a nice flow. You come out with like a slingshot with a lot of speed. Now this right hander and going to the very long straight. Over the bridge here and along the river. Ooh, that was bad driving. I probably didn't pay too much attention there. That was just bad. Far too late to turn in. Obviously I would crash. Oh, that was good though. Good line. Yeah, over here. Okay, a little bit slobby on the exit. You can even see an airplane with the contrail and in the air. Nice detail. Ooh, that's just bad driving again. Wow. Okay, that part is a bit tricky, but still, that wasn't beautiful. And again, wow. I must have been impatient or tired. I don't know, it's a bit long ago I actually drove this race. That was okay, but sloppy again. Here as well. Well, I still have enough of a gap and enough speed for the straight to be secure from the opponents. Yeah, that's that. So, the next challenge is again a street race. This time from Moscow of 5 laps. Quite a high count. Probably a little bit on the shorter side of the track itself. And this time using for the first time, I believe, in the series, the Ferrari Enzo. You know, the mighty Ferrari Enzo. Now look at this. The first 3 places are the Enzos in all 3 colors of which are available in the game. Black, yellow, and mine in red. Isn't that something? That was just such a fun part of the track where you just jump through the gates and drive. Right after that, there's a right-hander where you can slide and drift through. Just very fun. In general, the track design of this game is, yeah, absolutely excellent. You know, very good flow, mostly very fun, very challenging at the same time, and nice scenery. You know, driving through the capitals of the most important or the biggest countries on the planet. Pretty cool, in my book. So the yellow Enzo fell down quite a bit, but the black one is putting up a fight. Whoa! Wow, did you see that? Nice. Not very clean, but looked quite spectacular. Okay, good driving there. Not too shabby. Second lap, right? Yeah. Oh, I like this corner also, although I wasn't driven very well. Yeah, look at the black Enzo go. Oh man. No, this part is also really cool. Really speedy uphill and the jump. There it goes. Yep. Mostly quicker through there than the AI. And it's on most of the tracks this is the case. There are always parts where you are noticeably quicker than the AI, and on other parts it's the other way around. Now again, jump and slide to the right. That was nice, that was good, that was quick. That wasn't very clean. Yeah, that was okay. Still, I might have quite the big gap, I believe. Yeah, I do. So the Enzo, 660 horsepower in 2002 when it launched, was just immense. It was just insane. It was massive. Mostly developed in collaboration with Michael Schumacher, or in German Michael Schumacher, if you would say it correctly. Well, yeah, I mean, it's no surprise, it's such a great car, and it does have a reputation for understeering a lot, which it does in some games, not all. Here, not that much. It has actually great handling here. It does have great handling in GT Sport, but less so in GT5. In GT5 it was a constant mix between extreme understeer and oversteer, like it was wild. In real life, yeah, it does seem to have an understeer problem. There is this famous scene with the black comedian and actor, I don't know his name, where he crashes it, you know, with such a low speed, where they were filming the movie and they just did some test drives with the cars, just getting a feel for them. And I've seen the scene, and it's like he's braking and turning, but the car just goes completely straight into the barrier, doesn't turn at all. So yeah, just from this scene, well, that was bad. From this scene, it was quite obvious that yeah, the car can understeer quite a lot if you make the wrong moves, if you want so, with the throttle brake and steering input. I believe still though that if you drive it correctly, it is insanely quick, even around the track. So yeah, we're through. Okay, the next race is again a street race, and again 5 laps. This time though for the streets of Hong Kong during the night. Yeah, Hong Kong, I've commented quite a few times on it already. My least favorite tracks in the game are in this city. It doesn't look really good, you know, just a huge metropolis. Concrete, a lot of concrete. But yeah, the flow of the tracks, this is the real problem. So, Black Enzo against another Black Enzo. I believe I did try this race with some other cars and just wasn't good. Wasn't quick enough because yeah, I don't like these tracks. I can't memorize them for my life, you know. I don't like the flow. It's just I'm not driving very well on those tracks, so I had to switch a few times the cars and just see which car fits these tracks and my driving style at the same time the best. And yeah, the Enzo came out on top, if you want. So just a fantastic car in this game at least, and in well, probably any other game as well. Even if you compare it to its direct competitors, it does very well. Oh, there was my clean race bonus. So I was talking about how the car was, or what an impact it had when it launched in 2002, and yeah, it was all about the Enzo back then, and it's no wonder, like, not sounding cocky as a German, but Michael Schumacher did a really good job with Ferrari, even if it does have an understeer problem in this car apparently. I already said I believe it's still absolutely blistering quick around any track if you drive it right. And well, recently I have driven it a lot in GT Sport, and I've done my top 100 cars of GT Sport, hot laps around the Nordschleife, and the Enzo was just too quick, you know, for a car that released in 2002. It was just a monster. I could check which place it made, but yeah, I'm kind of too lazy right now. Maybe I can do it at the same time while recording. But it was definitely in the top 10, you know, and cars next to it should have been much quicker, but weren't. Obviously, it's a game. It's not a true hardcore sim. I know that myself, like I said, the Corsa or something. And it can be very inaccurate, honestly, with a lot of cars. But it still surprised me just how quick the Enzo was compared to its direct competitors in this game. In GT5 it possibly may have been a little bit more realistic. It was still like very dominant, but not quite as much as in GT Sport. Because in GT Sport it drives a lot better, you know, it's much easier to drive, yeah, to drive on the limit. So I'm just checking, and I almost made it through my list. So let's see, where did it land? In which place? Yeah, it was the 8th place, the 8th fastest car around the Nordschleife in Gran Turismo, and its direct competitors on the 9th place were the Lamborghini Aventador, the standard LP704 with a 14.1, and the Enzo with a 714.1, and the Enzo with a 713.8, basically same speed, you know. And the next after one was the Lamborghini Aventador LP750-4 SV 2015 model with a 712.5, which is a lot slower than in real life, because it was, I believe, the first Lamborghini to break the 7-minute mark on the Nordschleife in real life. I mean, obviously they used much better tires in real life for this run than I used in the game. I used sports hard tires for every single car I tested, so I would have like a mostly direct comparison between them. But yeah, I believe it was still quite quite badly simulated in the game. It should have been a little bit quicker, and in real life with really good tires, not straight racing tires, they were road tires, but very expensive ones, very advanced ones. It did a 659 something, which is for a street car, a street legal car, to go under the 7-minute mark. And my driving is here so bad. To go under the 7-minute mark on the Nordschleife is just absolutely insane. It's remarkable. It's so quick. By now, many other manufacturers and car models did it as well. The Huracan Performante did it in 647, I believe, which is just crazy. 640 something in a street legal car. Completely bonkers. Just unbelievable. The LaFerrari might be capable of doing it, but probably isn't. Ferrari never officially released a time. The McLaren P1 might do it, probably has higher chance of doing it than the LaFerrari. The Porsche 918 might do it, but possibly can't. Porsche did it with other models, the GT2 RS, one of the newest models, I believe. I'm not very sure, but they did it. They broke the 7-minute barrier. I believe they even went as well into the 740s and even beat the Huracan Performante, if I remember correctly. But this was kinda a little bit cheated, if you want so, because apparently they did use a what is it called in the car, roll cage, and super sticky tires, not straight up slick racing tires, but very sticky tires, etc., etc. So yeah, but we all don't know for sure. You know, we can't always find proof for how exactly they did it, what kind of little tricks they used to achieve those times. It's still, to me, very, very impressive. No matter what tires they used, that a street legal car would break the 7-minute mark in real life. It's just insanity. So the next challenge is a street race again in Yokohama this time around. And for the second time, yeah, I'm using the Koenigsegg CC V8S. This was one of those races I really despised, you know. There were other ones in this series as well I didn't like too much, that you have seen already, especially in Hong Kong. But this one here was just the worst, you know. I mean, the track is okay, you know, bad driving by me, my mistake. It's alright, you know, it's fun, it has a good flow, it's not too difficult. But the opponents here, they were just super quick. They were really good, you know. Like, you had to put some work in it, really. I did try with a lot of different cars. Again, I was convinced the Zonda would be the best choice for this race, which it wasn't. Then I was convinced it might be the Porsche Carrera GT, which it wasn't. And then I was convinced it was the Enzo, which came very close to actually winning. And the whole time I tried it with the cars I already mentioned. I was also convinced that the Koenigsegg couldn't possibly be the right choice. Like, I thought its handling would be too bad. But apparently the handling of the Koenigsegg is barely any worse than the handling of the other cars. In some instances it's even better, and it has the best acceleration. It is the quickest car. So I tried really probably 4 hours with the other cars before switching to the Koenigsegg, you see here. And then when I switched, you know, then it clicked. I immediately noticed that I was, well, noticeably quicker with this car than with the other ones. And even after switching, I needed quite a few tries to beat this race finally, because you needed to drive really well, you know. Bigger mistakes were punished immediately. Again, as I already said, the opponents were very quick, very good, you know. And as you can see in my driving, it was, again, far from perfect, I guess, but very quick, very clean compared to most other races, street races I do. So yeah, I mean, I'm not remembering this race with a lot of positive feelings, but quite the opposite. Like, look here, that was a really good corner I did there. That was okay, although that was pretty good because I needed the line here, but here I messed it up a little bit. Turning was a little too late, taking too little speed on the straight here. And the opponent, the black Enzo, is already catching up, which is definitely the second best car for this event, you know, for this race. Look at this. I barely made any mistakes. It was just a little bit too slow for the corners, and it's right behind me. Like here, I drove through there really good, and it just stays right behind me. Okay, that was not very clean, admittedly. Now look at this. I can see its lights behind me. It was a really tough opponent, and I just remember being so fed up with this race, you know, so... there goes my clean race bonus. So annoyed, just super annoyed. It was just really difficult to beat. Now here, this corner. Very tricky, look at this. Did you see that? If you move too much to the left, you just crash, lose all speed, lose all momentum. And a lot of time, like multiple seconds, for sure. And in that race, it obviously would mean losing your lead and, well, making it quite unlikely to win the race after even one crash, because it's absolutely not easy to catch up to them, really. As long as one opponent gets some clear air, you know, and isn't in a constant battle with another opponent, he will pull away. They are just so competitive on this track. The Enzo and the other Koenigsegg, so difficult to beat, so difficult to catch up to. So yeah, I almost celebrated when I finished this race. Man, it took me just too long. I mean, I really like the handling in this game. It's extremely pleasant, very easy to learn, relatively easy to master if you want so, but yeah, I mean, it's 30 frames a second, it's an older game, it doesn't have the finesse and exact input as the newer games, 60 frames games, where you can really master the handling if you just spend enough time, which I find here, to truly master the handling. Well, in my case, I would need even more time, more tries, etc. So while I was pretty good at the game, I was far from, you know, like super competitive levels, which I am in GT Sport. Although I do use a racing wheel with a racing seat. I have the TGT racing wheel from Thrustmaster, which is a phenomenal wheel and super good with GT Sport. And on GT Sport I'm roughly 8 seconds away on average. Well, I would say less, probably 6 seconds slower on average per car on Nordschleife, which sounds a lot on a normal track, which is less than 25% of the Nordschleife, and maybe closer to 20%, so 1/5 of that, so 1 point something seconds on an average track slower than the best players in the world, which again might sound a lot, 1.2, 1.3 seconds on an average track. And actually it is a lot, because, you know, losing so much time every single lap, you will get lapped in a normal race of, I don't know, 50 laps or 60 laps, 70 laps. So obviously a huge speed difference. I'm not tricking myself into believing I would be a world-class driver, which I am not. But if you would actually like experience and see how quick the best drivers in the world are in GT Sport, they are just on a completely other level of speed and competitiveness. They are just driving absolutely perfectly every single lap with every single car. It's just like robots, really. So for a normal human being, it's nigh impossible to get close to this speed. But yeah, enough of it. Enjoy the replay. Alright, the next race is with the Zonda in black in Sydney, but is a cone challenge again, and this is the third of the 4 cone challenges in this class, in this series, the Ultimate Series. 2 laps again, of course, and I would say this is the easiest of the 4. Probably, although the last one is equally easy, I would say. Quite a tight track layout, which we will encounter in the exact same configuration in a later video I will upload. I don't know if I should spoil it. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't. You will see. I believe it even is the video after this one, or 2 videos after this one, we will encounter this track layout again in a different game mode. Let yourself surprise, you know. Don't spoil yourself the fun. The Porsche here would be again better than the Zonda for sure. But yeah, I thought for just a little bit of variation, using something else would be nice. I didn't need too many tries for this one. Okay, so the next challenge is a street race. Sydney again here, during the day again. And I'm using again the Zonda. Left the color scheme the same. The color of the car. I can't remember the more fitting name. More fitting English term for that. Paint, I guess, yeah. So yeah, on these tracks, the Zonda was very, very competitive, even against the Enzo, as you can see. But unfortunately, I smashed it up already, which is a shame. It's a beautiful car. I remember playing this game the very first time on a demo station, kiosk station, in a electronic shop. That was, 2004 probably then. And I was very, very, very impressed with the graphics, the handling, you know, the vibration effects of the Xbox controller, the damaging model, which you can see here a little bit at the front of the car. It seemed back then, it seemed so very much advanced compared to the stuff I was playing on my PS2. But yeah, at the end of the day, the Xbox in general is the more capable machine. It does have a much better GPU. At least it has much more modern feature sets like DirectX 3.0, I believe it was back then, the newest one. Like it did support true shaders that like we know them today in the most modern games, or actually all modern games, you know. In the PS2, while it was possible, I read up on it a few days or weeks ago, to do shading, like the shaders, shading, you can do shading on every console, but the modern shading we know of today, or the Xbox used, it was possible to do very similar effects and results on the PS2, but the architecture just wasn't very suited for this, and the video RAM of the PS2 was just too small. What the stronger points of the PlayStation 2 hardware were its speed. It had a ridiculously speedy, fast bandwidth for its video RAM, and it was very good at crunching polygons, so its polygon power, even while using all effects which you would classify as not those type of shaders I was talking about, it probably even exceeded the performance of the Xbox slightly. And other effects like this heat hazing effect in Gran Turismo 3 especially, and 4 to a lesser extent, were, I believe I have talked about this in a previous part, but they were the direct result of this extremely fast VRAM. Kazunori Yamauchi, the designer, the main developer of the Gran Turismo series, he explained it as a write-rewrite or something, or write-read, I believe, write-read capabilities of the PS2, which were even better than those of the PS3, simply because of the speed of the memory, the bandwidth, which just was slower in the PS3, and the resolutions on the PS3, which were far higher than on the PS2, made the problem much worse, because if you display higher resolutions, you need a faster bandwidth, so yeah, that made it even worse. So those type of effects were not recreatable on other hardware, neither PCs at the time, or, well, today depends on which resolution you would choose, but definitely not on the Dreamcast or the GameCube or the Xbox or all the other consoles coming after it. You need to have this balance factor between resolution and bandwidth speed you have in order to achieve those kind of effects. And well, the PS2 had the best balance in that of all released consoles until actually today, because while the PS5's bandwidth is of course much higher, it needs to feed, if you want, so the 4K resolutions, and it's just then too high in order to create those type of special effects the PS2 did. For that to happen on the PS5, it would need something like, I guess, 3 or 4 times higher, faster bandwidth than it does today, maybe even more. But anyway, enough of the nerdy tech talk. Enjoy the replay. Okay, so let's jump right into the last of the cone challenges, the fourth cone challenge here in Chicago during the night, of course. Because yeah, why not? Let's make it a little bit harder than it should be or could be. Yeah, this time though I'm using the Selena 7. It's an American car, an American city. I thought would be a good match to end the cone challenges symbolically of the Kudos Championship. And yeah, it was a pretty good choice. The car is still extremely fast in acceleration. It is still quite drifty with its rear-wheel drive setup, and it was absolutely enough for this challenge here. And I guess it was the easiest cone challenge of the four in this series. I didn't need too many tries. I don't know, maybe less than 10. I guess less than 10. I was actually surprised at just how easy it was. And it's small, 2 laps, again 2 laps as always, but they are individually and combined pretty small. Not a huge distance you have to pass. Well, that was close. Timing wise, almost broke the combo. That was close, almost hit the cone. And we threw. So this was the last cone challenge in the entire Kudos Championship. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the replay. So the next race is in Chicago again, or the next challenge. It is a street race this time, and I opted for the Koenigsegg because why not? It's one of the better cars. I didn't want to spend too much time on the challenge. And as I am talking, I do remember now this race. Yes, it was one of the very hard ones in this series. Oh yeah. Now I remember. It was not quite as hard as the one in Yokohama I complained so much about, but yeah, it was fairly difficult, really. Look at the Koenigsegg, man, it's just... Can you really see this track really well in these lighting conditions at these speeds? I can't. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit slow in the head or something, I don't know. But yeah, I found it to be really difficult to navigate at those speeds, and the AI isn't affected by it at all, seemingly, you know, they just floor it. Yeah, I remember. I needed a lot of tries for this challenge as well, but this time I knew that the Koenigsegg was probably just as in Yokohama the best choice, so I opted for it right away. Or at least much quicker. Well, that was nice cornering by me. And I love this effect here with the light, it just looks so cool, especially at these speeds. So the game designers really did a great job at, well, everything in this game. This game is generally extremely well designed. In everything. Sound, physics, handling, gameplay, graphics, AI, fantastic. Car selection, track design, flow, the music in the radio stations, basically everything, It had online multiplayer with the legendary cat and mouse type of game mode, which people just thought of. I read about it on the internet. I never played it myself, but yeah, it's such a cool idea, such a fun idea. So it gave people a lot of playtime, even without the online functionality, but with it you could sink in easily hundreds of hours, many hundreds of hours. Like here, it's just so difficult to get the racing lane right. That was pretty good by me, really not too bad this time, but again, not really ideal. Again, yeah, it's just difficult to find the ideal line on the track during those speeds you're going on the track, and those not ideal lighting conditions, being everything so dark and just a mesh of grayness which you can barely differentiate. That was nice braking technique by me, overtaking him, letting him in front, knowing full well he would brake too late. But yeah, I should show off less, because I don't know. I needed more than an hour again to beat this challenge here. One Koenigsegg goes, another one comes and replaces it and says in front of me, of course. Same color as mine even. So yeah, this is also one of the interesting aspects of the gameplay and of the AI of this game. They do drive rather often, what I am trying to say is that sometimes 2 or 3 AI opponents will drive the same car. Not necessarily as you, but just the same car. They are driving the same car. And at some point in the race it gets quite obvious that they have different levels of speed and competitiveness, because some of them will fell down in the race, they will fall off, I believe. Would you say fall off? You know what I mean. They would fall behind, exactly. They would fall behind quite a bit, and others are just so super quick and they just stick with you and next to you for the entire race, and just are right on your arse, and you just can't shake them off. So I have noticed that phenomenon quite a few times. Also, I remember it very vividly in the American Muscle Championship, where they would drive often multiple Corvettes, Stingrays, and the one would be quite slow and the other one would be right next to you the entire race. So yeah, that's it. Anyway, enjoy the replay. Alright, so the next challenge is this series' Speed Trap Challenge. In Washington, you need to go through here, and then the next corner you need to take very exactly, you know. Yeah, I use all the space, really, literally all the space to be able to beat it. I don't remember the speed right now, the exact speed. You will see in my next video. I'm not gonna spoil too much, but in my next video I will show, well, all speed traps, basically all speed trap challenges with the speed displayed, etc, etc. So you will see. The Koenigsegg, by the way, is the only car of this class that can actually win in this challenge, because yeah, it is the speediest one. I tried with a lot of different cars. I even tried later with the cars you can win, the three fastest cars of the entire game, which I am also not going to spoil. One of those is right in front of us, the Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR, and as far as I remember, either it or another of the three fastest cars of the game were actually not capable of beating the speed trap challenge you've just seen, but the Koenigsegg is. And the fastest car of the game can do it easily and actually exceed the required speed in the speed trap challenge. But I'm not gonna spoil that. You will have to check out the next video for that. So this race, the next race, is a street race through the streets of, well, was it Madrid? No, it was Barcelona. Yeah, of course. And yet again, I did try this one with different cars. I did try it with the Carrera GT, with the Zonda S, and the Enzo. The Enzo was definitely the best car for this challenge. Oh, look at how quickly I got to him with the Koenigsegg. The CLK GTR is a far superior car, around the track at least. But yeah, they were just not quite fast enough, even if we were driving really well, and you need to drive really well in this challenge in order to have any chance. And as always, I maximize my speed, my competitiveness in the first lap, complete, you know, maximum attack, maximum concentration, because the sooner you're getting your opponent, you're overtaking him, the better. After that you can be a little bit more relaxed, although I'm still driving very quick. Because yeah, you're racing a Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR road car version. It is, I mean, practically it's a race car for the road, you know. It's insanely quick in acceleration, top speed, especially cornering. So yeah, I do actually believe that you can potentially, theoretically, win this challenge even with the Carrera GT and the Zonda and the Enzo, with a little bit of luck involved if the Mercedes does a little mistake, and if your driving is like nigh on perfect, you know, really super perfect. But yeah, the best car for this challenge is the Koenigsegg, and I still needed, again, many tries to beat the Mercedes. Is just so OP compared to the rest of the class. He did make a mistake. He drove into me and then into the wall. That was not on purpose by me or anything, just a coincidence. But good for me, you know. I could build up a lead, a gap, which I really needed, because yeah, you really need to drive perfectly in order to stay ahead, or almost perfect. And yeah, it was still a fun challenge. At first you really think it's impossible to catch up to the Mercedes, like it's unbeatable, it's just unbeatably quick, unbelievably quick. But as your driving improves lap by lap, you're approaching his lap times, and it just gets, well, feasible. The corner I just did, this right left-hander, is very difficult to get right, technically extremely difficult to get right. Oh wow, look at this. Lost my points and my clean race bonus. I believe this should be the last lap of the race. That's what happens when you look when you look back, you know. All along straight here. Where is the Mercedes? Did I not check anymore? This is also a very technical part of the track. Also very difficult to get just right. And now here, this is one of the hardest corners in the game. Might be the hardest corner if you want to do it perfectly. Should be the last corner for this race, I guess. Yep, it was. I hope you enjoy the replay. Okay guys, so the next challenge is the second to last challenge race in the entire game, at least when it comes to the Kudos Championship mode. And well, as you see, it's in Edinburgh at night, in the dry, and I'm using a Pagani Zona S in blue, and the same I just pushed to the side. So at the front, what you see here in the white car is the Porsche 911 GT1 street version, Straßenversion in German. This is like the original name of the car, Porsche 911 GT1 Straßenversion. And well, yeah, I just overtook it quite with ease, although it is the far superior car around the track. It's incredibly good. The AI seems to have a little bit of a problem with this track configuration, which I, by the way, like quite a lot. I liked all tracks in Edinburgh, when I think about it that way. Just a good flow and great scenery, etc., etc. So yeah, I like this track a lot. I like this very exact configuration a lot as well. And well, yeah, the 911 GT1 street version is one of those free special best cars of the game you get by getting all silver, gold and platinum medals in the Kudos Championship mode I have been playing through in those 14 parts. So well, the 911 is, I would say, around the track probably equally quick as the Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR, maybe a bit quicker. I know it's a bit quicker in the top end. It has a slightly higher top speed, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. And I actually do believe that it is this car that has not been able, weirdly low, not been able to beat this series' speed trap challenge, while the Mercedes CLK GTR was able to do it, and the Koenigsegg, as well as the only car of the rest of this series, of this class of cars, of the rest of the normal cars, if you want, so the non-special cars, which you can simply buy with the tokens you win throughout the championship. So yeah, the third car, I mean, all of you PGR veterans or PGR2 veterans and many others who may have not even played the game but read about it know what is the last car of the special free cars, but I'm still not gonna spoil it. You will see it in the next race, which will be, of course, the last race of the Kudos Championship mode and of this series, of this video, and of my Platinum walkthrough. Although it will not be, I can tell it just now, it will not be my last video, which I alluded to a few times already. I will, to be exact, upload, well, let me count, I believe 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe 7 more videos after this one of PGR2, but I'm not gonna disclose yet what it is. It's just, well, just be surprised. I mean, it's nothing extremely special or anything, although 2 videos I made are very dear to my heart and contain a collaboration with another YouTuber, which is Stribbers Gaming, who has a pretty cool channel regarding Project Gotham racing stuff. He played through 2, 3 and 4 on the hardest difficulty modes and is a pretty talented player. And as of now, which is the 14th of January 21, he is also playing through Halo Remastered on the hardest difficulty mode. Not my type of thing, but yeah, he has a great channel. So we did a collab, so I will be releasing 2 videos I did in collaboration with him, and he will be releasing those 2 videos on his channel as well. But yeah, I'm not gonna disclose yet what it is. You will see. It's pretty cool though, I think. Anyway, so this race not particularly difficult, honestly, not even with the Zonda, although the Zonda fits very well with this track configuration and the opponents. Yeah, but I still think it would be rather easily doable with the Porsche, the Koenigsegg and the Enzo as well, and possibly even the Celine. And yeah, there we go. Second to last race done. Have fun with the replay. So guys, this is the big one now, the last one, the last race of the game, of the Kudos Championship mode of my playthrough, and of this video. And of course it would be on the Nordschleife, and of course it would be 2 full laps. The first time in the game we're doing full laps on this track in this game, and of course it would be 2 and not just 1. And 1 is long enough as is, because this track is what? In this configuration, over 20 kilometers, right? Almost 21 kilometers, I believe, which equals to, what is it, roughly 14 miles or something? Yeah, so it's extremely long still. So, first car down, which was, what? I forgot, Celine or Pagani? Didn't pay attention. And the next car is Porsche Carrera GT we're driving as well as, what we do in black. Oh, there was the Koenigsegg we took the first car. Okay, nice. And the next one should be, oh, the Mercedes CLK GTR. Made a few mistakes, it seems. The AI tends to do quite a lot of mistakes on this track, generally. So yeah. So the next one is the silver Paganis on S. Let's see how long that will take. Now comes this very high-speed part. Full throttle in this game, in real life, and in other racing games, like not even close. You can go there with 180 kilometers per hour in GT Sport, and here you can just like 280. Oh, and the Enzo, Black Enzo made a mistake. Past the Zonda, full throttle, no braking, no lifting, no problem. With like over 300 km through this corner in GT Sport, it would be like maximum 230, rather 220. So yeah, you can take those corners with 100 km more in this game than in GT Sport. So here I fast forwarded again a little bit, because this race is very long and I don't want you to get bored too much. And well, the distances between each car on this track get just really big. So I don't know if it was, like, let's say obvious or not, but my driving was actually really good so far, and as you can see, the Enzo is still keeping up quite well with me, which makes sense again, because it is the second best car of this class, maybe even still the best car of the normal cars, like if you exclude the 3 special cars, which is the CLK GTR, the 911 GT1 street version, the third car we're still going to see, because yeah, obviously it is like the end boss, you know, the nemesis of this game and in this race, the last car we need to overtake in order to win the championship and to win this race. So now comes the high-speed part again, and here the AI also tends to do quite often at least one mistake. They get on the grass, and if you get on the grass in this game, you're losing a lot of speed, a lot of time, especially on this part here, where you like take all the momentum and carry it for such a long time. You're losing all the speed, you know, and you're losing a lot of it and a lot of time if you're going onto the grass. And there it happened again with the car in front. So the white one is the 911 GT1 street version, and the other car that's been overtaken now, the nemesis, is the TVR Cerbera Speed 12. This completely insane bonkers car. And well, we were just lucky that it made the mistake, you know. The 911 just so bad what he did there. Far too slow. I needed to push him to the side in order not to be overtaken by the TVR. Almost spun it out, always spun myself out. But luckily stayed in front. And the TVR, man, this thing is just so ridiculously quick in a straight line and acceleration and top speed, top end. And extremely quick through the corners as well. It weighs only at 1 ton, I believe exactly 1 ton, 1,000 kilogram in LBS or pounds. Is it pounds? I'm not sure how much that would be. But it still overtook us, which sucks. And like I don't know if you can see it, but that was intense racing, really intense. I was on the edge the entire time, and I really gave it all, you know. I really gave it all. Hunting down a TVR Speed 12 with a Carrera GT is not the easiest task to do, although of course the Carrera GT itself is a very impressively quick car, but you know, the TVR Speed 12 is just something else. And here it made a little mistake. I unfortunately had the wrong line. Now it, luckily for me, went on the grass again, and I could finally pass it for good. Although you know what comes now in 2 corners, the long, very quick straight. And look what I'm doing, so stupid. I'm doing the mistake right before the straightaway and lose quite a bit of time here. If I wouldn't have lost the time you've just seen in the corner, I might have stayed in front on the straight, although probably not even then, but now I'm going to be overtaken by it even quicker. I tried to block it. I knew I must block it in order to have any chance in this race. And it just passed me. But look what it did. It did brake, and I don't know why. And now, well, I had to use the dirty tactics. Yep, I spun it pretty badly at the end of the straight, so it lost an incredible amount of time. And I just flew by. But yeah, this was the only realistic chance for me to win this race, because yes, I did try, if really multiple hours, for a few hours, I believe 4 hours or something, to win this race with the Porsche. Why? It was pretty important to me to win the last race of the game on the German track with the German car of this game. Well, to me it is the Carrera GT, not even the 911 GT1, although the 911 GT1 is the better car. But the Carrera GT is my favorite car in the game, possibly. It sounds amazing, drives amazing. So yeah, the GT1 though is right on my toes. And look what happens here. The car gets weirdly thrown to the side, and I couldn't control it. I just couldn't control it. This was the best I was able to do as a reaction to that. And I almost lost it, almost spun, but lost an incredible amount of speed and time right again before this long, very fast stretch of the road. And just look how far the 911 got already. The Enzo doing the stupid mistake once again on the same spot as the last round, the last lap. We are obviously in the second lap already. And well, I mean, after trying for over 4 hours and having overtaken the TVR for only the second or third time, but for the first time considerably, where I was considerably in the lead, and this happening to you, you know, this weird jump to the side from the car into the wall, was a little bit disheartening, really. I was pissed and just disappointed. I tried for so long. I really wanted to win this race with the Carrera GT, and now my dream got shattered. And yeah, I didn't know if it was worth it to continue, but I thought to myself, you know, I'm basically still quicker around this track than the 911, because it does a few mistakes here and there, and if you amount all of those mistakes, it loses, I don't know, 10 to 20, maybe 30 seconds a lap compared to what it could actually do. So I figured, well, why not try it, you know, just give it all, just drive as quick as possible, you know, max the car out, and, well, see where it goes. My only real hope was this part that is about to come up. And actually, as far as I can tell, you cannot see it now, but I could see the split times, you know, after each part of the track. As far as I can tell, the 911 made barely any mistake before this straight that comes now here. And yeah, I was absolutely banking all my hope on this very stretch of the road, because I just hoped that it would do again a considerable mistake here as well, just as the TVR did. And I'm actually not sure anymore if it did. I do believe it did a mistake, but it was not enough for me to catch up. I caught up at a later time. Here I maxed the car out completely. Good turn in. Here as well. Very clean, very quick. And I did catch up to it a few seconds. Maybe 2 on the straight. But this is where I was much quicker than him, if I did it right. And fortunately I did. I just had just the right angle. Did you see with how much more speed I came out of this corner than the 911 GT1? And now I was right behind him. I was in his slipstream, and I knew this very twisty part here. I was better than him, and there was his mistake, and I could pass him. I literally screamed out loud like an idiot, you know. It was super intense the entire race. And like, I sometimes have even problems, you know, containing my composure and my concentration, because I get so nervous, really so tense, you know, in such a race, that I start doing so many stupid mistakes. But this time around, well, I was extremely nervous, and tense, etc. But well, I could contain myself, and drove for the most part actually pretty well until the end of the race, and was able to actually build up my lead and extend it. The music you hear in the background in the race, and not only in the replay this time though, because yeah, I thought it would be a nice touch for the last race, you know. I thought it would give it a little bit more excitement or atmosphere or whatever. So yeah, as you could see nothing. The 911 wasn't inside. I did here even much better than last time around in the großes Karussell. And now the last right-hander, the final stretch, the final meters, and there is the 911 GT1. And here we go. I just won all challenges in Platinum. This series had 19 challenges, by the way, by far the most of all other series, and well, that was the last race. So I'll leave you alone with the replay as always, but before that I would like to thank you for watching. I hope you did enjoy. I hope you could extract some enjoyment out of this series, or only just this video, or maybe only just this race, because you do have some nostalgia for it from childhood, when you were trying to beat the mighty TVR Speed 12. And I would really like to know which car you used to do that, to achieve that. So it would be great if you could comment on that in the comment section, and just share your memories of this challenge. Whether you beat it or not doesn't matter. Just share your memories. I would love to read. And well, what else is there to say? I alluded to it already in the last race. I will keep uploading PGR2 videos, 7 to be exact, and there are, well, some special videos are still in store. I did have some nice ideas, I think. So, well, look forward to that. And again, thank you. I hope you did enjoy. And I'll see you in the next one.